Okay, welcome everyone. Call to order or reconvene the March 3rd, 2020 regular council meeting in the city of Santa Rosa. Could we have an announcement or roll call, please?
Let the record show that all council members are present with the exception of Council Member Rogers.
Thank you. Madam City Attorney, do you have a report out on closed session?
Yes, I do. The council met in closed session on item 2.1, conference with labor negotiators. The council did give direction to its labor negotiators. Item 2.2, there was a brief discussion and then a continuation of that item. That item is continued to a later date.
Great, thank you. Mr. Sori, you have our proclamation for the evening.
I do indeed, and Jane Burns, where's Jane? There you are, Jane. Why don't you come down? And we don't have, I would say, I'm not sure where you could have a seat right over there, and then I'd love to have you say a few words after the proclamation if you would like. Thank you. So this is for Art Start. Whereas the nonprofit art education organization known as Art Start has provided stimulating artwork experiences for teens while creating publicly and privately commissioned artwork for the community since 1999. And whereas each year Art Start trains young apprentices who work under the mentoring guidance of professional artists who serve as role models to help them experience art as a realistic profession or course of study. And whereas Art Start provides teens with the opportunity to earn community service hours through drop-in winter sessions while participating in different forms of art projects. And whereas aspiring young artists are provided opportunities to create environmentally themed art through Art on the Streets for Cleaner Creeks. And whereas Art Start provides individuals the opportunity to memorialize a child or adult through the Spring Lake Memorial Project by creating a custom, colorful, cut glass mosaic to honor a loved one. Now therefore be resolved that Tom Schwedhelm, Mayor of the City of Santa Rosa, on behalf of the entire council, does hereby proclaim March as Art Start Youth Art Month. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. We are so pleased and proud to have this acknowledgement through a proclamation. It is our 21st year at Art Start, and we have created so many beautiful pieces throughout Sonoma County that I hope you'll all have an opportunity to see. And I especially wanted to thank the City of Santa Rosa for its support over these many, many years through funding and commissioning many of the artworks, and of course also very generous with property that we were able to use for quite a few years. We're now in a brand new location, and we hope everyone will find out a little bit more about what we do. I brought our brochures.
Excellent.
For you to take a look at.
Right.
And again, thank you very much. We are very proud.
Thank you for what you do. It's an amazing program, and it's one of the highlights of Santa Rosa.
Thank you.
Okay, before we move on to the staff briefing, just want to give everyone a heads up at how tonight's meeting will be going. So we'll be going through the agenda item, going to try to hear public comment as close to 5 o'clock as possible. As soon as we have public comment on non-agenda items, we'll be moving to our first public hearing. Then we'll listen to the public hearings, and then after all the public hearings, we'll revert back to the report items, depending upon how far we get there. And if anyone was here for Item 16.3, a public hearing regarding the streetlight pole banner policy. That item has been continued to the March 17th, 2020 regular meeting. So with that, Mr. McGlynn, item 8.1, fire recovery and rebuild update.
I'd like to invite Megan Bassinger down to give an update on Cal Home.
Good evening, Mayor Schwedhelm and members of council. I want to give a brief update on the Cal Home Disaster Recovery Program. As you may recall, in early 2019, the Housing Authority received $1.2 million from the California Department of Housing and Community Development to be used as gap financing for homeowners who are rebuilding in the fire-damaged areas. In February 2020, HCD formally approved amendments to our program guidelines that allow the program to be used to households up to 120% of AMI, which is approximately $112,000 for a family of 4. So these applications are now being accepted. And the other amendment to the program allows it to be used for the replacement of damaged or destroyed mobile homes in mobile home parks within the city of Santa Rosa. Be happy to answer any questions you may have, and this information is available on the city's website, has been put in the city newsletter, and is available in handouts available from staff.
Great, thank you, Meg, for that information. I do appreciate all the work that city staff has been doing to get to that 120% AMI. Our earlier efforts weren't as successful as we might have hoped, so thank you so much for all the work behind the scenes. Council, any questions about the Cal Home program? Seeing none, thank you. Continuing on the positive news story, Mr. McGlynn, 8.2.
Item 8.2, Kaiser Permanente Fire Recovery Grant Presentation for General Plan Engagement and Collaboration with Latino Service Providers. David Guin, Assistant City Manager, leading us off.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor Schwedhelm, Vice Mayor Fleming, and Council. We're excited to be here today to present 2 grants to the city and in partnership with Latino Service Providers. With me is Guadalupe from Latino Service Providers, Executive Director there. But we're going to talk about the 2 different grants and what they are and how they work together, because it's important that we brought this together the same night, and the same night as we're bringing the general plan contract to you, because it all ties together. The first grant is a $600,000 grant from Kaiser Permanente to ensure that the 2050 general plan will fully identify and respond to the health needs in our community. And to do that, what Kaiser Permanente has offered this grant for is to help us reach out to individuals in our community that don't typically get engaged in these type of activities, hard to reach populations, to make sure their voices are heard, find creative ways to get out into our community and make sure we have everybody at the table when we do our general plan effort. So it's a big boost to us to be able to have this resource to make that happen. And so that's the first grant that you're going to receive tonight. And I'll turn it over to Lupe to talk about the second grant.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Lupe Navarro, and we are here to also accept the second grant from Kaiser Permanente. And then I would just like to share a little bit about who we are, who Latino Service Providers is, and our Youth Promotor project. So on behalf of the LSP staff and Youth Promotores here present, LSP was established over 30 years ago here in Sonoma County as a hub of information for the Latinx community. Today, our Youth Promotor project engages with over 70 Sonoma County students between the ages of 16 to 25 as Youth Promotores. Our Youth Promotores then engaged with over 1,000 community residents per year for the past 3 years. They have been discussing, having conversations with the community about mental health and emergency preparedness. The role of the Youth Promotor, which is also known as a community health worker, they're members of the community that can engage with the community members in natural gathering places and offer information in Spanish, interact in a culturally appropriate and acceptable manner, and gain the trust of individuals and families. Thank you to Kaiser for this grant. LSP, in partnership with the City of Santa Rosa, our new cohort of Youth Promotores will be addressing housing as a health issue, inform the community of mental health symptoms as a result of housing disparities, provide bilingual presentations to the Latinx community to be informed and engaged in current city planning and development. And the aim of this project is to build Latinx community capacity, momentum for participating in current city planning and development. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So with that, I'd like to invite Judy James from Kaiser Permanente and her team to present the checks.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council members. We are very honored to be here today. So if you don't know me, my name is Tarek Slawe. I am the Senior Vice President and Area Manager for Kaiser Permanente in both Marin and Sonoma counties. As you know, Kaiser Permanente is very committed to being a partner with all the communities we serve, especially right here in Sonoma County. And today we're pleased to present a $600,000 check to the City of Santa Rosa, and of course $150,000 to the Latino service providers to do exactly that, help improve the health and wellness of our communities. At Kaiser Permanente, we know that the environment, right down to the zip code and even the city block level, is a significant indicator and determinant for community health. We're very pleased to support the City of Santa Rosa as part of the 3-year planning process to update the general plan and to provide the Latino service providers funding to reach Spanish-speaking members of our community and engage the totality of our community in this very important planning process. We have a unique opportunity to influence how our community rebuilds from the fires and to provide community health priorities in that planning process to help inform them so we're better suited to meet the needs of our community. The Kaiser Permanente funding to the City of Santa Rosa will ensure a lead city planner focused on engaging the hard-to-reach populations and a keen commitment to health by design planning. The funds will also help expedite environmental protective factors for vulnerable populations, such as affordable housing, access to safe places to play, walkable communities, transit-oriented design elements, and infill building. In addition, our local leaders, as well as Kaiser Permanente's National Board of Directors, have approved a simultaneous $150,000 grant to Latino service providers. The reputable partners at Latino service providers are a local community-based organization that is trusted by many of our most hard-to-reach community members. This will help Latino service providers reach a minimum of 750 Spanish-speaking community members and activate them meaningfully in the planning process. This strategy will help engage the totality of our community inclusively as part of the general plan process. Through youth action and community organizing efforts, it will also be incorporated in the update of the city's general plan. The 2 project work plans have been designed to complement each other and achieve a more equitable planning process for all of our community, and it will help ensure environmental justice, civic equality throughout the City of Santa Rosa. These grants are designed to increase civic discourse and create a healthier Santa Rosa for all age groups and populations. We are very pleased to support the Santa Rosa 2050 General Plan Health City Project and pleased to present a $600,000 check to the City of Santa Rosa, as well as $150,000 to our partners, the Latino service providers. Thank you so much.
Now if those checks go directly to our ATM, just slide them right in there. All right, city manager, city attorney reports. Mr. City Manager, would you like to start?
I don't have anything to report, but the city attorney has an item, I believe.
Madam City Attorney.
Yes, I do. Wanted to report to council, as you may already be aware, last evening the city manager, in his capacity as a director of emergency services, proclaimed a state of local emergency in the city of Santa Rosa due to the novel coronavirus, also known as COVID-19. That proclamation requires ratification from the City Council within 7 days of issuance. We are recommending that the Council therefore consider that ratification today in order to ensure the continued efficacy of that proclamation. In order to hear, the item is not currently on your agenda, so in order to hear that matter today, the Council will need to make 2 findings under the Brown Act and our own local city policy. Those 2 findings is that there is a need to take immediate action, and second, that the need for action came to the attention of the city subsequent to the posting of the agenda. So it is a 2-step process. First, by motion, we would ask that you make those findings. That would allow the matter to be placed on the agenda for this evening's consideration. And if you are able to make those findings, we would then place the item on the agenda, and we recommend that it be a report item so that you could hear more of the details of the circumstances. In terms of making those 2 findings, again, the declaration was signed by the city manager last evening due to events that arose over the course of the last couple of days, and indeed even as of yesterday, that there are 2 cases of coronavirus here in the city. The County of Sonoma, the public health officer declared a state of public health emergency, declared a public health emergency, and then the County of Sonoma declared a state of local emergency of county-wide. In terms of when you take that action to decide whether to put it on the agenda for this evening, you are free to take that up at any time. You could take it up now, or you could take it up as your first item of business after approval of the minutes. It's at your choice.
Great, thank you for that. I'd entertain a motion if one is so inclined to do so.
So I'll make 2 separate motions. The first is that that move the emergency declaration with the finding that the city manager made were after the posting of the agenda.
We have a motion and a second on that, and that meets the criteria that you just explained, Madam City Attorney.
Yes, there are 2 findings, and I'm not sure if you're doing motions to separate those 2 findings. The 2 findings are there's a need to take immediate action, and second, that the need for action came to the attention of the city after the posting of the agenda last Friday.
So I'm going to put a substitute motion on the floor. So moved per the city attorney.
Second.
Okay. Any additional questions from council? Okay, we have a motion and a second. Your votes, please. And that passes unanimously. Okay, and so I will move that to the item, and we'll make that 15.1 our first report item of the evening when we get to that.
Very good. Thank you.
Anything else to report?
I do not have anything else to report.
I just want to, for clarity, and so we don't get hit with a process thing here through the mayor, I didn't move to put it on the agenda. I was going to move that next. Would you like a motion to put it on the agenda?
Sure.
Okay. I move that we put it on the agenda.
Second.
Motion and second. Any other comments or questions? Motion and second. Your votes, please. And that also passed unanimously. So it will be item 15.1.
Thank you.
All right. Any statements of abstentions by council members? Mr. Olivares?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. After consultation with the city attorney and in an abundance of caution, I will be recusing myself from item 16.1 due to my position as a board member of the Museum of Sonoma County.
All right, Mr. Sawyer.
Thank you, Mayor. And after consultation with the city attorney, I'll be abstaining from 16.1 based on an abundance of caution because of my position as an officer on the San Rosa Community Health Board.
All right. Any other abstentions? All right, thank you. Moving on to council members' reports. Yeah, let's start with that. Anyone like to have anything they'd like to report? Ms. Fleming?
So busy couple of weeks. A couple weeks ago, the mayor, myself, the police chief, and the city manager went to Washington, D.C. to meet with our federal partners to continue to advocate for infrastructure funding following the 2017 Tubbs fire, and specifically to work toward getting a better location and help getting it for our fire station. That was lost fire station number 5 in Fountain Grove. We were grateful that Congressman Mike Thompson and Jared Huffman took time to personally meet with us, and we feel that it was a good use of our time and city resources. Additionally, I'll be appointing Manza Atkinson to my Measure O Oversight Board, and effective immediately. I also wanted to note that we had a productive meeting with the California State Treasurer, Treasurer Ma, over the tax credit allocation committee, and it was my impression, and I think the impression from staff, that the concerns from the community were heard, and that hopefully in the first rollout in July of the tax credits, that Sonoma County and Santa Rosa will get fair access to these funds that were intended to go toward our disaster-affected communities. Additionally, the Renewal Enterprise District met last week, and we continue to work toward getting funding and working with community partners to increase our housing in Santa Rosa and Sonoma County. Thank you.
Great. Any other reports? Mr. Dowd?
I want to report that I attended the Russian River Watershed Agency's meeting last Thursday. We discussed where it was in budget, and then also had further discussions about how to continue our outside engineering consultant to assist us. No action was taken.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay, I have a couple things to report on. Just to add on what the Vice Mayor mentioned when we were in D.C., we also had a visit with the COPS office. It was a very helpful meeting with the director. We don't oftentimes get to talk with the head of the organization, who gave us some insights into funding moving into the future, and it was great to have the chief of police there to have that conversation, which I think will bring additional dollars to our community. Additionally, last week we had a City Council Board of Public Utility meeting on February 27th. Our subcommittee considered 2 items for recommendation to the Board of Public Utilities. The first was a proposed general services agreement with Lystec International to provide biosolids processing services to the city. And then the second item was a recommendation from staff to proceed with negotiating with the Renewable Sonoma regarding the lease of property near the Laguna Treatment Plant for locating a regional organics processing facility. Some of you may be aware that currently this county trucks its biosolids out of county, so we're trying to bring it back. The subcommittee unanimously recommended both items, and then these items will be brought before the full Board of Public Utilities on March 5th for consideration. Then we also had a leadership council meeting. 2 action items I'll report on. We selected the Homeless Management Information System consultant for the capacity building project. And then we also updated the coordinated entry referral policy for encampments countywide. And then last Friday, along with several members of the Santa Rosa Police Department and the Housing and Community Services participating in the point in time count. We'll be anxious, you'd like to get the information now what our point in time count is to see how our investments in homeless services have been paying off, but we probably won't be getting that until April. But it's great to see the number of volunteers actively participating in this very important effort. So with that, board, item 11.2, board, commission, and committee appointments. Earlier today, council interviewed 4 applicants. We had 5 applicants, but we interviewed 4 persons for the Waterways Advisory Committee. Mr. Oliveras, did you want to make a motion on this item?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'll make a motion to reappoint the 4 incumbents, Kevin C., Mark Neely, Steve Rabinowitz, and Arthur Dykey to the Waterways Advisory Committee.
Sorry. Second.
So we have a motion and a second. Any additional comments from anyone on council? Mr. Rogers?
A question for the mayor. Typically when we do these appointments, we do process of elimination voting as opposed to one blanket for all of the nominees. Is there a reason for the switch?
Just because I'm entertaining a motion and that's the direction we want to go. So it's 6 of one, half done the other. So I've got a motion and a second, but
okay.
No specific intent. Any other comments?
Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to clarify, it is my understanding, you mentioned that there were 5 applications, but it is my understanding, and perhaps the city clerk can confirm, that one of those applicants did withdraw from consideration, which is why you had only the 4 interviews.
Actually, one did withdraw, but then one was also added after the close. I got that correct.
Yes, we had a total of 6 applications. 1 incumbent could not make it today to the interview, and 1 candidate withdrew from consideration.
Thank you, and sorry for me not being up to date.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Your votes, please. And that passes with 6 ayes with no Mr. Rogers, no vote. All right. Approval of minutes, we have none. Mr. McGlynn, consent calendar.
Item 13.1, resolution, contract award, Courthouse Square bollards. Item 13.2, resolution, Transportation Development Act, Article 4, and State Transit Assistance Claims Submittal. Item 13.3, resolution, authorizing the filing and execution of an application for funding from the Federal Transit Administration Buses and Bus Facilities Program for fiscal year 2020 and appropriating necessary matching funds. Item 13.4, resolution, authorizing a request for an estimated $371,499 in Low Carbon Transit Operations Program, LCTOP, funds for the fiscal year 2019-20, and authorizing the Director of Transportation and Public Works to sign the certifications, and assurances. Item 13.5, resolution, authorizing the filing and execution of an application for funding from the Federal Transit Administration Low or No Emission Bus Program for fiscal year 2019-20, and appropriating any necessary matching funds. Item 13.3, resolution, acceptance of donation from Luther Burbank Home and Garden Association and approval of professional services agreement with Trainer HL to provide historical architectural design services for conceptual plans and construction documents for re-roofing of Luther Burbank Home and Carriage House. Item 13.7, resolution, approval of professional services agreement with Renee Public Law Group, LLP.
Hey, council, questions on the consent calendar? Seeing none, I do have one card here. 13.2, Dwayne DeWitt.
Thank you, sir. My name is Dwayne DeWitt. I'm from Roseland. I ride the bus as often as I need to. And one of the concerns I have here today is you're asking for $14 million for a bus system that's very underutilized. I'm hoping as you go forward, because we may have an economic downturn, if you've been looking at the stock market, that you'll perhaps take into consideration using smaller buses. Many times on the bus, there's only a few passengers, especially late in the evenings. And the drivers have a difficult time with the large buses we currently have. So I'm hoping that these electric buses you're talking about will be smaller and more efficient than the current system we have going on now. Thank you for your time.
Great, thank you. Council, any additional questions? As Vice Mayor?
I'll move all items on the consent calendar.
Second.
Motion is second. Any additional comments? Seeing none, your votes, please. And that passes unanimously. Thank you. Not being 5 o'clock yet, we will move to our report calendar, and the first one will be what motion was made today regarding the coronavirus and the emergency.
So forgive me if I'm repeating some of the things the city attorney stated, but I wanted to go through this brief explanation for the declaration. Yesterday morning, the County of Sonoma declared a local public health emergency as well as a local emergency to respond to the novel coronavirus COVID-19. This included a partial activation of the county emergency operations centers to support the necessary activities. The declaration was in a response to a county resident testing positive for COVID-19. The Sonoma County Department of Health Services has stated that the resident had recently traveled to Mexico and is stable condition in isolation at a hospital in Sonoma County. There have been subsequent reports of additional issues that the county has wrestling with around the virus. In response, the city will be declared its own local state of emergency. The declaration will afford the city the opportunity to mobilize resources, accelerate emergency planning, streamline staffing issues, facilitate coordination with our partners, including the establishment of a joint information center with the county, and allow for future reimbursement by state and federal governments. Santa Rosa will be taking a common sense, proactive approach to prioritize the health and safety of those who live, work, and play in Santa Rosa. Again, first and foremost, we ask everyone to practice good public hygiene. Wash your hands frequently with soap or water for 20 seconds, or as I hear, twice through the alphabet. Avoid touching your eyes and face, coughing or sneezing into your sleeved elbow, staying home when ill, and and it's still time to do so, getting your annual flu shot. Today, staff from every city department was engaged in a series of meetings to develop a plan of action that ensures continuity of operations should the coronavirus spread. This working group is responsible for identifying both immediate and potential future needs for city operations, as well as ongoing communications with city staff and the community. I reiterate that this declaration is a precautionary measure to prepare and respond to the possibility of community spread of the coronavirus. There is no immediate impact on day-to-day operations around the city, and staff should proceed as business as usual. I am aware that there are a lot of questions from the community and concerns about coronavirus. It is important that you refer to trustworthy and locally focused sources of information. We would direct you to the Sonoma County Department of Health Services and their website. You can get there through going through the City of Santa Rosa's emergency information page, which is srcity.org/emergency. We also would refer you to the California Department of Public Health and the Centers for Disease Control. Additionally, you can call 211 with non-emergency questions that you can get answered around the current situation and what you should do to protect yourself and your loved ones. As the situation evolves, the city will keep you updated. It is important that we all remain calm and encourage the good hygiene practice that I have referenced earlier in this statement. And that concludes the presentation.
Great, thank you for that information. Council, questions? Seeing none, Madam Vice Mayor, would you like to make a motion?
Yeah, I so move to ratify the local state of emergency.
Second.
Motion and second. Any additional comments? Seeing none, your votes, please. And that also passes unanimously. Thank you. All right, Mr. McGlynn, the report item formerly known as 15.1.
Item that used to be called 15.1, report water supply assessment for the Santa Rosa Downtown Station Area Specific Plan. Colin Close, a senior water planner, leading us off.
Good afternoon, Mayor Schwedhelm and members of council. The state of California requires water suppliers to provide a determination of the availability of water supply under certain conditions for developments that are subject to CEQA, or the California Environmental Quality Act. So therefore, we're bringing this project forward to you for the water supply assessment for the downtown station area specific plan, as the planning department has determined that it does meet the qualifications for a water supply assessment. So by law, once we've received that request from them and all the data that's necessary, we have 90 days to produce a water supply assessment and bring it to you for approval. So we're within that statutory deadline. It comes up next week, so we're in good stead with that timeline. And if this is so approved, then the planning department will circulate this with a draft environmental impact report as well, so that the community has an opportunity to examine this in detail as well. Just briefly, what we'll be doing is a little background on the law, a little bit about the project from the perspective of water supply and demand, the actual demand projections, our water supply portfolio, a comparison of the two, and then the staff recommendation. So I also wanted to mention that we did a competitive bid process to do this. It's a highly technical analysis, and so we did a competitive bid process and selected Woodard & Curran as the firm to help us with this work. So I have with me today Christy Kennedy, who is a senior water resources engineer and hydrologist, to help present some of the information and address questions should you have any. And then we also have one of the key members of the team who worked on this, Katie Cole, who is a water resources planner, is also here and can join us at the table if there are detailed questions. So we won't be able to address questions about the preferred project alternative from a policy perspective or any of those other types of things. We'll be focused strictly on the water supply and the assessment of that need for that project. So just to help you clarify that. Senate Bill 610 was adopted by the California legislature in 2002, and the idea was to ensure that land use and land planning agencies worked closely with water providers, particularly on large developments that could have water supply demands. And so SB 610 requires this determination of whether water supply is sufficiently available for projects, and the city's planning and economic department, as I mentioned, had determined that this was an appropriate next step to do this water supply assessment. The downtown station area plan includes a net increase of about 7,399 dwelling units over and above what had originally been planned for that area, and it is subject to CEQA, so we moved forward with that water supply assessment. Looking at the project again from a water demand and supply perspective, the Santa Rosa Downtown Station Area Specific Plan Update proposes updates to the 2007 Downtown Station Area Specific Plan. That was adopted by City Council in 2007. It did have a water supply assessment that went with it, and so the water supply and demand was analyzed at that time. So this current updated project and the water supply assessment for that project looks at the incremental increase in water demand. The 2007 demand has already been accounted for, so we're looking at the increase with the additional density and housing in that area. We also look out over a 20-year period. By law, we need to look at supply and demand over a 20-year period for large projects like this. And to be very conservative, the Water Department assumed that the project would be completely built out by 2040 within that 20-year period. We're not saying it could or would or should be built out in that period. We just wanted to make sure that we assessed the total potential demand impact on our water supply. This map might be familiar. This was presented to you by the Planning and Economic Department staff when they came to you to talk about the preferred alternative some weeks ago in the study session. And so this area is about 650 acres, and as you know, there are residential sections, business park areas, light industrial, and mixed-use areas. The Water Department used the data from that, square footage of developed by land use type, the number of dwellings and types of dwellings, to develop our water supply assessment. So again, we can't address more detailed questions about the preferred alternative. We'll turn to planning staff if you do have those questions. But we did use the data from their analysis to develop demand projections and compare it to our supply. So again, after having completed a competitive bid process, we selected Woodard & Curran to help us with this. So at this point, what I want to do is, for the next few slides, I want to turn it over to Ms. Kennedy to talk about a piece of the work they did that was critical to this, which was analyzing the demand needs for this project and demand needs for existing and projected demand for the city out to 2040.
Hi, thank you. So on this slide, what we're showing is the difference in change from the project before when we looked at in 2007 to the project now. So as Colin mentioned, we have a net increase in residential units of about 7,400. And how we did this analysis that was done back in 2007 was to look at the residential equivalency factor. So the residential equivalency factor is the average amount of water used by a single family residence in 1 year. There's multiple ways to go about this type of analysis, but we felt best to compare apples to apples. So take a look at how we developed it back in 2007 and what has been the change now. So updating those, we have different land use categories as part of the project. So we developed residential equivalency factors for each of those. There's a conversion for each of those. And in total, we have around 8,026 residential equivalency factors. So what does this mean? This means in terms of water, the projected demand, currently the net increase is around 1,845 acre feet per year. This is based on 70,000 gallons per year per residential equivalency factor. That is a difference from our 2007 estimate. As you all know, we've been through the drought. We have some active and passive conservation measures that have taken place as part of going through the drought. We have changes in plumbing code. So overall, there is a decrease in the amount of water that's used per household. So we did see a change, and we have accounted for a change based on actual water billing data in the last 10 years to develop those factors. So in 2007, we had around 2,700 residential equivalency factors, so that was around 975 acre feet total. So there is an estimated net increase, as we would expect with such a large change in the number of units, and that net increase overall that we're projecting is 870 acre feet per year. So our total water demand, again, is 870 acre feet per year. As Colin mentioned, we do need to do a 20-year projection that's required in Senate Bill 610. Also, that's the projection that's looked at in urban water management plans. So we did factor in the change and the number of units that'll be built on a 5-year scale, projecting that a good portion of the project would be built in the next 10 years and then petering out towards 2040. And in the chart, you can see how that ramps up, how that demand ramps up over the years through 2040.
So thank you, Ms. Kennedy. We also, of course, need to then compare the demand to our supply portfolio. So this slide shows you not only what we literally used as a community in 2018, how much water we used in acre feet, but it also shows our full portfolio looking out to 2040. And as you can see, we're not anticipating that portfolio to change over the upcoming 20 years. So we have significant portion of water that we purchase from Sonoma Water. We produce water from our own groundwater wells, and we provide water to about 26 parcels for recycled water use in landscapes. You'll notice there's zero use in 2018 for our wells. That was simply because the pumps were being replaced. But typically every year we would use our wells to offset the peak demand on the system during the summer dry months. So now we need to compare this to the demand, and we need to look at it from 3 perspectives: a normal water year, a single driest year, comparing the driest year on record to supply and demand, and then a multiple dry year drought scenario. So when we look at the normal year, you can see we certainly have sufficient supply. So we look at that 31,540 acre feet a year, and we look at the demand as it increases over time with development and population and the project as well, and we have sufficient water supply going out to 2040. When we look at the single dry year, we first turn to our urban water management plan from 2015. It does a similar job of looking at single dry year. And we noted that we would perhaps have a water shortfall in a single dry year that imitated the year of 1976-77. That water year was historically extremely dry, and there was a shortfall in water supply that year. So if we look at that as our potentially driest year and we analyze what we would need to do, we would need to ask our community to reduce water use by 14%. When we add the project in, we would have to ask our community to reduce by about another 3.6%. Now, that might seem like a heavy load to bear, but ultimately what we've seen over the last 30 years, we've had 3 droughts that lasted longer than 3 years, and in every case, a couple of things are important to note. We actually did not have a water shortfall. We actually had sufficient supply through each of those droughts over the last 30 years. In addition, every time we've asked our community to reduce their water use, they've been very generous about that, 15, 20, 25% reductions with each call that we've made to them to conserve water. You'll remember the most recent drought, 2014 to 16, and we asked for a mandated reduction in water use. That was driven not by our water supply. We had sufficient supply, but rather by the state's mandate. The state mandated that every water supplier reduce water use by a particular amount. For Santa Rosa, it was 16% was our mandate. Our community actually reduced by more than 25%, sustained that throughout the drought. So we know our community is very responsive when we ask for their help with water conservation. So with a single dry year, we feel very confident that if there were a shortfall, we could implement our water shortage contingency plan and be fine and make sure that demand does not exceed supply. With multiple dry year scenarios, again, we've never had a multiple dry year scenario where we had a water shortage, and so we have put demand at a normal year's demand and said supply would definitely meet that. If we add the project, there's a potential for a 3.1% shortfall. We honestly don't think there would be a shortfall, but again, we're being very conservative, and so if we needed, we would implement extra water conservation measures, ask for voluntary reductions, and if needed, implement mandatory reductions. And again, our community has been incredibly responsive. So looking at the entirety of our record for weather conditions, our community's responsiveness to water conservation, our water supply system, we feel very confident that the project would be fine in terms of water supply, that we have sufficient supply for our existing planned and future uses as well as for the project. So with that in mind, it is recommended by the Water Department that the council, by resolution, approve the water supply assessment for the Santa Rosa Downtown Station Area Specific Plan Update. And with that, we'd be happy to take any questions that you might have.
Great. Thank you so much for that presentation, Colin. As always, you did an excellent job. Complex data to make it actually very readable and understanding in the system, so I really appreciate your efforts there. Council, any questions on what we heard? Seeing none, we have one card on this item, Mr. DeWitt.
Hello, Dwayne DeWitt from Roseland. Back in 1976 and 1977, during that drought, no one told us that it was never a water shortage. I'm really surprised to hear that today from this gentleman. And I'm real concerned because essentially this is all based on projections and predictions. And they're often incorrect because no one really knows what the future holds. It's really important, I think, that if the demand needs to become crucial, that the public be given accurate accounting of the water supply and the users, plus have transparency so that it can be given to them so they'll know the actual numbers at the time. This was rather a glib presentation saying, well, it's all good because the people of Santa Rosa will tighten their water belt and they'll just do what we need to do. This might not be the same situation in the future, especially you folks here have already declared a climate emergency and things may get worse. So we've just had the driest February ever in recorded history of the state of California. That's only 150 years, but still, that means something. I'm hoping that what you'll do is make sure that not just transparency of the reporting of actual numbers in a timely manner for all of the water users, but especially during a dry water year, starting right now. This may be the beginning of another dry water year. Conditions must be adequately reported to the community in a timely basis and do so in a forthright manner. Put it up on your websites and all the other things that are available to the public. Don't make us have to look deep down to find out what is really occurring. I myself have to be a bit skeptical. I understand that the gentleman is saying, well, it's all good. We're going to have a general plan out to 2050. We're going to do all these great things. But somehow I don't believe that anyone in this room can actually control what's going to happen in the future. So I just ask you to be extremely resolute in making sure you accurately report everything that's happening with our water supply, share it with the public as often as possible, and if it becomes a drought situation, that you not ask the smallest water users to tighten their belts the most, but actually ask the commercial users and the organizational users such as Santa Rosa Junior College and other places to tighten their belts first. Thank you kindly for your time.
Thank you. Do we have any other cards on this item? Nope. Okay, any additional questions? Seeing none, Mr. Dowd, you have this item.
First of all, I want to thank the staff for putting together a thorough analysis. It's a little complex, but it certainly addresses the issue. I also understand Mr. DeWitt's comments, but I also have witnessed this city and its citizenry, and as things change, they do a good job of adapting to the situation. And Mr. DeWitt's point that we keep them informed as we progress through this time frame, I think the city will be fine. So with that, I would move the resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa approving the water supply assessment for the Santa Rosa downtown station area specific plan update, and waive the reading of the remainder of the text.
So we have a motion and a second. Any additional comments? Seeing none, your votes, please. And that passes unanimously. Thank you. All right, being 5 o'clock, we're going to go back to item 14 for public comment on items not on the agenda. Right now I have one card. Mr. DeWitt.
Hello, thank you. My name is Dwayne DeWitt. I'm from Roseland. Due process is something that I have come to talk about today because the time frames for appeals in order to respect quasi-judicial and or adjudicative actions seem to have been ignored recently. Over on Burbank Avenue, with the Burbank Avenue subdivision, it went before the zoning administrator first. At the time, there was no information available to the public on the project. Nothing was brought to the hearing room for the people to see the project. The people in the room asked for minutes to be taken of the meeting. They also asked for recordings. If that couldn't happen, both were denied. When it came time to go to the Planning Commission, it was stated that the other item was going to be appealed. There's a 10-day period in which to file an appeal. They went to the Planning Commission before that process was complete. So then that means that the residents of that community had to then also appeal the Planning Commission decision. That decision will be coming forward to you in the future. I bring it up because although I'm a supporter of the Caritas project, that's happening again here today. This item was just heard last Thursday at the Planning Commission, and if somebody would want to appeal, they were supposed to be having that 10-day window for appeals. But this project's come forward in less than that time period. So what's occurring is we're basically putting the cart before the horse because of our concerns about something being done. And I can appreciate it. I'm a member of the Sonoma County Housing Advocacy Group. I've always been there to advocate for affordable housing, but I also still have to advocate for true due process and fairness in all of the governmental processes that we are involved with. If we let one thing slip, then it basically becomes a little bit of a slippery slope, and things begin to slide on down that slope, and you say, well, that's okay, we had to do this because this was needed so badly. I really think it's so important for us to maintain our integrity in this process and also make sure that if there's any opponents of a project, that they be given their fair opportunity within the existing, this is a framework that was already set up by our governmental agencies, not by anybody that I know, it's there. So our concerns out in Roseland, especially for the Burbank Avenue project, also are playing out here today because this is going forward without that 10-day appeal period being respected from the Planning Commission last week. And that's not fair to folks who may be opponents of this project. I'm not one. I support Caritas, but I also support integrity and fairness in the governmental process. Thank you.
Thank you, Dwayne. Brenda Gilchrist.
Hello. Did the time start already? Okay. Hi, everyone. I'm Brenda Gilchrist, and how many of you are here from Citizens for Action Now? Wave your hands really high so I can see all of you guys. Thanks for your support and being involved. So we are supporting an initiative to request that the City Council agendize to have host expand its hours to evenings and weekends. So the process we thought was we would propose to you guys to add it to the agenda as an item, or at least to know that on behalf of the over 1,500 members of CAN and 5,000 that have signed our petition, that we'd like to have the City Council consider extending the hours for hosts, because we feel that there's after-hour needs for people that are in need, to have an outreach worker to support their needs. And then on weekends, we feel that there's a lot of activity that's not being managed. So we want to be able to provide the support to people that need it at all hours of the day, expand the outreach program of host, add additional people, add additional hours and time for the evenings and weekends. So thank you for your consideration.
Great, thank you. Any additional cards? Oop, got a couple. Christine Vanoni, followed by Colleen Fernald.
Hi, Christine Vanoni, and I just am here from CAN, and I just want to say I support Brenda Gilhurst in the host extended hours. We do need it for the weekends. There have been a number of people from our group who have tried to help and call host on the weekends to get a message that they are not doing outreach on the weekends. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Colleen Fernald.
Good afternoon, council, public. Mayor, did you put me down when you were doing the homeless count? I told you, you broke me, you gotta fix me. We need to work together on resolving the issue. More on that later. Every single one of you, when you were running for office, raised your hand and swore the oath to uphold and defend the Constitution, even before they were elected. Every candidate has to. So when you marked your ballot, I hope you bore this message in mind, oldie but goodie. I had to amend it though. War is not healthy for children and other living things, but the problem is we haven't had war since World War II. Everyone who swore an oath is duty bound to uphold it, to deal with this part of it, undeclared and unconstitutional, because I don't know if you heard, because you weren't doing anything about it, the House passed an amendment to take some of the war powers back, and then the Senate took some of it back, as if that's gonna matter with the president who's not gonna sign anything. So it's up to every single person who swore an oath and every single person before they give a vote to say, you uphold it. No more war crimes, no matter which party's in charge. Unless you declare war and you make it for defense, not offense, it's a war crime. What is the city of Santa Rosa doing about that but funding unconstitutional wars of choice every time you don't uphold your oath or do anything about it? So will today be the day you grab your oath, your conscience, stop the debt spending that is making all of your challenges so difficult, even emergency preparedness so difficult, just like I warned you since 2003, but you did nothing about it. So now, I don't trust the Congress, I don't trust the president, I trust the Supreme Court, but 2/3 of the states on the same page of any one issue can overturn what they do. That's Article 5 of the Constitution. Will you pick yours up and read it again? 2/3 of the states, don't you think you can get 2/3 of the states to agree on that? Stopping the war crimes, stopping the debt spending, what else you want? To legalize pot, make it medical, so the doctors and insurance companies understand all plants is medicine, not just marijuana and hemp, all plants is medicine. Wellness care. Don't like the Patriot Act, Citizens United, what else do you want to change? 2/3 of the states, it's simple math. 23 states took on after the Occupy, the big bad banks, the state's attorneys generals, because they were pushed by the people, working with your governor instead of suing all the symptoms of the problems. You could be solving the problem. 2/3 of the states. We've had a constitutional crisis since Unconstitutional War Day 1. The way you worked around the Constitution with the War Powers Act. Okay, it's time to reconstitute the Constitution. Who's with me? Anybody?
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have any additional cards on this item? Okay, we're now going to go to our first public hearing, item 16.1. Mr. McGlynn.
Item 16.1, public hearing.
2 recusals, I think you gentlemen were going to be.
Item 16.1, public hearing, Caritas Village Environmental Impact Report and Planning Project, 431, 437, 439, 465 A Street, and 506, 512, 516, 520, 600, 608, and 612 Morgan Street, RJ18-052. And Claire Hartman will lead us off.
All right, good afternoon. So we're bringing you a project that is set in some very special context, and so I wanted to kick off sort of what is the context in which this particular item is entering. The city has declared a housing crisis. We have also declared a homeless emergency at the local level. The city council for the last 2 years have been earmarked on very specific council priorities. We call those Tier 1 council priorities. And these priorities include not just the preparation of a comprehensive housing strategy, but implementing it. So implementing the initiatives out of our housing action plan, and also implementing other initiatives consistent with state law, but also taking those as opportunities to add our local flavor to those initiatives. Also part of council priorities is to focus and promote downtown housing, affordable housing, and also addressing homelessness. So the project that is before you tonight for consideration includes downtown housing, includes affordable housing, includes transitional housing, includes a homeless shelter, but also homeless support services. So as a result of that, what's different about processing this application, and before you as an application, it's for your consideration and decision tonight, is that the city organization aligns with council priorities in terms of what's important to you for us to organize collectively, interdepartmentally. So we have done an all-hands processing approach on this. We prioritize projects that include homeless support elements or affordable housing elements. But even despite that prioritization, it's a complex project. This particular project, it's downtown. We are in the midst of updating our downtown plan. And so it's trying to work within this sort of environment. And because it's complex, it essentially needs every planning entitlement we offer except the hillside permit. So it's got a general plan amendment, rezoning, map, use permit, and we'll need design review. So because of its complexity, and it's crossed all the departments of the city in terms of processing it, identifying issues, resolving issues, working with the community, it's taken us 2 years to get here, and this is a prioritized project, but it's quite complex. So I wanted to preface your role in that process with that context, but also how the council weighs in on a project like this. The Planning Commission and the council are really looking at if this project is appropriate for the city. Is this the appropriate land use designation for the site? Is this the appropriate set of land uses for the site? Is this the appropriate level of intensity for the site? So those are sort of the crux of what you're looking at tonight. And plus you have the environmental document, which is the highest document that we can provide, which is an environmental impact report. What you're not looking at tonight is design. because design, you have review authorities that speak to design. That process has begun with two joint concept design reviews, which we'll talk about. And should this project move forward from your hands tonight, it will go back into that design review process, but at a more detailed level. So that is what the purpose of the Cultural Heritage Board and Design Review Board will be, is sort of the how this project gets developed and designed, not the if. You get to decide the if. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Bill Rose.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, thank you. It's a pleasure to present to you tonight the Caritas Village project. We have a comprehensive presentation. We will be mindful of the time and try to make it as efficient as possible. We'll begin with the typical presentation from staff. Kristen A. Tumian, Senior Planner, will give you a PowerPoint presentation of the project, the history of the project, the issues that we've identified and evaluated, and of course the staff recommendation. Planning Commission recommendation as well. We're then going to turn it over to Stantec Consulting. That's the city's EIR consultant on this project. We also have a number of city staff here present tonight. We have representatives from housing, building, engineering, traffic, fire, and police, and they're all available to answer questions as well. And excuse me, lastly, we have Patty Cisco, Chair of the Planning Commission, and she will be able to, at the conclusion of the EIR presentation, provide the council with a summary of what happened last week at the Planning Commission when the Planning Commission took action on this project. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Kristen A.
Thank you, Mr. Rose. Thank you, Mayor Schwedhelm and members of the City Council. My name is Kristen A. Tumian, Senior Planner, and I'd like to walk you through the Caritas Village project. Caritas Village is a 2.78 acre project site within the west part of downtown. It's bordered by 7th, A Street, 6th Street, and Morgan Street. And the project site is currently developed with a homeless service center operated by Catholic Charities. The applicant is requesting to redevelop the city block for a 126 unit affordable housing development known as Caritas Homes to be operated by Burbank Housing, and a comprehensive family and homeless support service facility, Caritas Center, to be operated by Catholic Charities. Caritas Center would centralize their services and programs that are currently located on the site into a more comprehensive homeless support service center. And Caritas Homes would provide up to 126 permanent affordable housing units plus 2 units for managers, and would target people who have experienced homelessness or who are at risk of homelessness. This project has had quite a history. On March 21st, 2018, before the applicants submitted for their entitlements, city staff held a pre-application neighborhood meeting that was well attended by 50+ people, and there were several attendees that were in opposition to the demolition of the contributing structures. Although some felt strongly, some supporters felt strongly that the site was well suited, given that it was bounded by, on 2 sides by a parking garage and on 1 side by a Highway 101. On April 19, 2018, planning staff presented a concept design to a joint meeting with the CHB and DRB. On September 10th, 2018, the applicants submitted for their entitlements. On October 12, 2018, planning staff sent out a notice of application within 400 feet of the project site, and on November 1st, planning staff mailed a more comprehensive 4-page color notice of application to property owners within 1,000 feet, so extending our noticing radius. On January 24th, 2019, a notice of preparation of the draft EIR was sent to various agencies, and those comments are included in Appendix A of the draft EIR. And on February 6, 2019, planning staff held a scoping meeting in the Round Barn, and that scoping meeting was well attended with approximately 25 to 30 people. And the comment summary and transcripts are included in Appendix A as well. More recently, on October 16, 2019, planning staff presented a revised concept design of the project with a second joint meeting with the CHB and DRB. On November 15, 2019, city staff mailed and posted a notice of availability of the draft EIR. That notice was published in the paper, and there was a 45-day public review period that began on November 15th, and ended on December 30th, 2019. There was a planning commission held on February 27, 2020, where notices were mailed to all property owners within 1,000 feet. There were on-site signs installed on each street frontage, and there was a notice in the paper. The same type of noticing was sent out for tonight's city council meeting, including the on-site signs that were installed by the applicant. The applicant is requesting the following entitlements: general plan amendment, a specific plan amendment, rezoning, tentative parcel map, and minor conditional use permit. Should the applicants move successfully tonight, their future actions, required actions will be a joint meeting with the DRB and CHB. The CHB will review the major landmark alteration permit that will include demolition of the existing structures and new construction within the St. Rose Historic District. And the DRB will review the major design review for the new construction within the downtown area. And that meeting will be noticed to owners and tenants, and we'll keep the 1,000-foot radius that we've maintained, and on-site signs will be installed, and a notice will be in the paper for that meeting. On February 24th, 2020, the Housing Authority took action approving conveyance of 4 parcels located on 6th Street between A Street and Morgan Street. And the City Council was asked to approve acceptance of the remnant parcels, and those would be included in the project site and the project development. This is the current general plan designation. As you can see, the property is divided in half, northerly to southerly, with the east side general plan designation as retail medium residential, and the west side being medium residential. The applicants are requesting a general plan amendment to TVM, which requires that there be a minimum density of 40 units per acre, and there's no maximum density for this designation. The way the applicant is requesting the project be subdivided, the 2 63-unit residential structures will be on a 0.69 acre lot and a 0.6 acre lot, and that would result in a density of about 91.3 dwelling units per acre and 92.64 dwelling units per acre. And currently the Transit Village mixed use general plan designation is the only designation that would allow for this kind of density. When someone applies for a general plan amendment, we typically ask 4 questions as to why a general plan amendment is appropriate in this situation. And the current general plan limits the allowable density on the site, and the project benefits from proximity to multimodal transportation and promotes several general plan goals and policies to encourage dense pedestrian-oriented development in the downtown area. What changes or events have occurred, or what new evidence has arisen since the general plan was adopted that would warrant a change? Well, as was mentioned earlier, the downtown station area specific plan, which was adopted in 2007, predicted that there would be approximately 34,000 new residential units. But halfway through the planning period, we realized that only 100 residential units were developed, with an additional 275 units approved but not yet constructed. In addition, City Council has stated 5 council priorities, and 4 out of the 5 priorities are related to spurring housing development in the city and identifying downtown as Tier 1 priority, as Ms. Hartman stated earlier. And the Tier 1 City Council goal is to bring a mix of affordable and market-level transit-oriented housing, and to create a sustainable, walkable, better quality of life. Says the 4th question is, describe the effect the proposed change will have on the surrounding uses and how it'll affect achievement of the general plan in this and the surrounding areas. So the requested general plan designation, the Transit Village mixed use is designed and oriented to create a central node of activity at or near a transit facility, and it requires a minimum density of 40 units per acre with no maximum density. The proposed general plan amendment would promote higher density residential development currently bordered on two sides by a 3-story parking garage and a tall freeway sound wall. The H district, or the H overlay, would maintain additional design review for any new construction within a historic district. It would require an applicant to go before the Cultural Heritage Board for any new development. As far as rezoning, again, the parcels are divided in the same fashion, with R310H on the west side and CNHSA on the right side. The proposed project would rezone the project site to TVM-HSA to allow for multifamily dwelling units. And that zoning designation is consistent with the requested general plan designation. And again, it has a similar goal, and it's designed to create housing near a transit facility. And it also requires a minimum density of 40 units per acre. And again, no maximum density. The entire project site is also within the Historic Combining District, or the H District, and is within the St. Rose Historic Preservation District. And the parcels along A Street are also in the Station Area Combining District, or the SA District. And that Station Area Combining District is intended to enhance and reinforce distinct characteristics within the downtown station area specific plan and create environments that are comfortable for pedestrians. Caritas Center is proposed at up to 3 stories, and Caritas homes will range from 2 to 4 stories. And in transitional and emergency shelter uses are allowed in their requested zoning district of TVM-HSA. In addition, as mentioned, the project is also located within the city's downtown station area specific plan, and it has 2 different sub-areas. The parcels along Morgan Street are within the downtown station area specific plan's historic residential sub-area, and the parcels along A Street are within the downtown station area specific plan's courthouse square sub-area. And those 2 sub-areas have very different goals. The courthouse square sub-area is designed to be a commercial core and has a mix of retail, office, and the area is envisioned to be a vibrant mixed-use area with new housing. Whereas the historic residential sub-area consists of the 4 preservation districts, with this site being in the St. Rose Historic District. And that sub-area envisions the maintenance and enhancement of existing residential character of the historic residential sub-area. The proposed project, because of the proposed height and stories, would require a specific plan amendment, since the density and height of new development within the historic residential sub-area is limited by 3 stories, which effectively limits the allowable density on the site. In addition, the downtown station area specific plan includes provisions for roundabouts at 7th and A and 6th and A. The proposed project includes modifications of the downtown area specific plan to include roundabouts at a specified 80-foot diameter. Reducing the diameter of the roundabouts to 80 feet would allow truck traffic to access the downtown plaza, but they would not be able to make a left turn onto A from 6th or access A on the A and 7th. Although limiting that kind of truck traffic is desirable when creating a pedestrian environment. Fire trucks and emergency vehicles wouldn't have a problem navigating either roundabout. Here are the renderings that were presented to the Joint Cultural Heritage Board and Design Review Board. Here is a rendering of the center entrance on 6th Street and 6th and Morgan. You can see the downtown mall parking garage on the right. Here's 6th and A Street and 7th and A Street. 7th and A, you can see primarily the Caritas Homes portion, and 6th and A would be the Caritas Center primarily. Here's 7th and Morgan Street. And here is the St. Rose Historic Preservation District boundary. As you can see, the project site is located within the southernmost portion. And the project includes demolition of all structures. And that includes two structures that were identified in the EIR as being contributors. And that's 520 Morgan Street and 608 Morgan Street. 520 Morgan Street is most recently it was used as a single family residence, and 608 Morgan Street is a fourplex. The project would require a major landmark alteration permit to allow for their demolition and the construction of new buildings within the St. Rose Historic Preservation District. Planning staff received several comment letters in support of the proposed higher density downtown and near transit, as well as support for homelessness services and affordable housing. But we did receive several emails that voice concerns regarding the following topics. The first one being parking. And as the council knows, there's no parking requirement for non-residential uses in the downtown station area specific plan. Therefore, there's no parking requirement for the non-residential portion of Caritas Center or the shelter portion. However, the applicant is providing 45 spaces dedicated to the shelter. They also provided a parking study that concluded, based on standard parking demand rates, the residential portion would be expected to generate a peak parking demand of 49 spaces, and the proposed parking supply of 54 spaces would be sufficient, although it wouldn't meet city requirements. Here is the parking count chart showing what city code requires and what the applicant is proposing. The other concerns, many concerns with the historic value of the neighborhood and the demolition of historic structures. The project does involve demolition of historic resources, resulting in a significant unavoidable impact. Mitigation for the loss of those resources would be accomplished through preparation of a salvage report, development of interpretive materials, and documentation of historical resources. That mitigation would not reduce the impact to a less than significant level. There are also concerns with biohazardous waste, such as needles, and the MMRP included with the EIR requires that the applicant ensure that hazardous materials are properly disposed of by obtaining a home-generated sharps consolidation point permit from the county. There were concerns with traffic and cumulative traffic. The city's downtown station area specific plan is intended to create more opportunities for alternative transportation through walking and bicycling. The specific plan area contains a well-developed pedestrian bicycle network and includes smart multi-use path. The transportation improvements to affected intersections may include signalization or roundabouts that would enhance both bicycle and pedestrian safety, of which the applicants are conditioned to pay their fair share for those improvements. There were concerns with increased calls for service and public safety. The proposed project would include a medical service doctor's office that may help reduce the number of calls for service by providing trained medical staff who could respond to minor incidents on site and reduce the number of calls for service for medical needs. Staff is recommending that the Planning and Economic Development Department certify the EIR, adopt the findings of fact and statement of overriding considerations, approve a general plan amendment, approve the specific plan amendment, adopt a rezoning, approve a minor use permit for the shelter, and approve a tentative map. With that, I'll turn it over to our consultants.
Thank you, Mayor. So my name's Elena Nuno, and I am a project manager with Stantec Consulting Services. And with me this evening is Trevor Masensky, our principal with Stantec Consulting Services, and Daniel Herrick, our architectural historian and preservation planner. And I manage the preparation of the environmental impact report. And we're gonna just have a brief presentation on purpose of CEQA, go over the CEQA process, and then Trevor will run you through the CEQA document that was prepared. We'll discuss alternatives, findings, statement of overriding considerations, and then we'll be available for questions. Next slide. So, the purpose of CEQA is to identify, disclose, and consider the potential environmental impacts of proposed discretionary actions that lead agencies are considering for approval. The EIR was prepared subsequent to CEQA guidelines. CEQA requires that state and local government agencies consider the environmental consequences of projects over which they have discretionary authority before acting on those projects. So to summarize the CEQA process and where we are right now, as Christine mentioned, we had the notice of preparation that was issued and the scoping period of 30 days, and that ran from January 24th, 2019 through February 22nd, 2019. The scoping meeting was held February 6th, 2019, and then the draft DIR was issued for public and agency review for the statutory 45 days from November 15th through December 30th, 2019. The final EIR was issued on February 3rd, and that included responses to comments received on the draft DIR. We received one written public comment and then an agency comment letter. And then where we're at today is presenting the EIR for your certification and to have a decision made on the project.
Good evening, Council. My name is Trevor Masensky, as Elena had mentioned. I'm just going to kind of walk you through the environmental document and answer any questions you may have. Just to start off, this is not an unusual type of CEQA document, but it's not a, you're not going to see all the resource topics in front of you probably in your packet. The reason being is, as part of this process, we prepared a focused environmental impact report, which allows us to basically scope out topics or resource considerations that need not be evaluated underneath the statute. The benefit of utilizing this document is we actually do more analysis up front, engage the community in presenting what we feel are concerns that need to be addressed, and they provide us input and feedback. That actually took place rather thoroughly throughout this particular project process. As part of the scoping and notice of preparation process, we engaged the community and received feedback to actually include additional resource topics in the analysis, and we did so here in the document.
And sir, if I could get you to eat that microphone, I'm seeing some people in the back who are having a hard time hearing you.
Absolutely. Is that better? There you go. So just for clarity, the resource considerations that were scoped out of the analysis included those presented here. Obviously, some of them are rather perfunctory relative to the project. For example, there's no active agricultural resources on the project site or mineral resources, so you can see as to why. But in the initial study and notice of preparation, there was analysis documenting why they weren't considered further in the EIR. As I had mentioned before, during the scoping, we had previously identified resources to be scoped out of the process, but receiving public comment, we pulled them back into the analysis, and those were particularly related to hazards and public services. And the entire notice of preparation and initial study are contained in Appendix A. So as staff had mentioned, we are a consultant to the city. In doing so, there was a number of technical reports that were prepared by Stantec Consulting on behalf of the city, and those included a comprehensive air quality and greenhouse gas analysis, a health risk assessment, a biological resources memorandum, an archaeological survey report, a historic resources report, a traffic analysis, and a noise analysis. And that is in addition to the more planning or social planning sections that are required in a secret document. So this is your EIR on one slide, so buckle up. What I wanted to try to do here is present those impacts which required mitigation. So the first part of the slide, and these are all presented in ES Table 1, which is the Executive Summary Mitigation Table in the document. Air Quality 1 required mitigation for common construction mitigation, such as dust control and construction site cleanup and idling times for equipment. Air Quality Impact 3 is a required filtering technology that came out of the use type in close proximity to the freeway and the potential for diesel particulate emissions that would impact the project. Bioimpact 1 and 2 are relatively common for any construction project which has any type of tree vegetation. One is related to the Migratory Bird Treaty Act and nesting birds, and the second is required planting in accordance with the tree ordinance. The noise impact 1 for mitigation is common noise exposure measures for construction activities and limiting hours activity for construction. Transportation 1, as was alluded to earlier, because of the construction traffic in kind of this rather isolated area. There was a requirement for a construction traffic management plan to try to help alleviate some of that congestion during construction. Not lastly, but there was concerns related to biohazards and needles, as well as naturally occurring asbestos and asbestos-containing material coming from construction activity. So that is what's addressed in Hazard 1, and the mitigation measure has one. I gave cultural resources and the built environment a little bit more airtime because, as you'll know in our presentation, the proposed project has significant unavoidable impacts related to historic properties. And so to try to address that in CEQA, we have to identify mitigation measures to try to reduce those impacts to less than significant level. So we've identified 4 specific mitigation measures trying to do so. The first is a salvage report, which is a kind of common practice to document resources that are associated with the historic structures and see if they are salvageable. The second is a public report documentation to determine the significance of such resources. The third is interpretive materials to be incorporated to determine how we would incorporate selective features that are of salvage need into either the project or the surrounding community. And the fourth is kind of compatible design. So as we alluded to earlier, there are significant unavoidable impacts to the built environment. So quickly on alternatives, one thing to make sure that everybody understands is alternatives related to CEQA need to come out of the proposed project's impacts. So for example, we can't just derive alternatives that we think would be a good use of the site that isn't proposed. We have to identify what the proposed project's impacts are and identify ways to reduce those impacts through an alternative consideration. So in doing so, the alternatives analysis for this project looked at both alternatives which were considered and rejected, which include an increased density alternative, an alternative site location alternative, a site redesign, and ultimately those were considered to be rejected because they didn't align with the project objectives or determined to be feasible. We can talk about the level of feasibility later in the question and answer if you'd like. What you should know is that the CEQA statute requires a reasonable range of alternatives to be considered. We're statutorily required to look at something called a no project alternative, which was included. There was alternative 2, which was a site redesign, and alternative 3, which was a partial preservation alternative. For the ease of comparison of all these alternatives analysis, there's actually a table in the EIR. It's table 5-1 on page 5-19. And what that'll do is it'll compare all the alternatives to the proposed action so you can see what is lesser or greater than. Because our proposed project has significant unavoidable impacts, you have to make specific findings underneath the CEQA statute. There's 3 specific findings in which you have to make to adopt overriding considerations. I've presented those 3 findings here just for your education. If you would like to discuss any of those further, I'm sure you can ask questions. Because we have significant unavoidable impacts, you have to make findings and then adopt something called a statement of overriding consideration, which is basically acknowledging that you have enough information in front of you today and to make an informed decision. And even though that decision could result in significant unavoidable impacts, you're making overriding considerations to do so. In the overriding considerations particularly related to this project are 1, in that the project addresses the homelessness, emergency, and housing crisis in which the city is documented. 2, the project provides affordable housing in downtown as outlined by the city's objectives. And 3, the project provides new employment opportunities. So with that, we will entertain and answer any questions you may have for us.
Let's go ahead and just finish with the presentation we have now, the planning commissioner, and then the applicant presentation, then we'll open up the questions for council.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Patty Cisco, Chair of the Planning Commission, here tonight to summarize our work last Thursday on the Caritas project. At the time we heard this item, we had 6 commissioners that were available to hear the item because 1 needed to abstain. In our ex parte disclosure, we each disclosed that we had met with the applicants at least 2 times within the last year and took a walking tour of the St. Rose neighborhood with neighborhood leaders. Following the staff and the applicant's presentation, we conducted the public hearing. From my notes, which I hope the count is good, take pretty good notes, but I counted about 26 total speakers, so our public hearing lasted about an hour and 20 minutes. Each had 3 minutes to speak. I counted that there were 24 in favor of the project, mostly appreciating the design, noting that there's better pedestrian safety, lighting, and appreciating the increased services. There were 2 of these 24 that, while in favor of the project, did cite some concerns with the managerial stewardship with regard to the current conditional use permit, and also wondered about a potential compromise in relationship to the destruction of the historic structures. 2 of the 26 were opposed, definitely concerned with the demolition of the historic structures, concerned about a precedent being set as to sacrificing our historic resources. They were concerned about unraveling policies that have long stood to protect historic districts. They were hoping for some type of compromise on saving the structures that are to be demolished as part of the project. Following the close of the public hearing, we had staff and the applicant address those specific concerns of the public, and then moved on to commission questions. Just summarizing the kinds of questions that we had, there were questions asked about the number of code enforcement and police and fire calls for service to the current site. There were questions regarding the process of a denial of the recommendation of the project. Again, our purview was looking at a series of resolutions recommending your action. So we were asking about that process and how that was going to move forward with you. There were questions about at what point with the Cultural Heritage Board and Design Review Board review, what would be the impact if there was an appeal of their decision regarding design questions. There were questions about how the historic overlay zoning interacts with the actual underlying land use, the prioritization of the land use versus the overlay, and how that interacts with design questions. There were a lot of questions looking into the definition of feasibility and its application to alternatives in the EIR. Page 24 of 88 was quoted many times. So we really wanted to be clear on that. There were questions regarding the timing of the CBDG funding, the timing of the site work, the guidelines for occupancy of the apartments, the affordable apartments to be built. Questions regarding the actual costs of rehabbing and moving the structures, the pathway of the remainder parcels, conveyance by you, operation of the roundabouts and traffic patterns. So that was mostly the theme of the questions that we looked at. When it came time for our decision, the EIR was unanimously recommended for certification by all 6 of us. Then there was a division in deciding on the project itself. The 5 commissioners that were in favor of the project cited the benefits versus the impacts, really reciting their respect for the historic districts, and not acknowledging the unique time that we find ourselves in, with the council having indicated, emergency housing crisis, emergency with regard to homelessness. So citing your goals, the urgency ordinances, in terms of looking at this project and how the costs outweigh the benefits, really relying on the strength of the statement of overriding considerations, and looking at the other alternatives as infeasible in terms to that definition, which I'm sure you're going to hear a lot of as well. And that in approving, making the recommendation to you to approve the project, that we would also be looking to our Cultural Heritage Board and Design Review Board to do their work with regard to the salvage report, the interpretive materials, to really respect the quality of that district and the buildings that will be removed if approved. The concerns cited by the commissioner voting no, basically that commissioner said that they would be for the project if it were adjacent to the boundaries of the historic district as opposed to being within the district. Saw this project as redrawing those boundaries and had concerns about the fact that the applicant, having utilized those buildings, had allowed them to degrade, and not knowing what to do about that, but definitely made comments about their concern about that. The voting no was seen as a protest vote, and also wanted to get in front of you their request that the council offer more guidance for projects of this nature, particularly for the protection of the historic districts. So that was our decision, with 5 of us voting for recommendation of the project to you, 1 voting no, and 1 having to abstain.
Great, thank you for that.
Mm-hmm.
Now the applicant presentation. We'll be having questions after all the presentations. This is the last presentation.
Can you hear me okay? Is it on? Yes? No? Yes?
You're live speaking. Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
Thank you, Mark.
Good evening, Mayor Schrenholm and members of the City Council. I'm Len Marabella, the CEO of Catholic Charities. Thank you for your attention and consideration of Caritas Village. And thank you to the city staff for your hard work and focus on this application. We are here to request your approval of the Caritas Village project. We have a homelessness emergency and lack of affordable housing in our community, and Caritas Village is a significant part of the solution. That is why we need this project. By the way, Caritas comes from the Latin and means love for all. It really speaks to our mission and speaks to why we are doing projects of this type. There are 2 components of Caritas Village: Caritas Center and Caritas Homes. Caritas Center consists of a family shelter, children's program, medical services, doctor's office, recuperative care for a person exiting the hospital who doesn't have a home to go to, and a drop-in center. And most importantly, at Caritas Center, all is focused on one theme: permanent housing for people in need, and that permanent housing with support to be sure that it's going to be successful. Our goal is to significantly increase the number of people we move into housing every year. Caritas Homes, we are partnering with Burbank Housing to build affordable housing. Currently, Burbank properties are homes to more than 10,000 community members in over 70 sites. Yet, there are still over 15,000 people on a waiting list. Caritas Homes will provide 126 units of affordable housing. They will be focused on the most vulnerable, with 49% of the 64 units in phase 1 set aside for homeless individuals, and the remainder for families and individuals with very low income. For those in need, case management and stabilization services will be present to ensure housing success. Caritas Village and Burbank Housing are ready to go. We are ready to start construction drawings. We have engaged the public and the neighborhood in numerous conversations regarding services and this project. We have knocked on doors multiple times. We've held quarterly neighborhood meetings, sponsored cleanup campaigns, and more. This engagement and outreach will continue during construction and operation. Funding for both Caritas Homes and, funding for both the center and homes is strong. There has been great community support. Catholic Charities has already raised $21.7 million towards a capital campaign goal of $26 million. This is augmented by city and county grants. Burbank Housing has $11.6 million of No Place Like Home housing that comes from funding that comes from the state, and $1.4 million from the county. More funding is needed, and both Catholic Charities and Burbank Housing have extraordinary funding opportunities right now. Delays in the project jeopardize these funding streams and delays our ability to respond to the emergency of people experiencing homelessness. Rebecca Kendall, who leads our fundraising effort, is here to answer your questions you may have on this topic later. Rebecca is sitting here. This is an urgent situation. Every day we see the suffering of people on the street. Caritas Village is a key part of the solution. We need to move quickly. We request your support for the Caritas Village project as recommended by city staff, and I thank you for your attention. And I'd also like to request that we reserve our rebuttal time, please. And our Caritas team is here to answer questions and give a little more detail and to be available for you as you might develop questions over the evening. And now I'd like to introduce Mark Krug, who is our partner and project manager for the Burbank housing part of the project. And Mark Krug, I asked him to come up and say a few words.
Good evening, Mayor Schwedhelm, council members. Mark Krug with Burbank Housing. Burbank is entering its 40th year. We are and we have always been a Santa Rosa-based nonprofit affordable housing developer. We have either completed or are now constructing 1,000 units of affordable ownership units, and as Lynn said, we have 70 rental communities, all affordable throughout Sonoma County with a couple in Napa County. And of those 70 communities that total 3,000 units of rental housing, 23 of those are here in the city limits of Santa Rosa, totaling 1,280 units in our portfolio in the city. Burbank is really delighted to have been invited into this exciting project by Catholic Charities. And I just want to conclude my brief remarks by telling you really kind of a personal story, as it were. I've been working on affordable housing and homeless issues for 25 of the last 30 years here in Sonoma County. And I can say without hesitation that this is the most consequential and exciting project that I've seen in that 25 or 30 years. And so we're encouraging you tonight to support this and approve this project as presented in your packet and as recommended by your staff and Planning Commission. And as Lynn said, I'll be around with others if you have questions later in the evening. Thank you for your attention.
And I'd like to introduce our architect that's providing architectural services for both Caritas Center and Caritas Homes, and Mike Piatak.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. And this is too high. So I can see you and you can see me. Thank you. And I guess staff will have to advance the slides because there doesn't seem to be any control up here. I have just a few slides to give you a general overview. If we can go to the next slide, please. As has already been stated, there are two parts to this: the residential permanent long-term housing, which we placed on the north side of the site immediately adjacent to the residential neighborhood, and the services building of Caritas Center is at the south end of the site. And in our efforts to align our building, marry our building to the neighborhood, we looked at two other structures that bound the neighborhood and within the neighborhood that are of this scale. One is the St. Rose Professional Building, and the other is the Sonoma County Museum. So the housing, the two phases of the housing, pick up their cues from those two buildings. So we're making a kind of 21st century cousin to those early 20th century buildings. So the colors will be similar. We'll be using tile roofs and wood details where appropriate. And we're lining the front face of the building, that is the one immediately adjacent. If we can go to the next slide. The edge of the building all along 7th Street are actually two-story townhomes, each with their own one-story porch facing the street. So it's very much like the scale and character of the rest of the neighborhood. And the 4-story apartment building is set back from that edge. That diagram also shows that the automobiles are entering the garages and parking for the site at the midpoint of Morgan and A Street, away from the neighborhood. The entrances to the residential are on the residential side of the neighborhood. The two green arrows at the north end are coming in to the lobbies of each of the phases of the housing. And then the Caritas Center has the entrance to the day center for homeless singles coming in off of 6th Street at the corner with Morgan. They enter into their own courtyard, so there's no lingering on the street. They enter the day center, and then there's a large courtyard in the back where they can relax and interact with the social workers. The families have their shelter entrance from A Street, and they also have their own courtyard in the back. The main entrance for visitors is in the center of the 6th Street side. Those images that you see on the right emphasize the importance of the landscape. We noticed from all that, we photographed every house in the neighborhood, and we were very impressed not only with the houses, but the degree of love and care that people have put into their front yards. So we envision all 4 sides of these buildings on all blocks to be lined with landscape that's not only on the ground, but will grow up the surfaces. It's very much a part of the architecture, just as it is in the rest of the neighborhood. Next slide, please. You can see from these images, the lower left is the, on the far left side is the entrance into the courtyard of the day center. On the right-hand side, the lower end, you see the family shelter above. Each family has their own room with offices, social workers at the corner of the intersection, bringing eyes not only to the shelter inside, but it's also bringing eyes onto the street. And those are classrooms on the ground floor to provide those kinds of services for the residents to help them up by their bootstraps. On the upper right, you see 6th Street, that's the main entrance, as I mentioned before. Again, it's draped with vines to shade it, protect it from the sun on the south side, but working with our landscape architects, we are choosing vines that will be flowering all year long. So the whole complex will be like a large bouquet, if you will. If we can go to the next slide, please. Next slide, yeah. And then the homes, if you see the one on the lower left at 7th and A, that's directly addressing the neighborhood. It's 2-story homes with a 3-story piece at the corner and then the 4-story building behind that. Each of those homes has a porch, which you can see in the middle of the 3 slides on the right, images on the right. There are 1-story porches in the front of the 2-story houses, behind which is the 4-story apartment building. The tile roofs, the details, the bay windows, and the proportions of the building and its colors all speak to, as I said earlier, the 2 other large buildings in the neighborhood. So that's really the gist of it. I won't go into any more detail unless you feel you want to know more. We have a few extra slides with the floor plans if you want to know where various program elements are in the building. The entire ground floor of the housing is lined with housing units and their own porches. So there are lots of eyes on the street to interact and provide surveillance to the street. Thank you.
And our final speaker is Jenny Lynn Holmes, who's our Chief Program Officer at Catholic Charities.
Thank you, Mayor Schwed-Hillman, members of the council, for this opportunity. We're very honored to talk just a couple of minutes to conclude our presentation around what we plan to do here and what we have done with our operations here at Caritas Village. Just to kind of mention, one of the most significant things we've done in our community to this date, in our opinion, is the Palms Inn. There we house individuals who are the most vulnerable in our community that were experiencing homelessness. And we found some very interesting information upon that. In the first 6 months of the operations at the Palms Inn, we saw a 77% reduction among the population with law enforcement interactions. We saw ambulance transportation to the emergency room and inpatient hospitalization reduced by 45%. 45%, and we were able to also see that inpatient hospitalization was reduced by 56%. In the first 12 months of the Palms Inn, we saw that veterans homelessness declined by 23%, chronic homelessness declined by 20%, and homelessness in Santa Rosa declined by 16%. There we housed people with intensive on-site supportive services, and people stayed housed, and we also found that the negative impacts on the community reduced. This is what we are proposing here. By having on-site supportive services through Caritas Center co-located with an expansive housing complex, we will be able to duplicate the success that we found in that program to date. Now, homelessness affects us all, and for us, we very much emphasize the importance of good neighbor relations. We expect our staff and volunteers to utilize several different approaches to proactively address neighborhood concerns. We look at having participant adherence to our good neighbor procedure in all of our program agreements, asking that that become a part of their program compliance. We have neighborhood patrols and response, a 24-hour phone that is staffed by multiple individuals, on-site management, and neighborhood engagement opportunities. Throughout this process, we've talked to over 200 neighbors and worked with several individuals hosting community events and be participating in neighborhood dialogue around this project and our ongoing operations. We will continue to actively engage with the neighbors to proactively address any concerns they might have. We all know this is a crisis, but what people may not realize is that this crisis is affecting our entire community. For us, we're working towards minimizing the number of people experiencing homelessness in our community, and I can say in my 12 years of experience here at Catholic Charities that this is one of the projects that we believe will really change how we provide care here in Santa Rosa and here in the County of Sonoma. With that, I would like to conclude our presentation and turn it back over to the council.
So that's the end of your presentation?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Is there anything else from staff to add? Okay, before we go to questions from council, I would like to have all council disclose the ex parte disclosures. So Mr. Dowd, why don't we start with you? Any ex parte disclosures to make? Conversations with anyone else about this project outside of the chamber?
I guess my first comment is I am particularly impressed by the amount of work that has gone into the design of this project to make it fit in this location. To me, it's phenomenal to have done all that work.
Okay. Mr. Rogers, do you have any ex parte communications?
Yeah, so over the last 2 years, because this project has been ongoing, I think I've walked the neighborhood with neighbors 3 times. I bike through it twice a day. I have discussed it with the applicant multiple times, as well as I think I've exchanged about 250 emails with people who live within the neighborhood. I don't believe that there is anything in any of those conversations that isn't in some way captured in the 500 pages of documents that we have before us, with one potential exception. I read the St. Rose Preservation District ordinance that created the district, ordinance 2861, that I think was referenced in the documents, but I don't think is actually in the documents. So that'd be the one thing that is potentially not in the public element, but you can definitely look that up on the city's website.
Great, thanks. Mr. Tibbetts?
Thank you. I've met informally with a handful of folks from the application team.
Ms. Vice Mayor?
I have met multiple times with members from the applicant side, as well as neighbors, taken a walking tour, got a call today from Vern Losh, and watched the Planning Commission meeting. I don't believe that any of the information that I have obtained is outside of the public documents in this report item, or in this council hearing item.
Great, thank you. And I also, over the past 2 years, have had a number of different conversations with different aspects of the appellants, neighbors, walked the site, watched the first part of the Planning Commission meeting. I've talked to planning commissioners about it, but as Mr. Rogers saying, I didn't count all the pages, but everything that I have encountered is contained somewhere in the public reports. So with that, I will bring it back to the council for questions on any of the presentations that we heard this evening. Anyone like to start? Go ahead, Mr. Rogers, you have that look. You have some questions?
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So fundamentally, between all of the different outreach that I've done and that the city's done, most of the concerns really fall into two separate buckets. And so I'll have questions that fall into those as well. One is on the conditional use permit side and the actual operations of the center. I'll set that aside first. The other is on the historic preservation district status. And I think at the dais, we've talked quite a bit about, with our focus on downtown housing, that we were going to run into these conflicts pretty frequently, where the need for more housing is going to abut with the historic districts, and what level of continuity or congruency are we going to be able to find there. It's specifically, and I mentioned that I had went back and read the St. Rose ordinance. I do want to read, before I get to questions, that it does call out, preserve and enhance the historic resources of the St. Rose neighborhood, retain and preserve the existing historic single-family neighborhood, provide additional downtown housing while preserving the existing single-family character of the neighborhood, encourage the adaptive reuse of historic buildings, and one of the ones that pertains particularly tonight is assure that alterations and new constructions are compatible with the existing character of the neighborhood. So first and foremost, my question is less one about housing and homeless services versus the historic nature of the neighborhood, but more, how can we make sure that this project is compatible in its architecture and in its design with the preservation district that is sitting there? To me, it's not an either or. What does the process look like going forward with the Cultural Heritage Board, with the Design Review Board, and what level of say will the council have going forward on not just whether there's a project there, but how the project integrates into the historic district?
All right, that's a big question. I'll kick it off and see if we need some help. I'm going to focus on sort of the hierarchy of how these decisions fit in the tools that you have to make your decision tonight. So first we have our general plan, and it has policies as like those that you referenced, preserve our historic districts, preserve our historic buildings in those districts, and we also have infill policies and support housing. So our general plan provides sometimes competing policies when you're looking on a case-by-case application. And this is no exception to that. In fact, two are sort of hitting each other quite directly, preservation and supporting homeless services and housing in our downtown. So that balancing act is your prerogative to balance those and select those that you think is the best fit for your decision. We have not shied away in this presentation that those are hitting each other quite directly, even in the environmental sense. So your EIR has the statement of overriding considerations. It is a significant impact to remove the resources on the site. You would have to find that the benefits of the proposal outweigh those significant impacts. And then bringing down to like the historic development standards and design guidelines, which is the how it looks. So the development standards are you shall do this and you shall do that, and those are embedded in our zoning code. And for example, there's not just the base district development standards that generally protect and build in compatibility across districts, but you have the historic combining district, which is one of the reasons why it's included in this project. They're not proposing to exit out of that, and it provides quite a bit of protection with this proposal, and it would be in the future if it keeps its historic combining district, which is the part of the proposal. And in that historic combining district, you have clarity on all of our different preservation districts, character defining elements. These are defined specific development standards as they relate to each preservation district. So while each of these districts were created uniquely and on their own, they went through community process and public review to develop what was appropriate in terms of you have to do standards. So this project needs to comply with those. And then in addition, we have design standards, or you have development standards, which you have to do, and then you have design guidelines, which it goes through a discretionary review process, which I discussed earlier. is the purview of your design review board, and also in historic districts, your cultural heritage board, and they have to balance this. We have very specific guidelines that are different than outside preservation districts. And again, these are developed over time through public process with participation of residents of these preservation districts, and they build those guidelines. So for example, when we did our downtown station area plan in 2007, there's quite a bit of process involved in the adoption of that plan, and then a few years later in the zoning update to that plan, to update our design guidelines to speak to those original documents. And so that's why those documents do change after those processes. So that just speaks to basically how this fits in. And so you're looking at this at the highest level, and then the design review process will look at the details of the guidelines. Yeah.
So I think one of the things that's different about this process is that typically we have a fully fleshed project come to the council by the time it gets here. What happens if the council approves the project tonight and then the Cultural Heritage Board votes against allowing the demolition of the historic homes, or that the project itself doesn't adequately meet those standards and those historic design architectural guidelines?
Well, I think you're right. Typically you get the whole project because it's before you for design on appeal, and that is the only way that you get really involved with design at this level, at the council level. Otherwise, what you get is the result of 2 years of community process and designing process. So you get the details that you have tonight because it has been such an extensive process, including 2 joint design reviews. But there's still more work to be done in the process for design. And this is the way this system works, is you have these boards that really get into the details, and only on appeal does it come up to you for things like design or landmark.
So in the event that somebody in the public disagreed with the outcome of cultural heritage, the Cultural Heritage Board decision, they could appeal that to the council, and that'd be the only other time that we would see it, correct?
Yes.
Otherwise, if there's no appeal, tonight's the night. The only time we'll see it at council.
Right.
So I did ask, I'm not sure I heard an answer, if the Cultural Heritage Board denies the project after the council approves the project, what happens?
Just the same, the applicants could appeal that, and then that decision would be brought to the council for final action.
Okay.
Just one quick item, excuse me. You do have a use permit tonight, and one of the things that the use permit will do is it effectively locks in the site plan. So you heard some discussion from the architect, and staff has certainly focused on that as well in terms of the overall site plan. So although it's not specifically architecture in terms of colors and materials and window placements, doors, things like that, it does have some relationship to the neighborhood. So I just wanted to make sure that the council is aware that through its action on the use permit, you will be effectively approving that site plan.
Right. Claire, you mentioned sort of the hierarchy of planning, including the general plan and some of our specific plans. One of the plans that is specifically called out in the staff documentation is the Northern Pedestrian Linkage Study, which for the public, it's about 45 pages long, and it's a plan or a study that was put in place to connect essentially from downtown Santa Rosa through the area to Railroad Square. And it's an acknowledgement of some of the historic districts that are there, whether it's St. Rose or West End or Railroad Square. It's not a fully adopted plan per se from the council, but there are 4 elements of that study that specifically reference this site or this area. And if you'll indulge me, the first, number 3 of their recommendations is the 2 roundabouts. I believe from reading through the documents, we are proposing in this plan to reduce the size of the roundabouts, but it doesn't eliminate them. Number 5 on it was closure of 7th Street between A and the alley. There's some other parts that are to it, but it does propose that that becomes a pedestrian and bicycle walkway along 7th Street. I saw staff was proposing that instead of closing it off to cars, that it instead gets rerouted as a one-way street. Can you clarify, because I couldn't find in the documents, which direction the flow of traffic would be? It seemed to imply that it would go west to east from Morgan Street towards downtown, as opposed to from downtown over towards Morgan Street.
We'll bring Rob Sprinkle up. He's the city's traffic engineer.
Good evening, Council. Rob Sprinkle, traffic engineer. Yeah, the 7th Street would be going from the west to the east in the one-way direction.
So it would be up through Morgan Street. The flow of traffic would be up through Morgan Street and then out towards the museum along 7th Street?
There would still be flow on A Street, from 6th Street to A Street around the roundabout, and then to 7th Street around the roundabout. But there would be an opportunity to, well, let me back up just a little bit, because the 7th Street would be a one-way exit into the roundabout. It would still be two-way within the street and within the alley access to the north.
Yeah, and I'm thinking specifically, I know that there is one neighbor right on the corner of 7th Street there. I'm trying to figure out the flow of traffic there. If they were to try to come downtown, that would be an exit for them to be able to go that direction if they wanted to go that direction. Is that correct?
From the neighborhood, yes, to enter to the downtown, they would go, from this drawing you have shown, they would go up from 7th Street to the right around the roundabout and then onto 7th Street.
Okay, great, thank you.
You're welcome.
And then, Bill, the number 10 for the Northern Pedestrian Linkage Study was gateway monuments, and one is specifically called out on the site at 7th and A. Has there ever been a plan adopted by the city that would require the historic district gateway monument to be constructed there?
I'm going to defer this to Gabe Osborne, our Deputy Director of Engineering.
Sorry, folks, looks like we're pulling in everybody from the city.
Good afternoon or good evening, members of the council. Typically with a study, it has not formalized into a specific plan, and a lot of times with the adjacent development, what we have to look at that specific plan is the nexus associated with that. So the plan or the study lays out goals. They don't necessarily pin that down to a certain development. So when we look at it from a proximity standpoint, the development must meet the general intention of not running afoul to the plan. So that really looks at creating the room, and the roundabout's the prime example of that. So that has not materialized in a specific plan that would then link into the city code to give the nexus to require it to the project if it's in front of it. So it's one of those where we can encourage, we can create the space, but without the nexus to say that the development has to do it, it doesn't materialize as a condition of approval.
So in this specific case for the Gateway Monument, could the council condition the project approval on that being a component that is built into the plan?
Sorry about that. Can you repeat the question?
So in the Northern Pedestrian Linkage Study, it specifically calls out 5 different sites across the city, across the downtown, that are supposed to create gateway monuments that announce the entranceway into these historic districts. One of those sites that's identified in that study is this site. Would it be possible for us to condition the approval of the project on the construction of that gateway monument that's called out in the study?
My understanding is it's a study and has not been incorporated into a plan itself. So I'm not sure, I don't see a basis for requiring that, if I'm correct with the status of the study. It's simply a proposal. So there would not be a basis for conditioning the project on that construction.
Okay, so I'm guessing that that's going to be the similar answer. Number 11 in that plan was the use of the historic gardens and historic urban sidewalk treatments and historic streetlights and benches as well. So beyond, and maybe this is a question for Claire, beyond the construction guidelines that have been put into the downtown specific plan, would those include consistent sidewalks and light fixtures with the rest of the historic district?
I will add just a piece to that, which is the streetlights. So typically we have decorative streetlight standards that we can apply in certain situations. Typically what you see are Cobra head style lights. Those are the standard metal pole, the arm, and they provide downlighting to the street. The neighborhood streetlights are the decorative, or more of what they refer to as an acorn style. They are built into our standards, and that's more of a light affixed to a pole. That has more of the historic look to it. We can look at implementing those. We do have the option in the standards, and much of that actually kicks to the plan review process because we have those options. And that street and that type of street, we would normally go with the standard Cobra head style because of how it lights the street, and we have those lights out there now. So we would have to look at how that fits into the overall neighborhood and how it properly lights the street for safety reasons. So that would be how the street light works. As far as the hardware and anything else, the seating and all those components that come in, once again, the way we look at it from a nexus standpoint is if it's not built into a plan that purely puts forward the requirement on a specific site, then we look at how we can incorporate those in the future if that study does materialize in that. So once again, it turns into area. So we look at width of the sidewalk, we look at how those pieces would potentially be incorporated to make sure we're setting it up properly in the future if that does materialize.
Okay, I appreciate that. I mean, I'm obviously not doing a terrible job of tipping my hand, but in the event that the council chooses to move forward and demolish homes that are identified of significant historic value to the city, at a minimum, I want to make sure that the project contributes to the historic district and is consistent with architecture and things that enhance it, as is spelled out in the St. Rose Preservation District Ordinance. I have some questions about the conditional use permit. Oh, go ahead, Bill.
There may be some things in the EIR that might address some of the items that you just mentioned, so if you don't mind, I'd like to turn it over.
Some of it's pulled out in alternative 3, but I'd love to hear it.
We're back. Just real quickly, what I wanted to bring to your attention was mitigation measure cultural 4. So as part of that, that's the compatible design component, which requires approval through the Santa Rosa Cultural Heritage Board. And they would deem the project's design consistency with the surrounding district. So in the event, as a recommendation, because I think that's where you're coming from, if you wanted to require through the fulfillment of that particular mitigation measure, the incorporation of the signage, say in the center of a roundabout to say, you know, the historic district name or whatever it may be, it could be implemented through the cultural mitigation measure number 4.
Great, thank you. Should I keep going to talk conditional use permit, or do you want to give somebody else a chance?
Seems like you're on a roll. Keep rolling.
All right. And then from a specific day-to-day operations standpoint, the top 3 complaints that I hear specifically from neighbors or see, as I mentioned, biking through there to get to work and then home every single day, is camping in the streets and around in the public spaces around there, trash and litter, specifically around the Sharps issue, and then parking. I know we have tried to address parking already at that site with some of the signage. Can you talk a little bit about that, what that would look like?
So the project does include podium-style parking for the homes portion and surface parking dedicated to the Caritas Center. And the applicant is proposing the Caritas Center actually be overparked to what the city would normally require, even though we don't require parking downtown for non-residential uses. They took the parking requirement for a emergency shelter, maybe not in downtown, and they chose to overpark the emergency shelter portion.
I think I appreciate that, thank you. And I think actually for these issues, part of the concern is actually less the folks who are there accessing the services and more additional people who either come along or have been banned from the services but still hang out in the area, take up some of the parking, do the camping, create the trash. So as it pertains to the Catholic Charities conditional use permit to operate there, that's where I hear a lot of concern from neighbors is, yes, you have a good neighbor policy for the folks who are accessing your services, but what else can we as a city do to help mitigate the impacts of other folks who come to the neighborhood as well?
2 points on that. One, we've heard a lot of those same concerns as well. Operationally, there are impacts to the neighborhood, city, what is happening. We respond to code enforcement actions. So as part of our review of this project, up until just recently, as last week, we were looking into our historical records. We did not see any active code enforcement cases on this site. That said, some of those operational elements might be best directed towards the applicant so they can give some feedback on what they're currently doing or things that they might be able to do in the future. And then we can see if those might be things that can be incorporated into the use permit.
Perfect. Does the applicant want to answer some questions? Is that Jenny Lynn?
Okay, I think I captured all of it. Thank you, Councilmember Rogers. I'm going to talk quickly about our current operations, and then our architects will talk a little bit more about the design. So the three things that I'll mention,
we can come back to the design later. Let's talk specifically about the conditional use permit and operations.
Okay, so the first thing I'll just mention in terms of the camping in streets, so as we mentioned earlier, we do have our good neighbor policy. If we find part of that is if people are doing things within the neighborhood that is not in compliance with what we feel is being a good neighbor and or illegal activity, anything of those sorts, we will suspend them from services. We keep a pretty rigorous list around who that looks like, and we do work very closely with the Santa Rosa Police Department on all matters around camping in the surrounding area as well as the surrounding city of Santa Rosa to help mitigate those impacts as best as we can. We have a security company that we currently utilize to help with these rounds. They give us daily logs to see what's going on in the surrounding neighborhood after hours as well as during hours. And we also have our own individual staff members who also are working within the neighborhood, doing patrols and working with individuals who might not be in our services, but might be experiencing homelessness and potentially creating a nuisance out in the community. Additionally, with the trash, we have, as part of our program there, we also have our transitional residency program. They help us with on-site security after hours, as well as they work on helping us with the trash pickup. We also, through the city of Santa Rosa and the county of Sonoma, have what we call a conservation crew, where we actually pay stipends to people experiencing homelessness to help us do trash pickup in the surrounding area, as well as in other parts of the city, primarily focused on our St. Rose neighborhood.
I appreciate that, thank you. And then I think some of the concern that I hear from neighbors and as well as from my own observations is that even with some of those elements in place, there is still significant trash issues. There is still a significant issue with folks who presumably have been banned from services camping along the street there and still providing a nuisance to the neighborhood. Is there something that Catholic Charities can do to be more proactive about engaging with those folks or working with the neighbors to help clear up some of those nuisances?
Absolutely. So as I mentioned, increasing the number of eyes on the street, some of the things that actually I think the design element is really focused in. Our architects have really spent a lot of time to figure out how we can take our current operations but enhance how we are providing the on-site management and security through the design in terms of, being able to have a larger space for the people to be inside, having interior courtyards, moving foot traffic to 7th Street, dealing with the housing on site, which will also include additional staffing, on-site resident managers, so more eyes on the property as well to try to help mitigate these issues, be more proactive. We do have our 24/7 phone call and hotline that we also will continue to publicize and outreach to the neighborhood as well.
Okay, would Catholic Charities be willing to set up a standing meeting or have offer monthly to meet with the mayor, the council member of the district, downtown enforcement team and neighbors to address any of the concerns that they are seeing?
I think that we do many of those things already, and I can see us definitely being okay with having additional monthly, I think you mentioned, meetings with all of those individuals. The more that we have ongoing dialogue and communication, the better we can do to respond to community concerns as quickly as possible.
Great, thank you.
Those are all your questions? Okay. Ms. Vice Mayor.
Hi, thank you very much. I appreciate all the work that's gone into this. I'm particularly interested in evacuation planning, and I'm wondering to whom I should direct my questions.
I'll kick it off. How about that?
All right. So I spoke last week with the applicant, wherein they said there was going to be 60 spaces for the Catholic Charities portion, and then listening to the Planning Commission, I heard 45 spaces. And I'm wondering, with a proposal, am I getting this right, that Catholic Charities is proposing 180 residents on their site? And I understand that I'm the last person to advocate for more parking, but when looking at evacuating people, I'm wondering if we're expecting the residents to self-evacuate in the event of a disaster.
I think that would probably be best to go to the applicant, how they will monitor that from an operational standpoint.
Just for the applicants, I will be asking both Catholic Charities and Burbank separately, since you have separate operations on this. So I don't know if who is going to speak to that on operations. So I'll start up. Jenny Lynn, hi, good to see you. What is your evacuation plan?
So we currently have evacuation plans for every site that we manage in the entire city. In particular, we have evacuation sites already, or evacuation plans already in place for our existing operations down on the Caritas Village property. I can talk about what we did during the Kincaid fire to kind of paint a picture of what that looks like. We currently have safety plans for every single person who moves into one of our facilities that is living on site. They are clearly marked and mapped throughout our building. In the case of our recent experience with the Kincaid fire, we were closely coordinated with the city's EOC, knowing that we had a very vulnerable population with high transportation needs, to make sure that anybody who needed that extra transportation was able to get access to that care. Additionally, we know that we are co-located right next to a freeway, which is helpful to us to be able to get people onto a main thoroughfare as quickly as possible and get them to the safe location, wherever that might be within the city. So that was our plan during the Kincaid fire, and we have on-site evacuation plans for every single one of our facilities.
So given the nature of your population, the folks that you serve, do you evaluate with them prior to them getting settled what to do in the case of an emergency, or is it a response thing?
Well, in terms of every individual that we work with, so we do have individuals.
Well, that's sleeping there. Let's go with that.
That's sleeping there. So yeah, we do as part of our intake and orientation of people who come into our programs, we do work with them and make sure that they know that they know our evacuation plan. We also do monthly fire drills on each shift. So our graveyard shift, our day shift, and our swing shift, so that every one of our staff members knows how to evacuate the facility, and all of the residents who are living there also know how and when to evacuate. So we do at least 3 fire and or evacuation drills a month.
And have you been considering what happens when we get the big earthquake?
Absolutely. Our evacuation plan considers earthquakes, fires, floods, all the different scenarios that are likely to happen, and who knows, there might be others as well, but they all follow the similar pattern of how we move things and how we evacuate.
And specific to your side of operations on the proposed site, would you be expecting that the 45 cars that are there for the residents would be primarily responsible for transporting folks, or will you need additional transportation for your residents?
It would probably be a mixture of both. In the example of the Kincaid fire, we did have some residents who had their own vehicle, and we helped them safely evacuate, even though we weren't in an evacuation zone. Some of them wanted to, just in case it happened. And in the case of those that did not have any transportation, as I mentioned, we were coordinated with the city's EOC, and we also had our own staff that came in off shift to provide transportation if we were to be evacuated.
So that all sounds really great, especially in the case of emergency like the last one we had with Kincaid where we saw it coming, how would you evacuate folks in an unforeseen emergency?
Well, depending on the scenario, we have a desktop guide for a variety of different scenarios. But post the certain situation happening, it would be a shelter in place in some scenarios, and then get them to our evacuation zone, which we've had clearly identified in our parking area, and that's where they are always practicing and during our drills. So we would likely handle in that scenario. We are happy to follow up with a detailed evacuation plan and our desktop guide that has all of these different scenarios that we kind of play out.
Okay. I believe that it would be helpful for the residents as well as helpful for my peace of mind in knowing that we have something that we can implement on the fly and that is going to get a lot of vulnerable folks out of harm's way quickly. I'm going to turn to the staff and ask about ratios in terms of vehicles to residents. What is typically viewed as safe for assisted living facilities or other types of facilities that are housing vulnerable populations? I don't know if this is a fire marshal question or a staff planning question.
Yeah, I think from the image we have up on the screen, we have the parking requirements, but I don't think that's addressing.
Just so you know, like I can't see that and see, I mean, it's.
So this is just the typical zoning code parking requirements, but I think your question might be a little bit different in terms of the occupants that are in the building. Yes. So I would ask for our assistant fire marshal to see if he can add a few comments to that.
We just want to see everybody come down. We don't want people to get left out. Certainly we don't want to get here all done in time for the returns to roll in.
Good evening, Council. So as far as safe number, cars versus people ratio, there's really no set standard that we've utilized in the past to evaluate that. Obviously, the more we can carpool or coordinate multiple people into single vehicles, it reduces the number of vehicles on the roadway that are trying to evacuate. I don't really have a clear, straightforward answer for you as to what is safe and what isn't safe.
Okay. I'm wondering, can we condition ultimate approval of this? I know we were talking about that we can't really condition it, and I will just say that it is challenging to make policy when we can't condition things at this point, but can we condition it on having a fire marshal approved evacuation route?
Yes, and if I didn't mean to give a misimpression at my answer, my prior answer, certainly you can condition the conditional use permit. That my response was specific to the signage that Councilmember Rogers was discussing. But in terms of requiring a fire marshal approved evacuation plan, you can do that.
Okay, so now Mr. Hartage, stay there because I think we're going to need you in a second. Ms. Holmes, would you be open to that condition or your organization?
Yes, we would be okay with that.
Fantastic. And Mr. Hartage, you'll have to make sure that happens. All right. Next up, Burbank.
Mark Krug, Burbank Housing.
Hi there. So yes. How many, you're proposing last time I heard to have 220 residents?
It's 128 units.
128 units, okay.
And hard to know the exact occupancy, but it's probably 200 and some, yes.
Okay. And of those, how many are you expecting to have vehicles?
Based on a similar property, we found that about 4/10 of a unit is adequate for parking. So if that holds, our 56 or so parking spaces will be a little bit overparked. So short answer is probably 40-some cars.
So you're saying 40%?
Yes.
Parking on 200 individuals or on 128 units?
On the units.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, and so you heard the whole line of questioning that I went down, so if you're okay with just responding, I can save my questions and just hear your response.
No, I think I know what your question is. So I'll start by saying our evacuation plans really hinge on our resident managers. At Caritas Homes, we'll have 2 resident managers because there's 2 phases of housing, so there'll be 2 units, 1 in each phase will have a resident manager in there. It's worth also noting that this is independent living, it's not custodial care. And so when people move in, just like any other apartment complex, we would work with them to have their own evacuation plan and facilitate and help them come up with their own plan. That said, our resident managers do what's necessary when emergencies come up. I'll give you a couple of examples. In the 2017 fire where there was no warning, an example is, this comes from Lavelle Village, which is a property we have in Wickiup. In 2017, our resident manager at that property got up in the middle of the night and drove around the block, honking her horn nonstop 4 or 5 or 6 laps to wake everyone up because there was no time. So that was what the resident manager did in that instance to get everyone up. Another example in Kincaid, when there was a warning, this is a Windsor example, there was a warning, the resident manager knocked on every single door of every unit, got people up and out and got them into their cars. There was one recalcitrant resident who refused that, and we referred that person to the fire department who evacuated that resident. So we really rely on our resident managers. And we rely on them to help the independent living folks understand they really have to take responsibility for their own evacuations, but we are there for support, and our resident managers do have 24/7 access to regional managers and Burbank senior staff. So when the emergencies hit, it's sort of an all hands on deck kind of response.
Okay. Well, I do appreciate that you have great resident managers. What I like over good actors is good policy. So to that end, would you be willing to accept a fire marshal approved evacuation route?
Yes.
Okay, great. Yes. Thank you. And then moving forward, I'm gonna move on past evacuations and go toward the good neighbor policy, because I did get an opportunity to tour the area yesterday and was curious to know how the good neighbor policy fits in with what I saw. And I'm wondering, Ms. Holmes, if you can describe in detail for us what it is that you do to prevent some of the things that I saw yesterday and how we can be more proactive.
Yes. So I mentioned several things earlier, but just to kind of get a little bit more in depth on our Good Neighbor procedure, I actually have a copy of it here, and again, would be happy to share it if helpful. So the first is that all of our program participants will be screened through an intake and assessment process. Once granted admittance to the program, we ask individuals to sign a program contract with program rules, as well as one of those rules including the good neighbor adherence or good neighbor policy adherence. This kind of includes that we will have programmatic decisions made with the neighborhood in mind, that program participants are expected to be respectful neighbors while they are participating in our programs. We also have in there that participants will be expected to remain out of the vicinity of the neighborhood during non-operating hours and will not be allowed to be wandering as best as we can patrol and understand those. Participants will be held to the good neighbor policy. In violation of this could jeopardize the participants' continued eligibility for the program. We also provide daytime patrols through our staff and volunteers. We also have hired a security agency that also patrols the neighborhood. We have them that come in the morning as well as after hours. They provide a daily log or a weekly log of all daily activities so we can track trends of what might be happening. We also coordinate, as I mentioned earlier, very closely with the Santa Rosa Police Department on any potential individuals who might not be working or might be in our program right now but might be still creating concerns in the surrounding neighborhood. We do have we're required right now to have semi-annual quarterly meetings or semi-annual neighborhood meetings, but we do them quarterly, and also have our 24/7 phone that individuals can call, whether they call our facility directly, our host hotline, or they also, we publicize other individuals' numbers as well.
Okay, thank you. And so, yeah, what I'm just looking for is to hopefully hear coming forward how that will continue and expand to meet the needs of the neighborhood with an intensified usage. I'm gonna move on to the cultural assets. And I do have a question for you again, Ms. Holmes. When we did the tour last year, I went out with you and Mr. Carrillo from Burbank, and we talked about the 2 homes on the 600 block that at that time you were planning to relocate. And I did watch the Planning Commission. I did, read through the documents, but I want to hear what changed from you expressing your intent and plans to move them to now where we're not moving them?
I will actually, because that information is a little more detailed, I'm going to defer to Tina Wallace to respond to that.
Okay.
Thank you very much. And I'm going to ask Rebecca Kendall and Mark Krug to make their way to the microphone. A number of things changed. We submitted a letter from the project manager for Caritas Village. His name is Bert Bangsberg. And Mr. Bangsberg looked at the cost of particularly Alternative 3 relocating the two houses over to 501 A Street and 507 A Street. And what he looked at is that that would delay the construction of the project by, I believe, an estimated 15 months. And the cost of that 15-month delay for Caritas Center only is $2.25 million. And there are a number of reasons for that, one of which is that construction costs are increasing at a rate of 4% per year. So anytime you spend, anytime your project is delayed, your cost of construction are constantly escalating, and many sources of funding are jeopardized by the delay. And again, Ms. Kendall can speak to this in greater detail. So your costs are going up, but your funding and your ability to build the project.
Yeah, I'm not particularly simple that a lot of things affect the cost of construction. What I'm trying to understand is how we get to determining that these cultural resources aren't worth the expense to an organization that is very good at fundraising.
Again, that comes back to the financial implications of the delay of the project.
So telling me it's expensive is not answering my question about why it's not worth the expense.
Well, perhaps Ms. Kendall could explain the financial implications of that, because the financial implications of the delay are incredibly serious, and we would ask you to give them great weight.
Hello, Council Member Fleming. I'm Rebecca Kendall. We've met. And as far as the fundraising component, it's true that we have raised $21.4 million toward our capital campaign goal of $26 million. I don't in any way want to make light of the work that it took to make that progress. And specifically, the $26 million capital campaign goal, which we have yet to reach, is only a portion of the funding that we are proposing for Caritas Center alone. There are two other primary funding streams. One of those is the new market tax credits, and that represents $7.5 million of our budget. The other piece is government funding, which is represents over $4 million, and then some other sources as well. Not only do the funds that we have already received for the capital campaign, some of those come with time restrictions on when we must begin construction. So some of the funding that we've already received, specifically the $2 million contribution, we would potentially be forced to return if we are not able to begin construction in early 2021. The other piece is that the $7.5 million new market tax credits are contingent on not only on our project approvals, but also on the date when we begin construction. So there's a 2-year look back period that those funds can be applied to. So every day that passes, any funds that we have expended on the project for pre-development continue to become less and less able to be applied to that. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like
I hear you. I understand that there's that there are timelines and that it's expensive to do this. What I'm really trying to grapple with, and I'm not trying to give you guys a hard time, what I'm trying to grapple with here is why it was said that they were going to be moved and why they're not going to be moved. And I understand that financing is one part of it, but the status of the structures is another part of it. And so I'm looking for at what point that decision was changed, because I do feel like we owe it to balance these priorities, and they're significant, both for what you're trying to achieve and also for the residents and the asset that is our cultural heritage neighborhoods. And so, telling me that it's expensive and that there's deadlines, I get that, but also why we decided, or why that you guys as the applicant decided that this was not worth the expense or worth the time, or if the structures weren't able to be moved, what we can do. And the purpose of these questions is to get toward a solution, not to give you guys, show you the door. It's to move forward.
Sure, I appreciate that. Thank you. I would say that as the process developed, as we learned more about the time that it would take for the homes to be moved, when we realized that that 15-month delay was what would necessarily follow from agreeing to move these homes, that was when we all had to take a collective step back and say, okay, the implications of that delay were basically a major driving factor in helping us understand all of the funding ramifications. And I don't want to make light of those funding ramifications. When we learned what the ramifications were and the extent to which it would significantly hinder our ability to build this building, that's when we had to stop and take a look at whether this was feasible.
So feasibility is fully financial. It has nothing to do with one of the structures being in too bad of disrepair to be moved.
Let me, Council Member Fleming, let me read the definition.
It's the Vice Mayor.
Vice Mayor Fleming, excuse me. Let me read the definition of feasibility from CEQA to you. This is CEQA Guideline Section 15364. And feasible means capable of being accomplished in a successful manner within a reasonable period of time, taking into account economic, environmental, legal, social, and technological factors. And the applicants take this issue very seriously. However, they concluded that because of the delay, that these alternatives were not feasible because for time reasons, because of the delay they will cause. And the applicants aren't diminishing the value of the structure. And you may want to hear from the city's EIR consultant on this, Stantec. These approvals include a statement of overriding considerations under CEQA. And that statement of overriding considerations basically says that there's a resource that's very important. However, because of other competing interests, such as a declared emergency on homelessness and an affordable housing crisis, the city is looking at these two competing interests and saying that because of the value of finding something that will help address the homelessness situation and affordable housing, that the city is willing to give more weight to those issues.
I understand our priorities. What I'm trying to get at, and I guess I'll just ask it directly, is are both structures capable of being moved? And I don't mean financially capable. I mean, can they be physically moved from an engineering, not a fiscal perspective?
Good evening, Vice Mayor. Mark Sutherland, consulting engineer for Caritas Village. I was involved early on with answering that very question. So Catholic Charities engaged a structural engineer to do a review of 3 specific properties. I think it was 512, 520, and 608, for the sole purpose of determining could they be moved, and also on 608, if the structure could not be moved, could the facade be removed, relocated, and attached to a new building. So I was on site at the time that MKM staff did the review. I consulted with them. I also worked with them in developing their report. In the end, they determined that the 512 structure, single-family residence, the 520 Morgan Street single-family residence could be relocated. However, there would be significant impact to each structure in that porches would have to be removed, the lower skirting would have to be removed, and during the moving process, there would likely be minor to moderate cosmetic damage, but in the end, they could physically be moved. It would likely change the look slightly when the exterior porches and elements were rebuilt, which could affect the historic appearance of the buildings, but they could physically be moved. In the case of 608 Morgan Street, which is the fourplex, the review that was performed and as is indicated in the report from the structural engineer, the condition of that structure has so deteriorated and is too large to be moved in one piece that it was determined that that structure would not be feasible to be relocated.
Okay, so do you know, and this may be a question for operations of Catholic Charities, how long that this organization has had a lease or ownership of 608?
That I can't answer. Someone else from Catholic Charities would have to answer that.
Yes, I can. We have had the property. We purchased the property in 2015, and I'll also just mention.
How long have you had control over the property, not just a lease?
As an owner, no. Since 2015.
How long have you operated out of the facility?
We've been in the property for a little over, since when? Early 2000s. We're going to double check that number. I do want to just add really quickly, if I can, another component that played into our decision around the delay. Once we got more information, realizing that there'd be a 12 to 15 month delay, for us, what that means is people experiencing homelessness living on our streets even longer. As we all know, that homelessness is an emergency. People who are experiencing homelessness.
I get all that, and I've heard it already. So I just want to hear about how long your agency has had control over 608.
I was just adding on to the question that you asked earlier. So there was a multitude of perspectives that we took to look at it. And that was one of the things that was very real for us and very important to us, that when we talk about delays, we're talking about the human beings that we're trying to serve and save. In terms of the 30 years is how long we've been on the property.
30 years.
And but we purchased the property in 2015.
So it's in such bad disrepair it can't be removed. And what I'm curious to know is what your organization has done to maintain it in the past 30 years.
Vice Mayor Fleming, if I could just ask for additional assistance with this. It's not the decay of 608. That is one component of why it can't be moved. Another component is how it was constructed, and I'm going to ask for assistance from our engineer answering that question to make sure you get accurate information. But in a nutshell, the way the structure was constructed, in order to move it, you have to remove certain elements, and the structure will collapse on itself.
Thank you.
So the type of construction that building is, the way that it's built, all the parts, the walls, the floors, the roof elements are all integral. The structure's a little too large to move as a single piece. So if someone were to try to move that, they would likely have to slice it into two pieces, essentially. And by doing so would so seriously compromise the already diminished structural strength of the building that it would not still be standing in an attempt to do that. The integral way that buildings of these types are built, where floors connect the walls, when you start trying to disconnect elements on a structure of this age, you just lose almost all of the structural integrity of the building. Whereas the other two single-family residences, those are small enough that they would be capable of being moved as a single element, so this issue would not come up. Plus, the other two structures didn't show anywhere near the signs of deterioration as 608 has.
And thank you very much. I'm curious to know if, so it sounds like based on construction for 608, it just was never going to be possible. For the other two structures, what would the cost separated out for those be, and is it possible to still move them?
It would be possible to move them. As to the cost, I wasn't involved in the cost analysis. I believe one of our other consultants would have to answer that one.
Vice Mayor Fleming, the cost is estimated at $750,000. And I also wanted to add—
For the total of two?
That is correct. That's the estimated price. I did want to add one other piece of information to the calculus, which is that when Catholic Charities purchased these sites, they had to do several air quality studies. And I think there's a general concern in the community, these structures sat vacant, or why don't people live in them? And because of the proximity to the freeway, People have a very limited duration in which they can live in these structures without suffering harm or potential harm from the air quality issues from the cars on the freeway. That's why one of the mitigation measures for the new project requires a special MERV 13 filtration system to address this issue. But the structures didn't just sit vacant out of demolition by neglect, for want of a better term. They sat vacant because the Catholic Charities had to pay those people to move out of them, pay to relocate them because of the air quality issues.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate your patience with my questions.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, just to add to some of the discussion that we've just been having, the kind of the core of the city's analysis as it relates to these topics, the preservation or the demolition of the historic resources, lies in the EIR. So if the council pleases, our EIR consultant might be able to add a little bit to that discussion.
Sure.
So I think that there's three main issues I just wanted to provide a little bit more clarity on. One is related to the connection of the historic district preservation, incorporation of a sign related to kind of the roundabout, I think, which the council member had brought up. Mitigation measure cultural 1, 3, and 4 all make reference to the ability to identify potential features associated with the buildings which could be adaptively reused, associated in close proximity to the project or not. And that could take form like in a sign associated with the district in, say, the center of the roundabout, like a public arts or interpretive sign type project. That is very much achievable within the mitigation structure that we've identified within the environmental impact report. The second piece is related to the relocation and disclosure of potential impacts in the structures. So as attachment 8 to your packet, there was a engineering report that was discussed above, but I just want to make sure that you're aware of the firm who prepared it so that you can try to find it. MKM and Associates made the structural evaluation to make the determination as to which buildings were feasible or not, and that was publicly disclosed. And as a result of it, that's also what drastically drove the determination of significant unavoidable impacts related to the built environment. And I guess the last item that I'll just point out is for feasibility, the definition that was provided, it plays into it a part, but also there's the consideration related to feasibility of how we come up with alternatives. And that robust discussion was provided in section 5.2.3, which further documented not only the technological feasibility, the legal feasibility, and the economic feasibility of the project alternatives consideration.
Great, thank you for that additional information. I just had one question. It's regarding the roundabouts, and I heard staff, and I read in the report where it said some trucks would not be able to make a left-hand turn. I think somewhere, I think on the one at the roundabout at 2nd or on 7th Street. My question was about if trucks couldn't make it, but could ladder, you said fire emergency equipment could make it. Ladder 1 could make it, but there's some other trucks that wouldn't be able to make it around the roundabout. Could you just clarify?
Correct. Large, like 16-wheel vehicles wouldn't be able to make the turning radiuses that are identified with the traffic circle design. Emergency medical vehicles, such as a fire truck or like an ambulance, would be able to accommodate the turning radius that's currently in the design.
And you know which trucks I'm talking about, ladder. I know those guys are good behind the wheel, but you can make...
Yes, the tiller trucks have the steering.
Okay, tiller trucks have the steering in the rear. Great. Thank you. All right, we're going to move to public comment. So I'll call out 2 names. You'll have 3 minutes to comment on this. We have 2 podiums up there. You can come on straight down here where some members have already spoken. As I mentioned, you will have 3 minutes. You don't have to take all 3 minutes. You can share your views. We're interested in hearing your perspective, but it's up to you. So I will open the public hearing. First up is Vic Trioni, followed by Phyllis Center.
Mr. Mayor, councilman, council people, thank you for your time. I'm the co-chair of the Capital Campaign for Caritas. Greg Steele is also chairing that with me. As Lynn mentioned, we've reached 22 million in funding so far, and we're 82% of our goal and well within reach, and we'll be starting our grassroots campaign shortly. right after the fires in 2017, Tipping Point in San Francisco raised a considerable amount of money through concerts in San Francisco. They came up to Caritas and saw the merits of this project and committed $5 million as a lead gift. And since then, we've got 10 organizations and individuals that have committed in excess of 7 figures for this support. Memorial Hospital, Kaiser, and we're working on the 3rd hospital as we speak to be major supporters of this project. I want to keep people out of the emergency room. As you know, if the emergency room, if they're admitted to a hospital, is $3,500 a day. We think that's a waste. Santa Rosa Community Health Clinic will manage the clinic portion of the project. And also, what I think needs to be said is that there'll be a number of counseling personnel there, so it'll be a one-stop shop. Catholic Charities last year placed 650 homeless people, and in the last 3 years, they've averaged about 650 people. Now, over the last couple of years, I've taken many tours of Caritas, and we've always started out in the Family Support Center. And then we looked at the pretty pictures and the drawings and so forth. But the most compelling part and the sales part of this, I think, was illustrated last week in the Press Democrat, where you saw a young mother with a 2-year-old and a 4-year-old. What the article didn't mention was that they shared a 1 bathroom with 9 other families. And also the homeless center on Morgan Street is woefully inadequate. We can do better than this. And I firmly believe that we can move the needle of homelessness in Santa Rosa with this project. It's the right time, it's the right project, and thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Phyllis Center, followed by Lisa Landris. Is Phyllis here?
I don't think my name is down anywhere, but is there somebody that's supposed to talk before me?
Are you Phyllis?
No.
Then
okay.
I got a whole stack here, so I'm sure you're in this. So is Phyllis Center here? Not seeing her. Lisa Landris, followed by Kathleen Kane.
Hello, everybody. I like the whole building. I watched the big rollout with the Planning Commission. It looked like a nice deal. The part that I do not like is the current managerial supervision that takes place at 600 Morgan Street. And if we can't improve on this model, I just see that the neighborhood's going to be more further impacted by it. I've driven by as many as 7 times in a day, at various times of the day, and I've driven by a total of 50-something days now, and I've never not seen multiple infractions at the site. My very first time I went there, I did a head count of 20-something people in the front yard, hooting and hollering with 5 off-leash dogs. There were 6 people sitting in chairs on the sidewalk blocking the entire thing, passing stuff back and forth. Cars were stopping and handing things off to them. I thought, my gosh, this is like a flea market. This isn't a navigation center. This is not a place for wellness or for organization. I have yet to see ever a supervisorial person come out and patrol or do anything of that nature. I've never seen a face come out. I drive very slowly. So we're doing a real disservice to not only the clients, but the community at large. It has to get better than this. You cannot expect a neighborhood to put up with this kind of impact. So in case you don't know what it looks like when you go by there, 3 days in a row I've seen the same gentleman wrenching and dropping the oil pan and changing all 4 tires right in front of 600 Morgan Street. Nobody says anything about it. Now, in my neighborhood, that would be cause for alarm, but I guess this neighborhood, everyone just deserves or thinks it's the push point and it's expendable. But I don't feel that way. And many people have contacted me, and I'm compiling a list now of people. There are a lot of people who are fearful of coming to speak out. There are people who are afraid to even write an email. So I feel like we have to stick up for the people who maybe don't stick up for themselves. And in the quest to go and help one demographic, you don't get to go ruin and traumatize another demographic. I don't care how deserving the one demographic is, you don't sacrifice the other one. So there has to be accountability, there has to be an equalization. Everybody wants people housed. Everybody wants homeless to have things and get off the street and be their best selves. Everybody wants it. But we want it done in a fruitful way that doesn't impact the neighborhood. Nobody should have to have this all the time. You're traumatizing a neighborhood. And I understand that there's the good neighbor policy. Oh, well, you can write anything on a piece of paper. That's like saying I gave my word but not keeping it, because that's what's happened. So in your quest to do all your fundraising and everything, just know that there's people who are waiting and who will be doing litigation if we cannot reach a happy medium on this conditional use permit. It needs to be ramped up, and they need to be held accountable like any other business. Thank you.
Thank you. Kathleen Kane, followed by Eddie D.
Good evening. I'll make this go down. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. As the former executive director of the Sonoma County Community Development Commission, I've spoken on several occasions in support of various housing developments and programs to provide healthy, safe housing for all residents of Sonoma County. Tonight, however, I speak to you on behalf of the Church of the Incarnation, which is an Episcopal church that has been located in downtown Santa Rosa since 1873, and where I've been a member for 25 years. Incarnation has a long history of service for homeless people. As you may know, in 1993, we actually started the Living Room, which was a day center for homeless women and children so that they had a safe place to go during the daytime when most homeless shelters are closed. The Living Room has been very successful, and the need grew greatly, so that agency has since moved out of the Incarnation property into its own sites across town. Once the Living Room moved, we began a food program called Sunday Open Table. We provide breakfasts and bag lunches for over 100 people every Sunday morning. This June, we'll host our 6th annual bike ride to raise funds for homeless services. But even as we carry out our mission to help people who are living on the streets, we also face the same negative impacts as other downtown property owners, because people living on the streets without roofs over their heads, without sanitary facilities, and without places to store their belongings harm the community in general as well as harming themselves. So I speak from varied perspectives, both as someone who is very passionate about delivering services and affordable housing to homeless people, and also as a downtown property owner who has experienced the negative impacts of the homelessness crisis. As I see it from both of these perspectives, the fundamental problem is that far too many people still are forced to lay down their heads in places not meant for human habitation. Santa Rosa and Sonoma County, as we know, have come a long way in the past 25 years to provide additional housing, homeless beds, and services, but there's a long way to go. And the Church of the Incarnation strongly supports the Caritas Village project as a very significant contribution to helping reduce the problem and take care of our Sonoma County residents. We urge your support. We look forward to your approval of the project tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Eddie D., followed by Nathan Gilfenbaum.
Good evening, everybody. Can you hear me? Good evening, everybody. My name is Eddie. I'm here to speak on the behalf of Catholic Charities as one of the regular volunteers and former participant in their programs. Before I begin, I respectfully request that I not be videotaped. Audio recording is fine. I can't tell you how much Catholic Charities has done for me. You see, I was a victim of a very brutal attempted murder. It changed my life forever. I found myself at the lowest point of my life. I became a resident at Sam Jones Hall, where I worked alongside the staff to rebuild my life. At a time when I had burned most of my bridges and had no one who cared about me, they respected me in a way that made me feel special again. In addition to the basic necessities like a roof over my head and food on the table, they gave me my self-confidence back. They helped me rebuild my credit and apply for jobs. I had bad teeth, and I was so embarrassed that I never smiled. Catholic Charities arranged for a dentist to fix my teeth. Now I got the best smile in Sonoma County. Now I volunteer every week at 600 Morgan Street, where we fight to help our homeless neighbors restore their dignity in the way housing brings. It's hard work. And the men and women seeking care at 600 Morgan Street are looking to do more than survive. They are coming to Catholic Charities just as I did. They want a new and better life. But the current facility is failing. It is so hard to do the work we need to do and to do it well. That's why there is overflow onto the street. I believe Caritas Village will finally make it possible for us to achieve our goals. It will be a safe place for our clients to receive care and to get on the path to housing. It will be a facility and staff, the staff and the clients can be proud of. At Catholic Charities, I feel a part of a family. I want the best for my family and the people we serve. Please consider Caritas Village so these angels can make an even greater difference in Santa Rosa. I just gotta say something that it takes a village just for me to get through the day. And can you imagine the impact that this village can have on people's lives, restoring hope, saving souls, and bringing families back together? I just encourage everyone in the community to come, volunteer, be a part of, not against, a part of. Come join us. We're angels. Amen.
Thank you. Nathan Gilfenbaum, followed by Heather Anderson.
Good evening. I live at on 8th Street, between 8th Street and B Street, right around the corner from the proposed project. I've lived there for the last 3.5 years. For the purposes of full disclosure, I'm also a senior program manager at Catholic Charities, responsible for the administration of a disaster preparedness grant in Sonoma and Napa counties. In that role, I've had the opportunity to work with a number of neighborhood groups in both counties over the last several months who are trying to prepare together for the next round of whatever is coming. One of those groups is part of the West End Neighborhood Association. I've been meeting with them fairly regularly, and I was invited to attend a meeting at the Round Barn this winter, at which preparedness was going to be a topic of discussion, but in fact, the majority of the meeting was spent on dealing with the crisis in the West End. And during the meeting, there were several residents who spoke passionately about what current conditions meant for them and their families. I got the sense in listening to them that they weren't angry at the people that were on the streets, but were frustrated by the fact that there weren't some concrete solutions being proposed to try to remediate this problem. And I think that Caritas Village is that type of solution that holds the promise of providing safe, affordable housing for 128 families on a permanent basis and some homeless services for those people in need. It's been very interesting here tonight to listen to the care in which these decisions need to be deliberated. And it's very encouraging to see that our public officials take that care and thoughtfulness. I would like to leave you, though, with the reminder that we're talking about our fellow citizens, our brothers and sisters, and all of them are looking for the same kinds of things we want in our own lives: a safe place to live, where they can have some sanctuary and get on with their lives. So I hope that you give thoughtful consideration and approve the project so that it can move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Heather Anderson, followed by Lena Hoffman. Is Heather here? Not seen. Heather. Lena Hoffman, followed by Maggie O'Brien.
Hello, my name is Lena Hoffman. I was born and raised in Santa Rosa, and I'm now a homeowner in the Ridgeway neighborhood on Carrillo Street. I'm also the daughter of a person who experienced homelessness and housing insecurity here in Santa Rosa for more than a decade. I'm asking you to vote in support of Caritas Village because it is essential that housing and supports be located where they are most accessible and where people receiving services will have opportunities for meaningful engagement in our community. When my father was experiencing homelessness, having housing and support services located downtown made it possible for him to access the case management, housing assistance, and public transportation that were essential for him to manage his health issues. And this included the drop-in center at 600 Morgan Street. The downtown location also allowed my father to make and maintain social connections that were just as critical to his survival. He was a loyal patron of Wolf's Coffee Shop that used to be in Courthouse Square, and there he'd enjoy a cup of coffee while he worked on his crosswords. And it was there that he struck up conversations with fellow patrons who appreciated his humor and his colorful stories. And through these small interactions, he formed several close and lasting friendships that sustained his spirit, gave him hope and a sense of purpose during his very difficult time on the streets. My father was also a voracious reader and spent quite a bit of time at the downtown branch of the library. The computers and internet access there allowed him to maintain contact with me and reconnect with friends and family members that he lost touch with. Having access to public spaces and shared commons is more than a convenience, it is a necessity, and even more so for the most vulnerable in our community. Public health experts speak often about the important role that social connections play in maintaining health, especially for those who are aging or in recovery from substance use disorders and other mental health challenges. And sociologists have found that access to public spaces and shared commons, like libraries and town squares, is absolutely critical to facilitating these important social connections. Your vote to approve Caritas Village will demonstrate that as a community, we can make informed, pragmatic, and compassionate decisions about where we locate the housing and support services that are necessary to heal and recover. Thank you.
Thank you. Maggie O'Brien, followed by Robin Cleaves.
I guess I can just squat down a little bit here. So, oh, that's perfect, thank you. So I came here tonight to actually address the issue about the Cultural Heritage Board and the fact that I'm a homeowner in the West End and I have to jump through hoops and hoops and hoops just to get my windows replaced. And yet now this whole feasibility discussion of Caritas Village where the air quality is making it okay for them not to have to replace the houses, brought up a few things that I was thinking of. If the air quality was so bad for the people who lived in these homes that are being slated for being demolished, why are we putting in apartments for homeless people with patios and balconies and that kind of thing? So that just came up tonight. And another thing I wanted to address is it looks a little bit like this is a done deal since it happened so quickly and it's been fast-tracked from the Planning Commission to the City Council. So I would like to address the management and the good neighborness of not only Catholic Charities, but of the other three service providers in what we sort of, in my neighborhood, have been referring to as the service provider triangle. And it's really a huge issue. Everyone keeps talking about walkability and how the general plan for the city is walkability. I urge every single person that's in this room to try and walk your dog or your small child down Morgan Street. Let them maybe touch the ground. Don't bring your pepper spray or anything because the pit bulls that attack your dog are gonna be just fine, I'm sure. So I want people to walk down Morgan Street and walk down Wilson Street, right past St. Vincent de Paul and right through the Gospel Mission when I ride my bicycle twice a day, just like Chris, to the State Building, back and forth. On my way home, I go right past the Catholic Charities Family Center. And I will say that just last night, I counted 16 pieces of garbage just from the museum to the turnoff right by the mall. So I don't know who's picking up all this garbage, but somebody apparently is. I don't know where it's going. But the other issue that I have is the security. The security, I've spoken with security guards or people who are walking security around Morgan Street and by the museum, and they're only allowed to go a certain distance. The issue is that the West End, everyone's noticing that the St. Rose is on the end, I mean the Caritas is being proposed at a certain spot in the St. Rose neighborhood. Well, what borders it is the West End, and the security guards don't come in the West End. But everybody who is a client with Catholic Charities knows how far the security guards can go. And so they go just to that spot to park their cars and shoot up and do whatever else they want to do. They defecate in our yards, they go through our garbage cans, they steal our things. So I just would like to bring up those points because security is great, but it has its limitations, and the people who frequent these facilities know those limitations. Thank you.
Thank you. Robin Cleaves, followed by Jen Kuzma.
Robin Cleaves. I live at 730 Morgan Street. It is on the St. Rose Preservation District Walk. It is a 1906 Queen Anne cottage that was built. It's called the John Schroeder House. I moved into this house from Washington State sight unseen because of its charm. And granted, it lives in a neighborhood that has a lot of challenges, but I love living there. I have lived on Morgan Street for the last 5 years. I am in there daily. I see what goes on. I'm also a registered nurse at Santa Rosa Kaiser Permanente. I work in the emergency room, and I see many homeless people as my patients. These are people with their own stories and their own burdens. They're somebody's mother, sister, brother, father, brother. They are all dealt with compassion. I believe in compassion as a nurse. They have stories, and they need to be related to as human beings. They are deserving of respect. It is easy to label them as the homeless problem, but this takes away from their humanity of people who are struggling to make it through life. Compassion is a strength that allows us to understand others and see that we are more alike than we are different. And as an RN, I want to help these people in their need. And that is what Catholic Charities and Caritas Village will do. Catholic Charities helps people. Due to Catholic Charities' current facilities at 700 Morgan Street, their resources are severely limited, as you have heard and seen. The new facility will allow Catholic Charities to house and help many, many more people. And contrary to some opinions, I do not believe that Caritas Village will increase the amount of people in the area that need to congregate in the neighborhood. With a larger facility, people will not need to hang out on the streets as they will be accommodated within the building itself. Catholic Charities is the embodiment of compassion. They see others suffering and are motivated to release that suffering. They need Caritas Village in order to do so. I fully support this project as a human being in the neighborhood and as a nurse.
Thank you. Jen Kuzma, followed by Susan Hayes.
Do it down here. Hi, my name is Jen Kuzma. My husband David and I have been living at the little house in the corner of 7th and A Street for nearly 6 years. We love living in close proximity to downtown Santa Rosa and enjoy being able to walk to dinner, happy hour, or a movie without having to get in our car. Living across the intersection from Catholic Charities, we've seen from a short distance the number of people that they serve, with many more sleeping in their cars or on the street nearby. We're grateful for the leadership that Catholic Charities has taken in helping families and individuals in need, but there's clearly much more work to do. We've witnessed firsthand the limitations of their current facilities, which are outdated and no longer work well to provide the services to those in need. We take a lot of walks in the morning, and we've seen children getting ready for school outside on frigid mornings after sleeping in a vehicle because there wasn't room for them or their parents in their current location. We support the Caritas Village project because it'll allow Catholic Charities to help twice as many people find a place to call home. The proposed plans will provide a space for urgent and necessary project, which will include many of the things you've heard about today: a housing-focused service center, emergency family center, and units for permanent affordable housing for those in need. It'll also provide increased privacy for those seeking services and improve safety and security for staff, neighbors, and the community. The end result will be that more people are permanently housed and more are provided desperately needed services. As neighbors, and again, as I mentioned, we're avid pedestrians who love to walk around. We look forward to additional benefits that will benefit us in the neighborhood, like improved street lighting and sidewalks. I urge you to support this vital project. Our county, city, and neighbors are facing real crisis of homelessness and housing, and Caritas Village is a worthwhile step towards improving quality of life for all. Thanks.
Thank you. Susan Hayes, followed by Dale Flowers.
My name is Susan Hayes, and I'm a 25-year resident of the West End neighborhood near the Teen Center. And I'm also a board member of the West End Neighborhood Association. I'm a volunteer with Catholic Charities through the Sam Jones Center, and outreach at Morgan Street and other small projects. I'm a working RN for 50 years, and I work part-time now in home health. It's been brought to my attention that there is some negative feeling about the proposed center. The close experience I've had with homeless indicates the need for more coordinated services Caritas will accomplish. The homeless folks in our area are here because downtown areas offer more for their health and welfare, no matter what city you're in. We are fortunate to have groups that care. The Redwood Gospel Mission feeds and overnights. St. Vincent de Paul serves lunch daily. Morgan Street Homeless Service Center provides food and much needed case management to help and house. Family Support Center feeds, houses, and provides case management for those with children. Many churches provide occasional overnight stays and dinners. Santa Rosa offers the best support it is able to do. Caritas Village will consolidate services and continue to work for appropriate care and placement. Jesus said the poor will always be with us, and if we are not part of the solution, we are part of the problem. Neighbors should not hesitate to report to the police and our Catholic Charities any issues or problems immediately. We are all aware some behaviors are not acceptable. Lastly, there is always an invite through Catholic Charities to tour any site and discuss issues, functioning, and residents with a staff member. If you have any questions or concerns, let them know and an information time can be arranged. Many thanks, and please support this cause with an open heart.
Thank you. Dale Flowers, followed by Alan Thomas.
Members, my name is Dale Flowers. I serve as pastor at First Presbyterian Church in the McDonald Historic District. We consider Catholic Charities to be a partner, a service partner, community service partner of serving the needs of the homeless and many other services they provide. The reason we partner with them is because we share a similar value and conviction that people matter, and that it's important that we address their personal worth with a sense of dignity. We also value the approach that they have to address the challenge of homelessness done in a strategic way. They work for long-term solutions while not overlooking the immediate need of each individual. And finally, I think they offer a comprehensive approach rather than a Band-Aid fix to help people thrive and live better. I don't envy the challenges that you face of trying to meet competing priorities of valuing a historic neighborhood. At the same time, we consider this to be a gift to our community. It's not going to contribute to the problem, it's going to contribute to the solution of a problem. And it's going to help our whole community come together and help serve the needs that are indeed a matter of crisis and priority for our city and our citizens. Thank you.
Thank you. Alan Thomas, followed by Dan Sherman.
Good evening, Mayor Schwedhelm and Vice Mayor Fleming and Council. A couple of things I just want to get started. 3 things I'm going to talk about is the process, the use permit, and if I have time, I'll touch on the historic aspect. But from a housekeeping standpoint, I just want to get this on the record. There are 2 members that aren't participating in this vote normally, and I apologize if for whatever reason it was stated at the beginning of the meeting why they're not participating. I think that's part of the law. Also believe that Councilmember Tibbetts should not be participating in this vote due to his employment. I'm not going to prolong that, but I just want to get that in the record. My timer isn't going. You can give me, there you go. Thanks. So with that, the biggest issue I think really that we have as a neighborhood, and Maggie touched on it, Susan down there touched on it. I'm also a board member of the West End Association. I've been in the neighborhood a little bit longer than Susan, not that it really matters. But the issue is, what do you do when there's a problem with people sleeping on the street? There's no solution. The Catholic Charity is the bad actor. I'm sorry, they just are. So Burbank Housing, no problem. Family Service Center, no problem. 600 Morgan, disaster. Ongoing disaster. And I don't want to hear from anybody that we're not compassionate. I most certainly don't see your purple shirts out, on Morgan Street picking up garbage or dealing with the people that are underneath the freeways, because we don't see them. And so, you know, the good neighbor policy thing is just a farce as far as I'm concerned. So I put in my email, I suggested that the city put in a no camping within a half mile. That might be too much. Make it a quarter mile, no camping zone. So if there's anybody camping, the city gets on it right away. Public Works goes through there, cleans up right away. We don't have to call. This response and code enforcement stuff is ridiculous. And if for whatever reason someone's kicked out of any of the services, and you can start with Catholic Charities and Caritas Village, that the police are notified and the other service providers are notified. And it has to be done and funded by the police, because the service providers are always going to say, we don't have enough money to move the house, we don't have this and that. I live in a moved house. I own 2 other houses that were moved in 48 when the freeway came through. So there's always an ends to the mean, and the people that pay for it are the neighbors and the businesses and the community as a whole. So you have to understand why people don't want these type of facilities in their areas is because of 600 Morgan and the way it's operated. So do your job, keep us safe, or we'll just take it to the courts. Thank you.
Thank you. Dan Sherman, followed by Rosalie Solgit-Shea.
Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members, my name is Dan Sherman. I'm the Community Health Investment Manager for St. Joseph Health, Santa Rosa Memorial Hospital, and I'm here on behalf of Providence St. Joseph Health and Santa Rosa Memorial Hospital to express our strong support for the Caritas Village project, which will provide permanent supportive housing with on-site supportive services and affordable housing for our most vulnerable residents. In the tradition of our founders, the Sisters of St. Joseph, we devote resources and services that care for the underserved and disadvantaged and minister to the needs of homeless, whether through financial support of our partners in the community, such as Catholic Charities or Burbank Housing and others, or through direct provision of medical services on the street in our mobile health clinic. And we know through this experience, as well as the direct experience in our emergency room at Memorial Hospital, of the impact that stable housing makes on health and the disastrous health outcomes for persons without proper housing. It's no surprise that the #1 health need in our community, according to our Community Health Needs Assessment, is housing and homelessness, as it is in almost every community in which Providence St. Joseph Health serves in the western states. That's why we are committed to partnering with others in each of our communities to support and invest in permanent supportive housing for those who would otherwise be living on the streets. And we commend our partners, Catholic Charities and Burbank Housing, for their commitment to helping address homelessness and housing instability in our community and improving the quality of life for our most vulnerable residents. Memorial Hospital believes finding solutions to homelessness is a moral imperative, and we strongly urge the City Council to follow the recommendations of the Planning Commission and approve this project. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Rosalie Solgit-Shea, followed by Ananda Sweet.
So I can see you. There you are. Yes, I'm Rosalie Solgit-Shea. I come to you as a homeowner in the St. Rose Historic District for over 40 years. We were an ordinary family buying a $60,000 Craftsman bungalow on 10th Street. Our family took advantage of public transportation, access to the downtown businesses, jobs. My oldest son delivered the newspaper by bicycle, delivering the newspaper every day to Pepper, for those of you who remember her. We fully took advantage of living in this wonderful neighborhood. I come to you this evening urging you to support the Caritas Village project. I feel it offers that wonderful accessibility to so many people, and it gives our neighborhood a balance that it so well needs. Recent sales of 2-bedroom, 1-bath, approximately 1,200 square feet homes were in the $600,000 bracket. I approve and urge you to approve of the Caritas Village project because it gives that accessibility to so many people and provides a solution, not a Band-Aid, to what is needed in our neighborhood. I feel sadness at the loss of the historic structures, but my sense of humanity and the needs of this community far outweigh the losses. I urge your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Ananda Sweet, followed by Alima Silverman.
Good evening, Mayor Schwethelm, members of the council, and Ananda Sweet with the Santa Rosa Metro Chamber of Commerce, here in support of the Caritas Village project. Homelessness and the housing crisis are having significant negative impacts on our local economy, businesses, and the entire community. The Santa Rosa Metro Chamber recognizes the need for housing with wraparound services for those experiencing homelessness as the evidence-based approach and a crucial piece of the solution to this community challenge. As a project that will double the number of people who find permanent housing each year, Caritas Village will significantly alleviate the homelessness and housing crisis in our community. Making sure that our neighbors across the economic spectrum have permanent, affordable homes is good for business and good for our entire community. In addition to the human toll on those experiencing homelessness and the emotional toll on all of our citizens, and that finding solutions like Caritas Village is just the right thing to do, from strictly an economic point of view, homelessness is a significant drain on our local economy. It impacts tourism and employee recruitment. It harms our local retailers. It needlessly strains vital law enforcement services, and it places an extreme burden on our healthcare network. Caritas Village's inclusion of on-site medical care will reduce that burden and cost to existing emergency room, clinic, and ambulance transports. In terms of neighborhood impact, the project offers significant improvement to the existing site, and research demonstrates that permanent supportive housing not only restores the lives of homeless individuals and is highly cost-effective, but it can also lead to steadier growth in property values for nearby residences. Our county and city are facing real economic challenges. As a community, we are not in a position to turn away or delay real opportunities for action. This is one of those opportunities, and Catholic Charities and Burbank Housing are two organizations with expertise and a proven track record of successfully implementing solutions to homelessness and the housing crisis. There is a significant cost to doing nothing and a significant cost to letting an opportunity like Caritas Village pass us by. I urge you to support Caritas Village and the lasting improvements it will make to our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Alima Silverman, followed by Jeffrey Smith.
Hi. Alima Silverman. I'm an architect, live here in Santa Rosa, and I just want to say that I support this project. I'm here tonight on a different matter, but seeing this project is inspiring. I do think we have a homeless problem here, and this will help with that. So I just want to say that I support the project. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeffrey Smith, followed by Tensi Smith. Jeffrey Smith, see no. Tensi Smith? Yes.
Good evening, my name is Tensi, and I am a former participant in Catholic Charity Services at the Family Support Center. In early 2019, my family and I encountered struggles that we could not overcome. We lost our housing and we were forced to seek shelter at the Family Support Center. We settled in and immediately got right to work on getting back into housing. I never gave up on the process, no matter how hard it got. My children stepped up, and the help of the Children's Resource Manager, Tony, we got through it together. About 7 months later, after a lot of sweat and hard work, I got the call from Rosa Village, a Burbank property, that there was an open apartment for me and my children. It had everything my children needed, a room to play, room to thrive, a room to heal. Thanks to both of these organizations, we had home once again. Life at the Family Support Center is hard. The staff stops at nothing to make sure that we're happy and safe, but it's cramped and it's crowded. The staff struggles for the space that they need to help clients heal after tough trials. Forget about storage. The intake room for people needing emergency shelter is always full. That room would make me nervous, and it represents the huge problem facing our homelessness population in this whole area. All this creates tension between clients that could be easily avoided with a proper facility. It's clear that the former hospital on 8th Street just doesn't cut it. No matter how hard the staff tries, it's just not a proper home, even for a short time. I believe Caritas Village fixes the problems. The staff will finally have the room that they need to run the shelter the best way. And if Caritas Homes is anything like Rosa Village, I know it will make a beautiful home for more families like myself. Thank you, City Council, for considering this project. Thank you for considering it for the staff who've become such an important part of my life and for the people that they serve. Thank you to everyone in this room who has supported me on my journey. And I just want to give a big thank you to Catholic Charities. Thank you.
Thank you. Destin Arroyo, followed by Carol Harris.
Good evening, council members. We are current employees of Catholic Charities, but before that, we were both homeless after our lives fell apart due to a family tragedy. We both struggled with addictions we couldn't control. We hit rock bottom. We knew we had to get our lives right. We both entered shelter at Sam Jones and began drug programs. Dustin got a job at Guy's Garden and was quickly promoted. Soon I was able to work there too, thanks to Dustin's referral. It was difficult, but we worked through it and are now drug-free and living at the Palms. We joined church at the Rock, where we love to worship. We love our home and our jobs at Catholic Charities.
This is my third year at Catholic Charities. I'm on the host team where I do outreach to folks living on the street. We work to get them into services. One of my jobs is to walk the neighborhood. With my team, I've helped keep it clear of trash, and I've connected folks sleeping on the streets to our services on 600 Morgan Street. You know, the house next to the school, I've been able to keep that area vacant.
I work as a participant advocate at 600 Morgan Street. This is my second year. I love helping our clients any way I can, but it's hard in that space. I work as hard as I can every day to make sure our clients' needs are met and that they understand we're part of a larger community, including the neighborhood. It's hard to even imagine how wonderful it would be to do the work I do at Caritas Village. We've gotten used to the house, but our clients need a space that does more than get by.
It will be easier to get clients to enter services in a safer, happier space. People know the 600 Morgan building can be difficult, so I know this will make my job easier. Thank you for considering this project. We know it's a long night. This is important to us, and we hope we can be a part of it to make our city the best it can be.
Thank you. Carol Harris, followed by Jeff Colin. Is Carol Harris here? All right, Jeff Colin, followed by Erica Torgerson.
Mayor Schwedhelm, Vice Mayor Fleming, council members, City Manager McGlynn, and staff. My name is Jeff Colin. I'm here also on behalf of Santa Rosa Memorial Hospital and Providence St. Joseph Health. I'm also here as a citizen and resident of Santa Rosa and a former city manager of this community. I take great pride in the fact that during my tenure as city manager, we were able to bring Samuel Jones Hall online as a homeless shelter. And I think that's one of the great successes that I look back at the time here I spent in managing the city. I also wanted to pass on my thanks to the City Council for your thorough and insightful questions about the project, and to the staff for your analysis of the project and the detail and the care that you've taken in guiding our community. I'm also a strong supporter of Caritas Village. I think it's a project that you will be very proud of if you choose to approve it, and I encourage you to do so. Thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you. Erica Torgerson, followed by Joe Lilienthal.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. I've worked in downtown Santa Rosa for the last 16 years, from 7th and E to 1st and B. I've watched the homeless population not only grow, but also become more vulnerable. According to Catholic Charities, 70 to 80% of folks living on the street here were our neighbors before becoming homeless. We need to do a better job for our community. This project does what the council states is their policy of housing first. Catholic Charities and Burbank Housing both have strong reputations in the community and of getting people into safe, supportive housing. Let's let them do their job. I understand the opposition to tearing down homes in a historic district, but requiring the applicant to move the homes and spending nearly $1 million that will delay this project and potentially cause them to lose funding. We can't prioritize old houses over people dying in the streets. It's not going to take just one step to solve the homeless emergency in Sonoma County, but approving this project is a first step. I urge you to approve this project tonight so the shovels can start hitting the ground in 2020. Thank you.
Thank you. Joe Lilienthal, followed by Rick Abbott.
Mayor Schwedhelm, Vice Mayor Fleming, and Council. Glad to be here tonight. I want to thank council members, or actually Councilmember Rogers and Vice Mayor Fleming, who at different times have met and walked the neighborhood. Unfortunately, because of the short turnaround between the planning meeting last week and this meeting, there's not enough time to meet with all of you, and that's unfortunate. I'm not against Catholic Charities having an updated facility or having additional housing in the district. I think both are possible, and I think it can be done following the guidelines for historic districts. It may be just me, a smaller project, not quite so large. Since 1990, when the St. Rose Preservation District was formed, there have been numerous projects, both residential and non-residential, that have been successfully completed by adaptive reuse and infill, and most importantly, following the historic district guidelines. At the first concept review, project went for the CHB and DRB. All 7 members of the CHB were unanimous that the proposed project was not appropriate for the location. The 2 main reasons being, number 1, the demolition of known contributors to the district, and by the way, all but 2 of the buildings, if you look at the contributor map, all but 2 are known contributors to the district. The second one, besides the demolition, was the scale and the massing of the buildings themselves. There are a couple of 3-story buildings. Project notes the old school and the post office, but there are no 4-story apartment buildings in the St. Rose Historic District. It's just not that kind of a district. So they said that it didn't blend in with the surrounding neighborhood, and more in-depth reasons were given. Even one member of the design review board said that even though it's not within her purview, she was troubled by the amount of demolition. One of the reasons stated in the EIR for not considering the project was it would prevent them from reaching their objective. What about the city of Santa Rosa's objectives? There are numerous documents that talk about historic preservation, and I'll read one of them. It's from Santa Rosa's General Plan 2035, adopted by the City Council, and it reads, general plan policies strive to ensure long-term historic preservation in Santa Rosa by encouraging preservation of historic structures as well as their surrounding settings in areas of new development and redevelopment, and by discouraging demolition of historic resources. Guess I'm out of time, so that's it.
Thank you, Jim. Rick Abbott, followed by Connie Kinnison.
Good evening. My name is Rick Abbott. It is my honor and privilege to serve as the president of the Board of Catholic Charities. I would like to thank the members of the City Council for this opportunity to speak in support of Caritas Village. We at Caritas Village have a vision. It is a vision that sustains us in the work that we do. It is a vision that has guided us during the past 5 years as we have worked to make Caritas Village a reality. We envision a tired, old, downtown city block being transformed into a vibrant, safe, and secure community. A community where the most vulnerable among us can find hope for a better future. A community where homeless families can find shelter and where their children can receive a head start. A community where the sick and injured can find treatment for their illnesses and injuries. A community that works closely with its St. Rose neighbors by listening to their concerns and responding to their needs as we work together to enhance the safety and security of the entire neighborhood. We believe this revitalized block will directly address both our citywide homeless emergency and our citywide dearth of affordable housing. It is the right project at the right time and at the right place. Caritas Village has the support of a broad cross-section of the citizens of Santa Rosa. It has the support of many of our neighbors in the St. Rose Historic District. Caritas Village has the support of the local business community. It has the support of the Planning Commission. Now we are asking the Santa Rosa City Council to add your support to Caritas Village. On behalf of Catholic Charities and the multitude of Caritas Village supporters, we beseech you to make Caritas Village a reality for all of Santa Rosa by approving the resolutions before you. We would all be extremely grateful for that approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Connie Kinnison still here? Bruce Kinnison? Doreen Van Leuven, followed by Colleen Fernald.
Good evening, Mayor Schwedheim and Vice Mayor Fleming and council members. My name is Doreen Van Leeuwen. I'm a marriage and family therapist. I've lived here in the community for about 4 years, and I'm here to support this project on behalf of the people that need the services that are being provided there. I'm a past president of Redwood Empire chapter of Marriage and Family Therapist. Here we have about 380 members, and so one of our missions is to educate our members and provide them with information about how to help people in these kinds of situations. And what we know, of course, is that the neurological impact on people is profound, and that what we need to do is provide them with wraparound services where they can experience a sense of safety. I speak to you today also as a domestic violence survivor. I lived in 7-month housing at a time with 3 little children, and so I know the value of having that kind of wraparound service to get my own life back together. I wouldn't be here standing here today without that service that was provided to me. So I want to thank you for your hard work, your diligence. I'm going to sit down and I'm going to ask that you would please vote in favor of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Colleen Fernald, followed by Catherine Dale.
I've been lacking traditional housing since the summer of 2016. Prior to that, I was homeless by choice to make truth and justice exposed. It's absolutely humiliating to not have housing. Every time I step out of the door of my car, my reason for not having housing has nothing to do with substance abuse, and I don't know how many other people are in my shoes of unmitigated rape and the murder of my child, creating conditions that can't be changed until you change that. There's no pill or talking to someone in a room that's gonna fix this. So I really appreciate the services that are available at the living room down the street from this project, and it's unfortunate the doors close at the end of the day. So I know these projects are important and they're not for everyone, urban density, but I do support there being more available and that there be a really fair basis and not all the attention and help going to people only with substance abuse problems, or only with families with children. There are single people that need help, in addition to that, to try to find some balance, I'm not hearing green building at all in the details of this. And maybe I missed something, but I'd like to see those standards be applied to the highest possible position, and how can the city support that? Aren't there supposed to be solar roofs on new housing? So I don't necessarily think roofs are the best place for all solar. How about the parking lots? So there's solar shade. With regard to the historic houses there that are on the property, they're houses. Now, depending on the condition of the houses, with their historic, if they haven't been maintained, they can be a liability. But if there's any structural integrity to it, how could the city partner with them? How do you have a location where they could be moved to? How can the bigger community be brought into this equation? If there's an option there somewhere, you know, let's look at that. And it's kind of ironic that you cut your rental inspection program for mold in housing when you found out 75% of your stock was contaminated. So this is a really important issue. Durability of materials, making them green, making them mold-proof from the get-go. What can the city do to encourage all landscaping on new developments as much as possible be food gardens? We can nourish ourselves as well as provide oxygen, not just shade, but an apple tree can provide shade and some fruit. So how can you encourage these kinds of change?
Thank you. Catherine Dale, followed by Jeff Kelly.
Hello, my name is Catherine Dale. I'm here to speak regarding the Morgan Street homeowners. A few of them had to leave, one just returned, so hopefully Heather will get another turn to speak. But as you can see my head, I wasn't gonna come because I wanted to hide in the shadows, because I was assaulted 3 weeks ago on Morgan Street. I dared to walk out my front door to go in my car at 8:30 at night to get the laundry. And it's the drop-in shelters that we have a problem with. This is where there's no accountability. There's the people, sorry. People, when they're released from prison, they can go to these drop-in shelters, receive their mail. I know who my neighbors are. I know them, they're here, and I know how to track them down. The people at the drop-in shelters, there's no accountability. That's the part that we want removed. We as a neighborhood have done enough. We have 3 shelters. We're willing to say, yes, let's build for families. Let's build for people who can be held accountable, but not any more drop-in centers. We don't need it. We need some semblance of civility. So this doesn't happen when my daughter comes home from college, so excuse me. We need to be better protected, and the drop-in centers do not offer us any type of protection. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeff Kelly, followed by Don Hauser. Jeff Kelly, Don Hauser, followed by Jim Nantel.
You mean Hanson, not Hauser?
Okay.
Okay. I watched them do it. I think I can do it on my own. Hi, my name is Dawn Hanson. In July of last year, there was a Women's Recovery Services. They're a nonprofit, and they wanted to build some more housing on their property on 98 Henley. So I thought, okay, fine, you know, they're doing something good, and it's gonna be great. Well, they ended up lying and never got a survey. And the planning department passed it. They also lied on the site plan. His name is, he's with BKF. So what they achieved this way was to cut down all my trees, a 65-foot black oak, 2 bay trees, all those heritage and also protected trees. So I think my point is that we want you know, people to get help. But then all of a sudden we're taken advantage of. They have called the police on me, saying that I trespassed on the property, which they're the ones who've done it. I mean, I'm still waiting to hear from the planning department why they were allowed to take my trees that were on my property. They cut my trees down on my property, a 65-foot tree with a hawk that nested in it. I still haven't heard back from the planning department. I mean, I have all the names of the people that lied on the site plans, that lied to the planning, and nothing has been done. So I think that, you know, it's hard to go after these charities because they're so big. I'm already 10,000 in a lawyer and probably looking at more because they don't care. They busted up my cement. They made it dangerous for my tenants that live there. I mean, how do I fight somebody that has millions of dollars behind them? I mean, they took advantage of stuff, and that's why, I mean, I see these people and I know that their hearts are good, but they don't have to live there, and they don't have to put up with the people. And so anyway, I made my point. So thanks.
Thank you. Jim Nantel.
Is that on? It is, I guess. Mr. Mayor, Jim Nantel, and I'm a volunteer with Catholic Charities. And I just wanted to point out and ask the council to hearken back to the comments that your planner made at the start of the meeting. She talked about 5 goals, priority goals that this council has, and she indicated that this project, these combined projects between Catholic Charities and Burbank Housing addresses 4 of those 5 priority goals. So I want you to keep your eye on that ball, okay? She also pointed out that you have a downtown or a neighborhoods plan that was developed 5 years ago and called for 3,000 homes to be added, housing units to be added in the neighborhood, and indicated that 5 years into that 10-year plan, I think we've been able to accomplish 128 of those. And so that's another important part of your goals. As you know, Catholic Charities has spent the last 5 years working hard to respond to these goals that you have in terms of more housing and dealing with the homelessness. You know, as your colleagues at the Board of Supervisors know, that you've been struggling mightily with finding ways to address these concerns. And so this is an organization that's worked very hard to respond to the goals that you have established and the priority you've given those. And I realize as council members, you have to make difficult trade-offs. And I think the trade-off of foregoing some homes that are not in the state that they should be to be able to be moved and retained is a trade-off that I think is one you need to make to be able to move forward on these 4 important goals, 4 of which this project is going to respond to. I also want to comment on those here tonight who are concerned about the impacts of the day center in terms of how it impacts them as neighbors. I would urge them to join me, and Mr. Mayor, you may remember that I was at your meeting on the Leadership Council a year ago, where I said to all of you, Catholic Charities uses the money they get now, which does not provide them money to deal with these neighborhood problems, but they use what they can, and I think they do an excellent job in trying to respond to it. But I say to the funders, when you fund these things, as you are responding to neighborhood demands for you to do these things, you need to accept the cost of mitigating the impact on the neighbors. You need to give them the necessary funds to be able to provide the full breadth of services to mitigate the impact on these neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeff Kelly, are you here? Bruce Kinnison, Connie Kinnison, Carol Harris, Jeffrey Smith, Heather Anderson.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Okay.
Hi. I'm Heather Anderson. I'm a dentist in Santa Rosa and also a business owner. I own a home on A Street near the proposed Caritas Village. I'm also a mother of a 1- and 3-year-old girl, 2 girls. I feel like Catholic Charities thus far has not stood by their neighborhood agreement, well, as stated in their good neighbor policy. And these are quotes from that policy. Number 1, security to ensure that participants are not loitering in the neighborhood. Number 2, participants are expected to be respectful to neighbors. Number 3, participants are expected to remain out of the vicinity of the neighborhood during non-operational hours. Number 4, staff and volunteers are to address littering and loitering issues. And number 5, participants are to follow these rules, and violation of these can jeopardize participants' continued eligibility. I can't tell you how much litter my family's picking up constantly, as well as discarded carts, shoes, clothes, and sleeping bags. Feces are frequently found in our alley between A and Morgan Streets. We find trash and needles often at my office as well. How can we expect Catholic Charities to manage an even larger facility when they have been doing a poor job thus far? I think a navigation center so close to downtown is a bad idea and will harm the quality of life for so many residents and business owners. I do think that family housing does need to be increased in capacity, but the navigation center could be located somewhere where there's more room, such as the Sonoma County Developmental Center. The governor has turned it over to the county. Participants would have a much better chance of recovery in this type of environment with the right resources. I think Santa Rosa has taken the brunt of the homeless crisis, and we need to work together as a county. I was gonna talk about my neighbor, but she already spoke, and I think that speaks volumes. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Phyllis Center. Yeah. Okay, this is a public hearing, so you don't have to fill out a card. If anyone would like to address the council, feel free to do so. Please identify yourself, and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, Denise Hill. I've lived in the St. Rose neighborhood for 30 years, and we've never had an issue with the expansion of the homeless the family center or additional housing on the block that we're talking about. However, we do have a real issue with the demolition of all the historic structures on a block in a preservation district. Yeah, especially when the justification for that is that they don't have any integrity, but the people that were taking care of them are the group that should have been maintaining that integrity on those buildings. Our preference was for actually alternative 2, which would have been a win-win, and we would have been able to have a lot of the historic structures on Morgan Street stay, and we would just lose, unfortunately, the general hospital. It doesn't look like we're going down that road. Our second choice would be alternative 3, which saves at least two of the homes out of an entire block in a historic preservation district. But it also appears that the applicant is not interested in that. So, given that they don't seem to be interested in giving a nod or preserving anything that has to do with the preservation district on that block, we feel that they have to offer some kind of mitigation to the neighborhood. Not only mitigation for destroying an entire block of contributing structures, but also mitigation for the impacts that this project will bring to the neighborhood through increased traffic, reduced street parking, and what is going on at 600 Morgan Street, which as many good neighbor policies as you can put out there, unfortunately what it really takes, and they have it already, is eyes on the street for watching what's going on outside 600 Morgan Street. As many times as we walk by there, which is on a regular basis and certainly every Sunday, it's pretty much the same situation, which is not a positive situation, and there's never anybody that we see from Catholic Charities, no security guard, nobody else out there monitoring what's going on at 600 Morgan Street, and that is a detriment to the neighborhood. And as one speaker said, residents should not be impacted, no population should be impacted negatively by what's going on there. I think at this point, the proposals that Chris Rogers, Councilmember Rogers came up with seem like the one mitigation that would be a nod to saying, we realize we're destroying an entire historic block in a historic preservation district. So we would like to see some strong consideration towards that. We would also like to see down the road that the city stop putting us at odds with developers, and we continually have to go to bat for our historic district when it is an asset to the city, and one of these days we look forward to the city embracing it as such. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to address council on this item? Please, sir.
Hello, my name is Matthew Reed. I'm an 11-year resident of 700 Morgan Street. I live directly across from the proposed Caritas Village, which I am in support of. I had a whole thing written here, but I think I'm just going to kind of speak from the heart. The photos in the back, the gentleman on the far right, you over here can't see him. He has borrowed many tools from me needing to fix his car and that sort of thing. He always returns them. The gentleman in the black cap there, on a handful of times I've held his recycling material in my garage, and he would come back and get it the next morning. His concerns, of course, are that it will be stolen overnight. The woman to the left of him is currently living in her car across the street from my house and has been doing so for about 2 weeks. And I could go on and on and on. They are my neighbors in that sense. They are members of the community, as are Jenny Lynn and Tony and John and Rebecca and the good people of Catholic Charities who are doing what they can. And then, of course, my neighbors here that are the homeowners in the area. All good people. Nobody's arguing about, people needing to be on the street. They all need a roof over their head and that sort of a thing. I'm in a conundrum often in my neighborhood in dealing with kind of my Christian, upbringing and values and my pocketbook. So I'm just exhausted. I mean, I'm right in the middle of it, and I'm just completely exhausted. I don't know what else to say about it other than if this thing gets built, and I mean, apparently, the building's gonna have flowers coming out of it and everything, and that's great, it looks fantastic. Build it. So I'm just kind of thinking beyond that and sort of what happens, after the fact, because right now, I mean, to build that and to have what remains going on in the street, across the street from our houses, and people are, getting attacked and that kind of thing too, not that necessarily, anyway, that's going on as well, shocking stuff. That just simply cannot stand. It just cannot stand. Nobody wants, we all love our neighbors, but we can't have them, living, in front of our house, crapping on our sidewalks. Sorry, so it's a frustration that I have, but I certainly want desperately to be able to work with Catholic Charities, work with council. I'm in it. I'm willing to do my part. But just what's going on now with what's going on in the street is just simply untenable for everyone. So thank you for your time.
Anyone else like to address the council? Go ahead, sir.
Have a house on the out of time, huh?
Well, thank you. No, go ahead. Why don't you hold on a sec? Let's get your live mic. You're not on quite yet. Hold on a sec. There you go.
Okay. Name's Greg Parker. I own property in the northeast section of the St. Rose Historic District. And to Ms. Fleming's questions about moving houses, my Victorian is 2-story, 6,000 square feet, and it was moved in 1950 from over on Mendocino onto B Street. So it can be done if you want to do it. As far as Chris Rogers and Victoria both, I think, mentioning the problems on Morgan Street, especially on the west side of between 6th and 7th, there's no permitted parking there now, and I wish the city would do something to permit it. I mean, it's not going to be a residential thing where you're going to get 60% of the households agreeing to it because there aren't any there. But that's coming right into our neighborhood from the south, and you don't want to walk there for certain. Driving is a real disturbing experience because you live a few blocks from there and it's totally different, but it's not pleasant. What else have I got? when we live in the St. Rose Historic District, many people have mentioned this, we sacrifice a few things about what we can do with our buildings and everything. And it's disturbing when the city allows people to come in and just kind of ignore the guidelines that we have to abide by every day. It's just like slow infringement on the neighborhood, and it's just kind of eating away at the historic nature of it, and it's not fun. So, thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to address council? Seeing no one else, we'll close the public hearing. Bring it back to council. Based on any of those comments, do you have any additional questions for staff or any of the other presentations? Seeing none. Mr. Tibbetts, I believe you have this item.
I do. So for the sake of discussion, I will move item 16.1, 16.2, 16.3, 16.4, 16.5, 16.6, and 16.7, and waive for the reading of the text.
So we have a motion on all 7 of those recommendations. Is there a second?
I will second that motion.
Okay. Additional comments, Mr. Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'm probably going to need your help with this a little bit. As I indicated, I am interested in offering a friendly amendment to the motion that has some additional conditions on the approval, and I don't know quite where those conditions fall, so I figure you can help with us with that construction. First, to the Vice Mayor's comments, I want to make sure that the fire marshal has the ability to sign off on an evacuation plan prior to construction of the center. As I indicated before, I'd like to see elements 10 and 11 of the Northern Pedestrian Linkage Study implemented. That's the Gateway Monument, as well as the urban sidewalks and streets and benches, the consistency within the district. As I believe is in the motion, but I want to verify, from the mitigation measures, cultural element 1, 3, and 4, which I believe has the salvage report, the public report documentation, the interpretive materials, and the compatible design, which I'm seeing some head nods that is already offered within that motion. I would like to make the conditional use permit require a monthly meeting between the offered monthly meeting between the leadership team for the operator, the mayor of the city, the council member who represents that district, and neighbors to discuss issues. And I'm specifically phrasing it that way because obviously the mayor will change, the council member who represents the district will change, and there may be some months as time goes on where the frequency of those meetings doesn't need to be monthly, hopefully as things are working well. But I want to make sure that there's that opportunity for city leadership to meet with the senior leadership team for Catholic Charities on this as well. I'd like to make sure that the trash pickup is weekly. Walking through the neighborhood is weekly as a condition of the conditional use permit. And I would like to see a permitted parking program on the interior of the project so that folks who have placement there and are able to park there have the spots that they need so that those aren't being taken up during the daytime, and then folks who are supposed to, who want to, who have a home there, are not taking up additional street parking as well in the meantime. And that can be all done internally on the site there. I just want to make sure that there's a spot preserved for the people who are accessing the services to go there for the long-term supportive housing. The last one that I'll throw out for discussion with the council is some way of making the good neighbor policy part of the conditional use permit, so that way it is not just as somebody said, a piece of paper with good guidelines, but actually has some enforceability for the city to make sure that that good neighbor policy is being followed.
So with that, Madam City Attorney, because I believe what Councilmember Tibbetts did was just basically take the 7 recommendations. What I just heard from Councilmember Rogers is in the form of a friendly amendment. What would you suggest us to do to tie up what was just suggested with the original motions, because they may fit different?
Right, we're gonna, we'd recommend that you take each of these one by one, not do them as a group. But in addition, I think I also want to invite staff. Some of these measures are already part of the project or part of the mitigations, and others I think can be incorporated either as mitigations or potentially as conditions, and I'll let staff address that.
Yeah, I think a lot of the conditions that you just went through, they'd be most appropriately placed in the conditional use permit and or the mitigation program of the EIR, and our EIR consultant can speak to those. The use permit also has the first 2 findings require adherence to the mitigation monitoring plan. So if you make your modifications in the mitigation plan of the EIR, they will then get captured by the use permit.
So what I'm hearing you say is most of that was related to item number 6.
It's
what I heard from Mr. Rogers.
Correct.
Okay. Are there any other, before we go into that, so because I think I'd like to take the suggestion, we'll start with the first item. Are there any other council-friendly amendments that you would like to offer to Mr. Tibbetts before he goes through these one by one? Go ahead.
And I was going to mention that some of the mitigations may be incorporated into number 1 as well. So we're looking at 1 and 6 that may require some revisions.
Yeah, and I don't care where they go. They'll have the same force, whether it's 1 or 7. I just want to make sure that those are all encapsulated in there.
Go ahead, Mr. Tibbetts.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know, unless there's any objections from my colleagues, where I would lean towards putting these is solely in number 6, because I think what we've got here is one project that really is 2. We have permanent supportive housing that operates with independent living, and then we have an emergency shelter, and emergency shelters operate very differently from permanent supportive housing units. And whenever you put something on a conditional use permit, there's necessarily enforcement mechanisms. And so I would hate for enforcement mechanisms that could be levied upon the shelter also be levied upon somehow sort of the housing, if that makes sense. Because I think those operate differently and needed to be treated differently.
I understand that. I think that the reason that there's some form of distinction is some of these are design elements, particularly the things from the Northern Pedestrian Linkage Study, that those wouldn't be in the ongoing conditional use permit. They would actually be in the approval process for the construction.
So that might be why there's the distinction. EIR for number 1. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Any additions to that? So why don't we just go through, start at the top, and then Mr. Rogers, make sure we don't miss it if you wanted a friendly amendment as he goes through 1 through 7.
Okay, I move a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa certifying the final environmental impact report for the Caritas Village project, file number PRJ 18-052, and waive further reading of the text. Actually, excuse me, no, amend gateway, monument, and urban sidewalks. What would be the exact nomenclature? Mr. Rogers, do you have it?
Elements 10 and 11 of the Northern Pedestrian Linkage Study, as well as the suggested salvage report, public report documentation, interpretive materials, and compatible design.
And just a point of clarification, there was an item in there related to the emergency evacuation plan, which should be tied to transportation mitigation measure number 1. It currently, the title references construction, but in the subsequent text, we can make that modification. It mentions operational conditions for evacuation as well. So we'll clarify that in the mitigation. I believe that was the Vice Mayor's intent. Is that clear?
Yeah.
So for purposes, would you accept that friendly amendment?
Yes, yes, I accept it.
So, and Mr. Dow, were you seconding that motion?
I will.
Okay.
Madam City Attorney, are you clear on what this motion and the friendly amendments are? before we move on?
Frankly, no, I'm not quite clear.
Let me start over.
Sorry.
For the audio. I move a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa certifying the final environmental impact report for the Caritas Village project, file number PRJ 18-052, incorporating amendments, design elements 10 and 11 of the linkage study, and certifying that the city fire marshal will approve fire evacuation routes.
Routes are planned.
Per trans mitigation member number 1.
For trans mitigation number 1.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, hey, that was good.
And again, it's evacuation plan, not the route.
Correct, plan.
And do you agree to that friendly amendment?
I do, as a second.
Are we on board with that?
We're on board. Okay. Thank you.
Before we vote, any additional comments on this motion in second? Seeing none, your votes, please. And that passes unanimously with 5 ayes.
1 down, 6 to go.
I move a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa adopting the findings of fact, mitigation monitoring and reporting program and statement of overriding considerations for the Caritas Village project, file number PRJ 18-052, waive further reading.
Second.
Are there any friendly amendments to that item? Any additional comments to that item?
And Mr. Mayor, we will want that resolution as well to reflect the mitigation monitoring and reporting program as amended per the first resolution.
So moved.
Second.
And you're accepting of that? Okay, any other choice words to add that you do it? Okay, we have a motion and a second. Your votes, please. And that passes with 5 ayes.
I move a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa amending the general plan for the Caritas Village project from medium-density residential and retail and business services to transit village mixed use for the properties at 431, 437, 439, 465 A Street, and 506, 512, 516, 520, 600, 608, and 612 Morgan Street, assessors parcel number 010-041-001, 004, 005, 008, 009, 010, 011, 013, 014, 015, 016, 017, 018, 019, 020, file number PRJ 18-052, and waive further reading of the text. Sorry about that.
Do we have a second on that one?
Second.
Any further amendments, additions? All right, we have a motion and a second. Your votes, please. And that also passes with 5 ayes.
Okay, I move a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa approving amendments to the downtown station area specific plan for the Caritas Village project to include all project parcels within the Courthouse Square sub-area and specify roundabout diameter widths of 80 feet at 6th and A Street and 7th and A Street intersections for the properties at 431, 437, 439, 465 A Street, and 506, 512, 516, 520, 600, 608, and 612 Morgan Street. Assessors parcel numbers 010-041-001, 004, 5, 8, 9, 10, 11, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, file number PRJ 18-052. Wait for the reading.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any amendments? Any additional comments? Your votes then.
like a cat.
Mr. Dowd, could we get your vote?
Hey, you better.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And that passes with 5 ayes.
I move a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa approving a minor use permit for an emergency shelter for the Caritas Village project located at 431, 437, 439, 465 A Street and 506, 512, 516, 520, 600, 608, and 612 Morgan Street. Assessors parcel numbers 010-041-020, 010-041-004, 010-041-005, 010-041-019, 010-041-008, 010-041-009, 010-041-010, 010-041-011, 010-041-017, 010-041-018, 010-041-013, 010-041-014, 010-041-015, 010-041-016, and 010-041-001. Waive further reading of the text.
Second.
Motion is second. Any amendments? Mr. Rogers.
Yeah, and I believe this is the one where Sue suggested adding in a requirement for a monthly meeting to be offered between Catholic Charities, the mayor, the council member who represents the district, and neighbors to discuss issues. Requires trash pickup to be weekly. Would take the good neighbor policy and add it into the conditional use permit so that it has some force of teeth to it, and require a permitted parking on the interior to make sure that those who have thankfully found placement in housing have a place to park that is not on the street.
So, might I add a little tiny tweak to that? In the event that the mayor, the person who represents that district is the mayor, that the mayor would then invite the vice mayor additionally, so we could have 2 members on the council in those meetings where necessary.
I think that's a great idea.
Here's my only concern with this is, my understanding, if folks from the planning department could correct me if I'm wrong, is that by tagging this onto the CUP, you could have a situation where 10, 15 years from now, Catholic Charities staff and city elected officials are not meeting because that habit has, at one point in time, been determined to not be required. So many times we set things up, these types of agreements, and they go on and people realize that there are no issues or limited issues that don't require further follow-up, and that trail drops off. So now what happens? Well, somebody wishing to do harm to the project or the organization steps in and says, that council member and that mayor have not been meeting with staff. What's the recourse for the organization? Do they have to, that's my concern here, and all of a sudden they're just being levied fines and they're having meetings for the sake of meetings' sakes.
Well, and that's why I specifically offered that or suggested that it has to be offered by the service provider. So it's incumbent then on the mayor, the council member, city staff to take them up on that opportunity, but they can't refuse to meet with them and with the neighbors at that point. They have to actually make an opportunity available. And then outside of that, the neighbors who are impacted by this then can choose whether or not the representation that they are feeling is adequate, and they have that remedy on the election side.
And if I could just comment too, just because I've gone to a lot of the meetings down in this neighborhood where I think council should have buy-in there and should have regular meetings, and I kind of like the way you frame that. It's on, the onus is on the operator, and the electeds should step up and continue to participate. I get what you're saying if it goes forever, but to me that's community engagement, and let's continue to put it down there, and if no one chooses to show up, that's something. But
I would like to see something in that says whoever would be the appropriate parties, the city council and Catholic Charities and the neighborhood, however you want to express it, but that time of a monthly meeting can be adjusted if there's mutual agreement to it.
That's, yeah.
Something like that.
Okay, so we have...
and I want to be clear, I don't mean a specific time set into it once a month, just that once a month that opportunity will be available for them to take advantage of.
So I've already read the resolution. The amendment will be that everything that was stated, I believe it was weekly trash pickup, that Catholic Charities staff will need to meet with city elected officials. However, under mutual agreement between the city officials at the time and Catholic Charities, they can choose to reduce the frequency of those meetings.
As well as the permitted parking within the site.
As well as permanent parking within the site.
Mr. Dow, do you accept that friendly amendment?
I will second that.
Oh, and I apologize,
Mayor.
there was also the good neighbor policy being built into the conditional use permit as well.
This is a question I'd actually like to ask to the applicant, because we're talking about adopting a policy that's liable to change under a conditional use legal process. What ramifications does that have for you?
The good neighbor policy is part of our project description, and multiple cases in California have held that the applicants are bound by their project description. So we are bound by it under CEQA, and I don't remember the exact page, but we did enumerate I believe the quarterly meetings. So the only thing that I think would need to be changed from what Councilmember Rogers is proposing is adding a condition of approval for the weekly trash pickup and a condition of approval for monthly meetings. Mm-hmm. The remaining good neighbor practices were already bound by under CEQA.
Okay, thanks, Tina.
And I would, as I understand it, I'd prefer to have it in the conditional use permit because the CUP is enforced by our code enforcement, where I believe under CEQA it would require an actual lawsuit from the neighbors or from the city.
The courts have very clearly held that if you deviate from your project description, it's a different project, and the city could require additional CEQA analysis. But if it would make the council more comfortable, you could simply add a condition of approval saying that we have to adhere to our project description as is set forth in Chapter 2 of the EIR.
Yes, like I said, my comfort level would be to have that in the CUP so that code enforcement can do this rather than having to go through a legal analysis. It sounds like you're saying either way it's going to happen, which I think is some of the surety that the neighbors would like. I'd prefer to have it in the CUP, so that's my motion.
Are you accepting?
Yeah, I'll accept the CUP.
Mr. Dowd, are you okay with that? Any additions? Do you have what the motion and the second is with those additions?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
And I'll just confirm that staff is comfortable with the language, with putting together the precise language.
That was actually we just put that in number 5. This is number 6.
For more clarification about that.
We haven't voted on 6.
This is currently 6.
No, that was 5.
Yeah. Do you have
there was a suggestion that the good neighbor policy, that we have that a little better elaborated, but I believe that that is set forth in the materials.
Correct, it was in the materials.
Yes, okay.
So just clarifying with this list, this is number 5.
Correct.
Not number 6 yet, that'll be our next item.
No, I'm sorry. It is number 6 is the conditional use permit. That's what we're addressing now.
So everything that was just said, it needs to be applied to the use permit, which is resolution 6.
Yep.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Tibbetts, could you go ahead and read that again, just to make sure we're reading the right?
All right, so we're on resolution number 6. Resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa approving a tentative parcel map for the Caritas Village project located at 430.
Mayor,
I don't think
that's what I'm saying. There's some confusion
we
here.
were just on 5, I'm pretty sure.
Okay,
Yes.
that was
you need to vote on resolution
the list.
5.
So that list that's up on the screen then is possibly reversed. So, but what we're addressing is the resolution approving the minor use permit for an emergency shelter for Caritas Village project.
And that's point 5 in my packet, and what you want to put this all on is on 6.
And it's,
so let's disband those amendments.
Let's disband the numbers. I think that you intended those amendments to be on the resolution approving the minor use permit.
Correct.
Correct.
I thought you wanted them on the CUP.
Right.
Yeah,
my understanding, we were on number 5, but all these amendments were intended to be on number 6, and again, that's where I'm not sure what you have in your paperwork.
So what I'm saying to the council is, my understanding is we need to approve 16.1.5 as is, and then we'll move on to 16.
That's fine, I apologize. I think that maybe your paper might be off from the list up there. The minor conditional use permit, which is 6 off. Up there, is number 5 here. So we're actually saying the same thing, it's just.
So Sue, I'm gonna just say, and hopefully this is adequate, that 16.1.5, do you want me to read all the numbers again?
No, I think that you have already read the correct title to the resolution that you all want to have the amendments applied to which you want the amendments apply. And so if you'll just read the first phrase and with amendments as specified.
Sure. Well, there are no amendments again on what I have in front of me. It's not the same as that one.
No, I'm suggesting let's go ahead and finish up on the minor use permit resolution, since we've been there, we've talked about it, we have the language. Let's get that one wrapped up, and then we'll go back to the rezoning and to the tentative map. I think we can ignore the numbers that are placed on the resolution. That's what's causing the problems, and the numbers are not actually physically on the resolution itself.
Tentative parcel. Okay. Resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa approving a minor use permit for an emergency shelter for the Caritas Village project located at 431, 437, 439, 465 A Street and 506, 512, 516, 20, 600, 608, and 612 Morgan Street. Waive further reading of the text.
Very good. With the amendments as specified.
Second.
With the amendments as specified.
Got a motion and a second. Any other comments or amendments? Your votes then? Mr. Dobbins?
Oh.
And that passes with 5 ayes.
And here it's resolution 5.
Yeah, these are all off, okay. I move a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa approving a tentative parcel map for the Caritas Village project located at 431, 437, 439, 465 A Street and 506, 512, 516, 520, 600, 608, and 612 Morgan Street. I'm gonna waive the assessor's parcel. Waive for the reading of the text.
Second.
Motion and a second. Anything to add or clarify?
I'm sorry, nothing to clarify. This is approving the tentative parcel map, and you are fine with reading just the addresses and waiving the parcel map numbers. So you may go forward with that, and then we were discussing the rezoning ordinance separately.
Okay, so let's do this one at a time.
Yes.
Any additional comments or amendment suggestion? Okay, we have a motion and a second. Your votes, please. All righty, 5-0. And do we have one more now?
We have one more. I move an ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa amending Title 20 of the Santa Rosa City Code by reclassifying the properties for the Caritas Village project located at 431, 437, 439, 465 A Street, and 506, 512, 516, 520, 600, 608, and 612 Morgan Street to the TV-M-H-SA Transit Village Mixed Use Zoning District, file number PRJ 18-052, and waive further reading of the text.
Second.
Motion second, Mr. Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If it's appropriate, I know it's sort of anticlimactic, but we've gone through these. I'd like to make a couple of comments overall on the project, or would you like to do that at the end?
Let's do this one last vote, and then we'll go on and make comments after all votes. Do you have any amendments to this item? Seeing none, we have a motion and a second. Your votes, please. And that passes 5-0. So I would like to bring it back to council. Would anyone like to make any additional comments about this discussion and the votes that we took tonight? Mr. Dowd, anything to add?
No.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think, thank you, first of all, to everybody who's stuck through this now 4.5-hour discussion. For me, when I first started my process of figuring out how to vote on this ultimately, there was a quote that kept popping into my head, and it was from Jon Stewart years and years ago, where what he said was, if you don't stick to your values when they're tested, they're not values, they're hobbies. And I think for the city, we have a number of values that came into conflict here that I was really intent and really proud of the council for trying to work our way through. One of those is the preservation of our historic assets. And I did a ton of outreach, talking to folks in the neighborhood who overwhelmingly were supportive of the project, but did have concerns over what this meant for preservation districts, what it meant for other preservation districts, Ridgeway, West End, Railroad Square, Olive Park. And I thought that there was, and I think we are working to do it, a way to do this compatibly while also still being honest about the challenges that we face in our community around homelessness. And I do see a key function of this council's goal, and the main reason that I voted the way that I did is to make sure that we're focused on also easing the suffering of those who need it within our community. We are going to have more of these conflicts as they come up. We are putting a ton of housing into our downtown area, and that's where all of our historic districts are. And I wanted to make sure that we are very thoughtful about how we go through that, because I don't think it's incompatible to have a historic district that you care for and promote while also putting additional housing or additional businesses into that district. I also wanted to acknowledge that there's the neighbors that are there that feel that same tension as it pertains to wanting to be compassionate and help those who are on the street, while also understanding that there's a very real impact to their lives as they sit there. There is more trash, there is theft that folks come and steal from them. We heard from one woman very passionately about her experience, and that's typically not on the folks who are in the services at Catholic Charities. It's mainly the folks who come to that neighborhood or have been banned from those services. And so I wanted to acknowledge that as well. I appreciate the outreach. I have not had a chance to email everybody back, but I guarantee and I promise you I did read every single email that came in. There was about 200 in my inbox that were stories from neighbors who have had terrible experiences, from folks who wanted to preserve the district, as well as folks who have been experiencing homelessness and wanted to say how important that this project was to them as well. I hope that we did a good job of striking a balance, but all of those weighed on my mind, and I am at least content with where we ended up. So thank you to my colleagues.
Mr. Tibbetts, anything to add?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I'll try to be brief. You know, one thing that's become truth to me is that everybody in this community wants to help people living in homelessness, but when it comes time to locate a place where these folks can go, the majority of people say, no, this isn't the appropriate site. And I hope that as a community and as a city, we get beyond that. What I saw tonight I fear may have added a lot of time and cost to this project, especially for a project that is already huge and has yet to raise more funds. That concerns me. But if doing the exercise that we did here tonight to bring balance to neighborhoods, which is also one of our priorities here at the city, then I'm also satisfied with the result. The one thing that I want to say, though, is to staff is that please bring this back to the council if issues arise that become consequential to the project. From my perspective, this project has to get done. This is probably the biggest and most important homelessness project happening in this county, and I'm proud that it is in Santa Rosa. So I hope, and again, and I guess one more thing I'd like to say to folks in this community on both sides of this issue in homelessness nowadays, because it's become so divided. We have people that want them out, and we have people that seem to want to be compassionate. To me, the balance is projects, or the balance is projects like Caritas Village. It is things that are gonna give these folks housing, because if you are feeling like you're being negatively impacted by the presence of a person experiencing homelessness in your neighborhood, the best thing we can do is get them into permanent supportive housing. And so I just hope that that message resonates with this community, and I thank you for the time, Mayor.
Thank you. Ms. Vice Mayor, anything you'd like to add?
Sure. I want to thank our planning staff and the applicants for going through what I'm sure was a difficult and long process. Christine, Bill, Claire, you guys did a great job. And I wish that we had time for a longer process. I know that that's probably not helpful in planning, and I know that that time is money, and I'm not insensitive to the applicants in that regard. And I'm not, I'm a clinical social worker. My first job's out of school were housing people who needed housing in types of situations like this. And it's not lost on me, but I really want to be careful that we balance multiple goals when they come forward. And I think that while we might have added some time and expense to this project, that we're gonna get a better project and we're gonna have a better product in the end, and I was proud to vote yes for this.
Thank you. And I would also like to add my thanks for everyone who's been involved in this. It's been now, what would we say, 2 months, and having most recently just been there last Friday at the Family Support Center and seeing the needs of that facility are so significantly lacking. And I really see this as an opportunity to have a jewel of a project in the city of Santa Rosa. I'm also glad that the leadership, both on the staff side and the volunteer side of Catholic Charities, heard some of the neighborhood complaints and concerns. It's going to be part of our job here to make sure we're going to continue to walk the talk. I know our chief of police is here too to hear what those are, because we are in this together. We're not just dumping this all in one area of town. This is going to be a huge community asset where I think people across the country are going to be looking at what did Santa Rosa do to try to address this, and this is taking some affirmative steps. So I'm very excited to see this come to fruition and be a real contributor to our community. So thank you for that. So with that, we are going to be, council has been at this since 2:30. We are going to take a dinner break here. We'll reconvene at approximately 9:20. Thank you. Okay, we'll reconvene the City Council meeting. We'll be moving on to item 16.2. Mr. Gillen.
Item 16.2 is a public hearing appeal, Carpenter Urban Cottages, David Carpenter, appeal of the Cultural Heritage Board decision to deny the landmark alteration permit for 2 pairs of single-family attached units proposed at 25 Ray Street and 715 Tupper Street. Santa Rosa, California, 95404, assessors parcels numbers 009-201-004 and 009-201-009, file number LMA 15-013, and presenting is Claire Hartman, Deputy Director of Planning.
So only before we get into that, we'll first do ex parte disclosures, and also, just for the record, Vice Mayor Fleming will not be joining us for the rest of the meeting. So, Mr. Olivares, did you have any ex parte disclosures to make?
No.
Mr. Sawyer?
I did visit the site, I believe, a couple of years ago, and had a meeting with the applicant, actually the appellant, quite some time ago as well. This project's been going a long time.
Okay. Mr. Dowd, any ex parte communications on this item?
I met with Ms. Silver, just explain what was going on.
Okay. Mr. Rogers?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I walked the site and received a couple of emails about it, talked to a couple of neighbors about it, but no information was gleaned that is not in the public record.
Yeah, Mr. Davis?
I did have a brief meeting with somebody representing the project. Again, no information that's not already public.
And I also met with the project architecture, and I believe I met with the applicant. Mr. Sawyer, you were saying several years ago, quite a while ago, and I've also driven by the site. So with that, Ms. Hartman.
Actually, we're going to go quicker than that. We're going to introduce Kristen A. Tumians, our senior planner.
Thank you, Mayor Schwedhelm and members of the council. This is Carpenter Urban Cottages appeal hearing, and it's a project located at 25 Ray and 715 Tupper Streets. The reason for the appeal is Cultural Heritage Board effectively denied the request with a 2-2 vote that effectively denied the project. And the reason for that is they were unable to reach a consensus amongst the 4 of them about guiding the applicant to an agreeable design solution. The appellant presented some grounds for appeal. One of them is the benefits of the project outweigh the risks. The decision is not consistent with prior approvals and other CHB resolutions. And he cited various 2-story structures within the vicinity to bolster his argument. The major landmark alteration permit that he did request was to demolish a detached 325 square foot rear accessory structure and construct 2 pairs of duplex or single family attached units connected by covered carports. And this would be behind an existing 821 square foot dwelling. Here is an aerial of the project site. As you can see, it's a fairly long parcel with dual frontage on Ray Street and Tupper Street. A portion of the property towards the Ray Street northern section is directly adjacent to a parking facility that benefits Bethlehem Towers. And the front portion facing Tupper is directly adjacent to existing single-family residences, and he is proposing to maintain that residence and build behind the existing residence. So here's a oblique aerial shot showing the single-family residence and fairly wooded rear lot. Here is the general plan designation, which is medium density residential. And the medium density residential general plan designation has a density range from 18 to 18 dwelling units per acre. And the property is zoned in PD 0225-H, which is a designation for the historic district boundary. And when you look at the PD policy document, this area is designated as R3 PD, as are most of the adjacent properties. And R3 PD is very similar to what R3 zoning is today, which is promotes more dense housing, multifamily housing. And the property is located in the northern portion of the Burbank Gardens Preservation District. And this diagram depicts contributors and non-contributors within the district. Red indicates contributors and blue indicates non-contributors. The existing residence is considered a contributor. The detached accessory structure is not, and that is what the appellant proposed to demolish. This is the existing site plan with the house towards Tupper Street and the detached accessory structure. This was the plan that was presented to the Cultural Heritage Board with the 2 pairs of duplexes directly behind. One pair would take access off of Tupper and the other pair would take access off of Ray. There would be, these are one bedroom units, and they would be required to have at least 1 covered parking space and 1 guest parking per pair. And the project does offer that for each of the pair of units. This is the landscape plan that was presented to the Cultural Heritage Board, indicating the type of fencing that they would install. The applicant has since the Cultural Heritage Board's action has proposed an alternative site plan in response to some of the constructive criticism that he was given by some of the Cultural Heritage Board members, one of which was that the dwelling unit that fronts onto Ray Street should actually turn and face directly onto Ray Street to provide eyes on the street and eyes on the park directly north. The applicant also proposed a covered parking space for the existing dwelling, which didn't have any covered parking before, but did have that detached accessory structure. These were the elevations that were presented to the Cultural Heritage Board. He has not proposed any changes. The total height of the structures will be 25 feet to the peak. And this project has gone through several iterations over the years. The Cultural Heritage Board reviewed this project on concept back in 2007 when it was a very different proposal, and the appellant revised the project to reflect their comments. Planning staff worked with the applicant to make sure that the dwelling units are attached in some way to accommodate the R3 zoning. And on September 4th, 2019, after considering public input from approximately 8 speakers and listening to staff's presentation, project plans, and submittals, the Cultural Heritage Board was unable to move the item forward, with 2 members voting for the project and 2 voting against, and there was 1 abstention. And on September 16th, the appellant filed an appeal. The opponents of the project cited issues with the overall scale and density of the project, height compatibility with structures in the neighborhood, overall parking impacts to the neighborhood, the potential to convert the attic storage space into additional units or habitable space. Ultimately, the Cultural Heritage Board denied the major landmark alteration because board members could not arrive to a consensus regarding the compatibility of the height of the proposed structures with the neighborhood, as well as the compatibility of the increased density. Some members thought it could be brought down slightly in height, others wanted it brought down substantially in height, and there wasn't a consensus on what would be the appropriate height in this neighborhood. It is recommended by the Cultural Heritage Board that the council by resolution deny the appeal and uphold the board's decision to deny the landmark alteration permit for Carpenter Urban Cottages. We have the chair of the Cultural Heritage Board here to present or answer questions about what went on at that Cultural Heritage Board meeting. The applicant also, or the appellant, sorry, has a presentation also. And the council options tonight are to either uphold the CHB's denial, deny the appeal, deny the project, or grant the appeal landmark alteration permit and approve the landmark alteration permit. Staff is available for any questions.
Great. Did Mr. Edmondson want to make a presentation?
Yes, so we have the chair of the Cultural Heritage Board, and just one clarification. You heard it mentioned a couple of times. It was an effective denial because of the 2-2 vote that results in the effective denial. It's not an outright denial.
Good evening, Mayor Schwedhelm and members of the council. I'm Casey Edmondson, chair of the Cultural Heritage Board. I think the staff report does an excellent job of summarizing the discussion that was quite lengthy, but ultimately 2 members of the board were unable to support the permit. 2 were able to, and the necessary 4 votes were not there. The board members who did not support the permit were similar in their critiques. They did focus, as the staff report indicated, on what they considered to be excessive height and density and the effects of density, and the feeling that those lacked consistency with the surrounding neighborhood. There were fewer comments regarding any broad design issues or architectural criticisms. There was some discussion about the design guideline which favored orientation of the street fronting structures to face the street. This revised plan is no longer subject to that criticism, I think it's fair to say. But the project that's before you shares the attributes that seem to guide the decision of the 2 board members who were unable to support the project. The 2 board members who voted in favor felt like the height was not any issue that would cause inconsistency with the surrounding neighborhood, that the design was sensitive to the surrounding structures, and that the site plan minimized any kind of potential deleterious effects on the significant architectural features of the contributing structure, the existing single-family home, and also noted that in terms of density, that it's within zoning code guidelines, which are not within the purview of the landmark alteration permit per se, but it was reported to the board and correctly that it's within the allowable density guidelines under the zoning code, units per acre in the general plan. And also in terms of parking requirements, that the project was adequately parked as per the zoning code. So to the extent those would be valid considerations for compatibility of a project, I am not sure that they were the crux of any of the votes against the project, but certainly the zoning code wouldn't have prohibited those things as far as we could tell in a categorical way.
All right, thank you. Let me first see if there's any questions for you, Mr. Edmondson, in case you don't want to spend the rest of your evening with us, but any questions from Cultural Heritage Board? Mr. Dowd?
In my meeting with the architect, Ms. Silverman, she was showing me the layout. Did the Cultural Heritage Board see that or understand that in the units, that the upper level, first of all, it's a ladder to access to it, so it pretty well limits anybody thinking that they're going to put an additional resident living in that kind of situation. It's merely a storage area, as I could see by looking at the plan. And then when you look at some of the houses within that existing houses within that area, most of them have steps up to the first floor, so, and then the first floor and then additional space above that. So I don't see that these as planned they're about the same height. I don't see them as significantly bigger than the existing houses in the neighborhood. So I'd just like to have some of your opinions back on those issues.
Certainly, both of those things were discussed. Most of the public comments had to do with, among other things, a criticism of those two aspects of the project, which are the height and the belief that it was incompatible with the, because it was too high, it was therefore incompatible with the surrounding neighborhood. And also, a lot of people articulated fears that there would be greater density in actual fact than was measured when on the submission formally, because there would be a misuse, for lack of a better word, of the attic space, through the actions of the residents or some other means. I do think that the two members of the board who didn't support the project mentioned I would say a little bit of similar feeling as to some of those members of the public as to being confused as to the manner in which the second floor was designed if it weren't going to be habitable in some way. The two members of the board who voted in favor of the permit, I think it's fair to say, didn't see the relevance of the speculation about the use of the second floor to the substantially architectural determination that we're making. And to the extent it's related to density, that speculation also, I don't think fell, the board members who supported the project didn't feel like it fell within their purview to base their decision on that speculation.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Thank you. Now we have a presentation from the applicant.
It's on now? Okay. Okay. Well, yeah, I had expected to give this presentation sitting down at the table, and I actually can't read it from here. So I'm at a loss. But okay, I have here in front of me now. This is Burbank Garden, the house that Luther Burbank lived in at the garden there. The idea of the urban cottage, it represents a vision of having a small footprint. Now with the new code, everything has to be net zero, and it's transit oriented and in a walkable neighborhood, adjacent to employment opportunities, affordable by design, and universally accessible to all. That's the intention of these units. So next slide, please. There were multiple submittals to the Cultural Heritage Board starting in 2007. So you can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different versions. Eventually they got smaller and smaller and smaller, and so that now they're 1-bedroom units, very small footprint. The unit is 24 by 24. So I'm not going to read all of that there. Okay, so let's look at process. This is out of order. Okay, next slide. Okay, so your general plan 2035. Downtown housing is City Council's Tier 1 top priority for 2020. One of them as part of the comprehensive housing strategy. This project meets all the housing goals, the stated goals of the state, the county, the city, and specifically, general plan LULA is to foster a compact rather than scattered development pattern in order to reduce travel, energy, land, and materials consumption while promoting greenhouse gas emissions reductions citywide. So that's one of the goals, and this project meets that. General plan LULE is promoting a livable neighborhood by requiring compliance with green building programs, which the code pretty much does now, so this will meet code. And there's new construction that meets high standards of energy efficiency and sustainable material use. Also, and this addresses one of the neighborhood concerns, LUL F2 is the development requirement for development at the midpoint or higher in a medium density residential property. Because this is new construction in that neighborhood, this density is required. The midpoint and above is 13 units per acre, and that's what this is. So, next slide, please. Okay, so this is the Tupper Street context. It is not primarily occupied by single-story bungalow houses like the rest of the neighborhood is, as stated in the staff report, but it's primarily occupied by multiple units, almost half of which are two-story. This is just on Tupper Street. I'm not talking about the neighborhood as a whole, because the neighborhood as a whole does have a lot of bungalows. In the block of Tupper where this development would occur, there are 4 triplexes on the block and 5 multiple units, including all the houses around. The house across the street, both houses next door, they have additional units on the property. So this isn't all that different from what's in the neighborhood. So 9 out of 15 parcels in the block are developed as multifamily. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so the decision by the Cultural Heritage Board, the Planning Department supported the project at Cultural Heritage Board because it had met all the regulations. And the planning staff still supports the project, but they're required to follow, to bring to you the recommendation of the Cultural Heritage Board because it's a board. So that night, the opposition had to do with height and density, but I will show you in a later slide that this house is lower than the house across the street and the 2 neighboring houses. So, and that the Cultural Heritage Board does not have the authority to alter the guidelines of the general plan, which do determine height and density. Okay, next slide. Okay, so the basis of the appeal, first of all, I just want to reiterate, the Planning Department recommended approval of the landmark alteration permit because the project proposed new residential units downtown. We all know we need downtown housing. It's not as big as the Caritas project, which is really necessary, but these units remain sympathetic to the neighborhood and the detached cottages that are in the neighborhood. The benefits to the neighborhood and community outweigh the impacts. The Cultural Heritage Board decision was not consistent with previous decisions made for projects on the same street and in the same neighborhood. And the project meets all the housing and land use development standards in the city. So, what are the benefits to the community from this project? Well, additional housing downtown where people can walk. They have access to transit. It's transit-oriented housing within a quarter mile of the city's main transit center. And we turned the house that faces to face Ray Park so that there are eyes on monitoring the park and for the safety of the whole neighborhood. So there's some other ones here. There's resiliency in this housing. It's a community example of net zero carbon neutral housing on a small footprint. Housing's adaptable for disabled people, and that paving of Ray Street along the park connects Hendley to Brown Street, adding connectivity to the neighborhood. So, other Cultural Heritage Board decisions. There were several decisions, which I won't get into the detail of them, but there was approval of a 2-story unit around the corner on Brown Street. There was approval next door of a wraparound porch, which included raising the house up, the whole floor of the house up to, well, it's above first floor level. There was a 2nd-story addition approved just down the street at 700 Tupper, and there's other examples in the neighborhood where people have added to a 2nd story. So that's what some of these next slides show. So this is on Brown Street. This shows a 2nd-story unit behind a 1-story bungalow. Go ahead, the next slide. You can just go through these quickly. This was a 2nd story that's at 700 Tupper Street, down the street. This is in a different neighborhood, but the Historic District approved of, in 2012, a new construction of a 2-story unit in the rear of a house. Okay, so the next slide is what you need to see to show the height comparisons. We did not show this at the Cultural Heritage Board. It would have made the point clearer that this house, which won't face the street, but it's there right now in between the 2 neighboring houses, just to show the height comparisons. So you can see it's not taller, it's not looking down on neighboring properties. So that is, and the height is at 25 feet is less than the neighboring houses. It's less than the 35 feet allowed by the Cultural Heritage Board guidelines, and it's less than 45 feet allowed by zoning. Okay, so now this shows Ray Street facing the park. It's been well documented in city planning principles that in urban areas, when there are eyes on the street from adjacent housing, the streets are safer for people walking on the street. And that will be true of people being in the park as well. The back unit of this project was turned to face Ray Park with the understanding that eyes on the park will make the park safer for the neighborhood. So, bird's eye view. This is kind of the end of the presentation here. I ask you to imagine that you're up in the sky over this lot, empty lot, vacant lot in next to Ray Park, and then over the neighborhood, and then over all of Santa Rosa. What do you see? Well, you will see housing on this property. The neighbors can't keep housing off of this lot forever. There will be housing on this lot because it doesn't make any sense to have vacant land in the downtown. So you will see housing here. Now, what else do you see? You will see these small footprint houses all over town because it's what the market wants. It's what people who are downsizing want, and it's a good design. It's what makes sense for seniors, for disabled people. As our population ages and downsizes, these type of units will be very important. So, will this project be the one that's built there? Who knows? That's up to you tonight. So, whatever you think is best for this site, vote your conscience. And whether it's this project or whether it's some other project, we'll see. Thank you for your time.
Great, thank you. Any additional information from the staff perspective?
No, just that I agree with the appellant that there is a midpoint encouragement in the general plan for a midpoint or higher in the medium and medium-high density residential categories in the general plan. And in this case, it would be 13 dwelling units per acre, and the appellant proposed 17 dwelling units per acre.
Great, could bring it back to council. Any questions, Mr. Sawyer?
Thank you, Mayor. I've kind of lost track and trying to see it from behind me, but how many different meetings with the Cultural Heritage Board has this project seen? How many different board? How many times, first of all?
Seven times, maybe. There have been concept meetings, then there were neighborhood meetings, and then there were a couple of Cultural Heritage Board meetings.
So a couple of cultural heritage?
Yes.
And were they the same people at each of the same members of the Cultural Heritage Board? Different board members?
A couple members might have been the same.
Okay.
But no, not the same as what this last meeting was in August, yeah.
And this project started in 2007?
In 2007, yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? Mr. Rogers?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Walk through with me slide 18 on, like, I won't pull you all the way back to the staff presentation, but the opponents cited a number of things, and if you, I'll ask staff to respond to this. So one concern was the overall density of the project. We just heard that that's within the allowable.
Yes.
Let me ask staff this. Thank you. One was the height compatibility. The presentation just showed that it is smaller than some of its surrounding neighborhoods. I'm hoping staff can confirm that. One concern was the parking impacts. Does the project meet the parking requirements for that site?
It does meet the parking requirements based on the bedroom counts for the units, yes.
Okay, and the height?
It is well within the height limits.
Okay. And then the final one was the potential to convert the attic storage space into additional units or habitable space. In order to do that, would the developer have to come back for a major landmark alteration permit because it does fall within the historic district?
Not necessarily if there are no exterior alterations, but they would be required to apply for a building permit, and planning staff would review that building permit, and it would be especially routed because it's in a historic district, and we would examine the site plan and determine there's not enough parking or that the proposal no longer meets the parking requirement on the site.
And would there be an opportunity at that point, if that was to happen, for neighbors and folks who are concerned to express their opposition to that at that time?
A building permit is a ministerial action. So unless there's some sort of exterior alteration to the buildings that require some sort of visit to the Cultural Heritage Board or to the zoning administrator, the neighbors wouldn't know about that.
What's the square footage for the attic or storage space?
Square feet.
Okay.
I believe it's slightly smaller than the ground floor.
Okay, great, thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, this is a public hearing, so I'll open the public hearing. We have a couple cards here. First up, Catherine Storall, followed by Steve Storall.
Good evening, council members and city liaisons. My name is Catherine Storall. I live at 713 Tupper Street, the property immediately adjacent to the west side of this project. I urge you to uphold the decision of the Cultural Heritage Board. I am troubled by some small changes the applicant is making in his appeal from that submitted to the CHB. In his appeal letter from September, the applicant refers to the duplexes as being 2 stories. In his summary, he refers to them as 1.5-story duplexes, but while presenting to the Cultural Heritage Board, he maintained that they were in fact single-story structures with attics at 25 feet high. The site plan included in the appeal shows that unit closest to Ray Street orienting toward Ray, while in the site plan submitted to Cultural Heritage Board, it showed the structure not shown facing Ray Street, instead orienting toward the driveway. Driveways facing streets is in fact a character-defining element of our neighborhood. I am confused that at an appeal, changes to the proposal are being made. The neighborhood concept map has at least 2 errors. The density on the south side of Tupper is 12132, not 23233, and the house at the corner of Ray and Brown is a single-family structure, not 4 units. Tonight's presentation by the architect has other errors that will eclipse my 3 minutes. Please note that 2 of the newer construction 2-story structures referred to in the appeal do not have windows that face the neighbors. That's out of respect and sensitivity. With the product itself, the single-story units with finished attics have that look and feel of full 2-story structures. They were previously proposed as 23 feet tall in 2013, 25 feet tall in 2015, so these have in fact gotten taller. In my opinion, it's far too tall for a single-story unit that is behind a historically contributing structure in an historic district. I feel that ensuring any new construction is subordinate in scale to a historic contributor is an appropriate protection, which would reduce the roof heights of these proposed structures to 15 to 16 feet, as that's the height of the original historically contributing home on the property. It would not overwhelm that home. And please remember that they are not proposing 1, but 4 units on this space, all of which are 25 feet high. They could be the same footprint with much lower roof lines. Changes that I believe could have made this more compatible the numerous times it came before the Cultural Heritage Board include the reducing of the height and massing of those roofs. Yes, there are taller historic homes, ours being one of them, but these are actually fairly few in number. I'm concerned at the 5-foot setback. While these look like 2-story homes, which should require a 10-foot setback, 2 of the units are very visible from the street. Proposed parking, unless it has changed in the appeal, originally showed 1.5 visitor spaces. Well, I believe that there should have been 1.5, should have had 1.5, but showed 1. The street parking is not an option.
Thank you. Steve Storrell, followed by Claudia Clearer.
Good evening, members of the council. I'm Steve Storrell, and I live on Tupper Street next to the proposed project. The Cultural Heritage Board's most significant directive is to preserve the basic visual and historic characteristics of a preservation district. As noted on the Cultural Heritage Board's webpage, there are many benefits of being a preservation district, one of which includes neighborhood protection, stating that historic designation generally controls the size, quality, and scale of new construction in the district to protect the character and quality of the area. For the life of this project, which is 12 years for a reason, the Cultural Heritage Board has repeatedly raised concerns regarding the height of the proposed dwellings, which is considerably taller and inconsistent with the existing structure, and therefore diminishing the basic visual and historical characteristics of the neighborhood. Due to the applicant's unwillingness to mitigate this concern, the Cultural Heritage Board voted to deny the project. The applicant is not a victim of inconsistent Cultural Heritage Board decisions as claimed. Instead, really to Mr. Dowd's point, Mr. Sawyer's point in asking if the makeup of the Cultural Heritage Board has changed over the course of this project, it has. But the one thing that's been consistent across all boards is the height of this project, and it's always been a point of contention. We're not here to stop the building of what he wants to do. Ultimately, we just want the height reduced to not exceed that of the existing structure. To Mr. Dowd's question in regards to the attic space, the attic space or the storage can be accommodated by a structure height that does not exceed the height of the original structure. Second, it's not common to put windows in attics. You put vents. I also have his plans from 2015, which show a spiral staircase up to the second floor addition, and I can provide that to you as well. So the footprint of this structures haven't changed over time at all. He's just now calling these single story instead of 2-story, and now it's just attic space. Addressing his letter of appeal, benefits to the neighborhood and community outweigh the impacts. First, the applicant's assessment of the project of the benefits versus impacts are completely subjective and not measurable. Second, the applicant states that concerns have been mitigated over the course of 12 years through neighborhood meetings. In my opinion, a neighborhood meeting is informal. It's something that the applicant puts together near the home or near the site and engages the public in conversation. This has never happened. The only meetings have been through formal public hearings. I'm about out of time. So I urge you to uphold the CHB's decision.
Thank you. Claudia Cleaver, followed by Marlene Russell.
Hi, my name is Claudia Cleaver. I'm an architect with Morrison Cleaver Architects. I've been practicing for 38 years. I've been on 2 design review boards over years. I've been in front of many historic design review boards as well. And so I was asked to look at these drawings and make comments to the architect. And I was reticent because I imagined I was going to look at some big apartment complex and try to make it look better. But what I saw was absolutely charming. And I've seen a lot of projects in historic districts that I've really not liked. One of the things that most people do in historic districts is they flatten the roof to make it lower. And if you look at historic houses, you see that the roofs are steep. As soon as you see a roof that has like a 4 12 pitch to make it lower, it looks like a modern kind of schlocky addition to a historic district. These buildings are tiny. They're 575 square feet. They're almost as small as a junior accessory dwelling unit. That's how small they are. They're cute. The steep roof is what makes them look so nice and so charming. And the 4 little units lined up along the parking lot is absolutely charming and such a benefit. And then finishing Ray Street, which is a dirt street now and looks kind of funky, will really make that the neighborhood better. I think it will actually improve property values there. It adds a little density, yes, but that is what we want downtown. And I realized when I saw this property that I could do nothing to make it better. It's absolutely sweet as it is. And if you see historic buildings, you see that they are kind of small and tall. That is the historic proportion. And this very carefully keeps that historic proportion. And that is what makes it charming. And that's what makes it fit into this, this sweet neighborhood. And the density doesn't look dense because these units are so small. I mean, they're allowed much larger units. These are just tiny, sweet little cabins. And the fact that they're also net zero energy is like, you know, it's so perfect. Anyway, I think it would be a big mistake not to let these go. And I could see that what we're doing is trying to
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Marlene Russell.
Hi, my name is Marlene Russell, and my husband and I have been homeowners on the 600 block of Tupper Street since 1991, and then in 2014 we bought a house on Brown, and we were present and living there during the conversion to the Burbank Gardens as a historical neighborhood, and we were very supportive of it. Personally, I think density is a real problem. I know we do have a housing shortage, but it's incredible how much the population has changed since we bought this house in '91. It would be interesting to look at the federal census report to see what the population was over the various 10-year periods. it's like sardines squeezed in. So I think in this little strip of property, it would be more appropriate to put 2 units. Or if you want to stay historical, fix up the house that's there and put an ADU in the back. That's what most people are doing. I think 4 units, and also I question having a driveway going from Ray Street, because I think there is a duplex at the end. I don't know how long it's been there, but I think it's been there for a really long time. I think if you really get heavy traffic flow around there, it's going to be horrible. That block of Brown Street that is between Ray and Tupper has a board and care. We all know the women, they're fairly well medicated, and there's no sidewalk on one side of the street. I walk through there, I'm retired, several times a day, and I just think it would be dangerous. That intersection is dangerous. It's a 2-way stop sign and no one knows who's supposed to stop. So I think 2 units would be fine, and I think you should come and see the amount of cars in the neighborhood. It was not designed for 4 vehicles per house. If they have 4 units, I guarantee you there's going to be 2 cars per unit, which is 8. So we have a driveway, thank heavens, so we don't have to worry, but some people have to park on the street. And that's it.
Great, thank you. Those are all the cards we have. You don't have to fill out. Do we have more cards? Go ahead, just introduce yourself and feel free to address the council.
My name's Rich, and my wife and I own 710 Tupper Street, and we have since 1982. And this has been a really long night. I got to get up really early in the morning, as you guys probably do. How far do you got to park from your house tonight before you walk home? I'm just curious, Mr. Mayor.
It's one-way conversation.
Okay,
Sheriff,
well,
that's what you want us for this project.
Well, right now, after I work 10 hours, I come home and I get to park in somebody else's spot in front of their house a block and a half away because of the density of the vehicles. The house directly across from us has a driveway like they're gonna have, where they drive in and they gotta turn in a little tight little spot. Well, guaranteed they're gonna be rentals. Yeah, they got plenty of parking for them in the rentals. But when their guests come, and when they get home early, you know, they can, if there's a spot on the street, and when they realize how terrible it is to back out of those little driveways, they say, you know what, boop, take the spot on the street. And I can just walk up to my house, my friends can park in my convenient little parking. Well, we don't have a driveway. So I get to park more often than not, at least a half a block to a block away from my house. And that is a concern for me. And Steve and Catherine they're treating their historic house like a piece of furniture. They're restoring it meticulously. They got a really nice backyard. Now they're gonna have this big old building with windows looking right down into their backyard that they've never had before. And like Marlene says, I think, you know, maybe 2 places, and maybe not quite as big. Oh, and so the rentals, so, you know, rent's expensive. So when you're a landlord, and if you don't really pay attention to your tenants, you're just glad you're getting your money, what's gonna keep the tenants from saying, hey, you know what, I got this great attic. Yeah, it's got this cool ladder. Hey, we're young, climb up that ladder, man. I'll rent it out to you for $100 a month to subsidize my rent, because rent is crazy. And I guarantee he'll get top dollar for his rentals. And I'll park 2 blocks away, because now those 2 cars for the 2 people, there'll be 3 or 4 people possibly in some of these places. And I know it doesn't affect you, because you're gonna park in your driveway tonight, but I'm not. I'm gonna park in front of Marlene's house down the street, if I can. And this is just gonna bring a whole lot more cars to our neighborhood, guaranteed. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Hi, I'm John Sabatino. Tupper Street, on that block is only one side of the street's parking. It's not both sides. There's very limited. The applicant's existing bungalow has 4 cars. It's 1 kid who lives in there, maybe mid-20s, 4 cars. I don't see how our neighborhood can sustain more at all. And I don't know if the applicant has the ability or means or team behind him to manage this thing. He hasn't sunk a dime into this property. It's one of the dumpiest looking houses on the block. Not a dime. This is a cash grab. That attic with the windows will be somebody living up there. This is a pack and cram.
So it's been a passion of mine, and you know, I'm getting too old to keep fighting this. I'll just leave it up to you guys. Do you want this in the city or not?
Thank you. Anyone else like to make comments to council on this item? Seeing no one rise, we'll close the public hearing, bring it back to council. Any additional questions for staff? Seeing none, Mr. Sawyer, I believe you have this item. Oh, Mr. Dowd?
When I look at page 20 of our package, it is recommended by the Cultural Heritage Board and the council by resolution to deny the appeal. But that is coming to us even though planning staff had recommended to the Cultural Heritage Board that they approve this project as designed. Is that not correct? And it meets all the requirements of the zoning and so forth in that area.
That's correct.
Well, I can't, I mean, it's a little confusing because planning is not recommending the Cultural Heritage Board that the council by resolution deny. Well, it is by the Cultural Heritage Board, but it's not by our own planning staff. And I'm sorry, if they're meeting all the requirements for the neighborhood, I believe that we should uphold the appeal.
Okay. So let's bring it back to Mr. Sawyer. You have this item.
I do, Mayor. And would it be appropriate to make some comments before, as I have two resolutions in front of me, and I'm going to pick one. And I'm not sure whether I should make my comments before or after I select one of these two resolutions.
Well, you've got all the information from the public hearing and our comments, and start our discussion and feedback. We need to.
So I'm going to do that. I'm going to speak to the process or the project first, and then I'm going to read the resolution that I'm choosing to read from the two. It was well stated by Casey with the Cultural Heritage Board that this was two people voted for it, two people voted against it, and one was not there. So there was hardly a mandate stated by the Cultural Heritage Board against this project. It died from lack of a four-member. The Cultural Heritage Board requires 4 members to vote yes for a project to move forward. I don't quite understand, but it does. I think that going from 2007 until 2020 is a great deal of time, going from 3 stories down to 1, and turning a building 90 degrees to try to get it to respond to the neighbors' requirements. The height, especially with the 575 square feet, you need to put stuff somewhere. And it's going to probably go in that attic up that ladder, up into the attic. And you might, and my guess is you can probably stand in this attic, which is pretty rare for many homes. I lived in one myself, and I found using the attic very problematic. But I had a garage. These have carports. So I think it necessitates a tall attic myself. I think in the Cultural Heritage Board, I think it was suggested by one of the members, who's a very thoughtful board member, that to minimize the potential of anyone looking out of the attic, that the windows be glazed with a particular material that would actually make them opaque. So you wouldn't be able to look down into the neighbor's yard. I'm not sure if that was one of the recommendations. It could still be, if that's something that the appellant would be willing to do, I think that would take care of the issue of people feeling that someone is spying on them from the attic. That would be a simple fix. But I think that this applicant has gone through so many iterations and tried very, very hard to build what he was looking at. I remember a couple of years ago when I looked at this, and he really does have a desire for a specific type of housing with elements of universal design and clearly affordability by design, which we desperately need in Santa Rosa. I find, I would agree with Ms. Cleaver that the design is charming and is in keeping with the neighborhood aesthetically. And so I'm supportive of this project, and I'm going to move a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa granting an appeal and approving a landmark alteration permit for Carpenter Urban Cottages located at 725 Tupper and Ray Streets in the Burbank Gardens Preservation District. Assessors partial number 009-201-004-009, file number LMA15-013, and waive further reading.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Mr. Sawyer, a second by Mr. Olivares. Any comments from anyone on council? Seeing none, we have a motion and a second to grant the appeal and the landmark alteration.
Mr. Mayor, just one quick clarification.
Of course.
The resolution that Councilmember Sawyer read references the plans that were presented to the Cultural Heritage Board. The plans that were presented tonight by the applicant are updated. So if the council is interested in moving forward with those plans, we would need to have that referenced in the resolution.
The turning of the one unit to Ray Street?
Correct.
Yes.
So You could simply just say the resolution and moving forward with the plans presented at tonight's council meeting. We can capture that in the resolution.
So the resolution would include the plans presented at this evening's meeting.
Second.
Okay.
And may I, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, may I ask for further clarification? You mentioned at the earlier the idea of glazing the windows. Did you want to make that a condition of the approval, or is that just simply a recommendation to the developer?
Well, but perhaps it'd be a good idea to talk to either to Mr. Carpenter or the representative. I know that I believe it was agreed to that the evening of the Cultural Heritage Board meeting. Is that something that you would be willing to do?
Could you please go to the microphone up there just so everyone can hear what you're saying?
Because I don't remember what if even, well, it didn't go that far perhaps that evening.
Well, yes, it was one of the suggestions that were made, and personally, I feel like there's no presumption of privacy in an urban environment, and especially when you live next to the largest building in town. All these properties have Bethlehem Towers looking out on them. You know, so my next door neighbor doesn't have shades, but yeah, I can see in their windows. So I don't know why it would be required, why we should be required for new development.
And I think that where it came into mind was a suggestion by one of the supportive members of the Cultural Heritage Board. It was one of his recommendations, but I did not remember what the response was by you or your representative that evening.
Oh, okay. It failed as a motion. It never got seconded.
Okay. So that's not something that you would be willing to do in this case?
Well, I normally do that for restrooms where you need the privacy.
Okay, because I'm not expecting anyone to live there, and that's something I want to mention too. This neighborhood is very, very watchful of people making changes to their homes that have not been approved in one way or another. And I would guarantee I could almost guarantee that if someone walked up with a construction truck in front of one of these units, that the neighbors would be very, very well aware of someone trying to add a bathroom and a kitchen to one of those, to that attic. So I won't make the glazing a requirement in this case. And if it didn't move forward with the Cultural Heritage Board, then I don't want to muddy those waters. So I'll just remove that element and withdraw that detail.
So are we clear from staff with the alterations?
Yes.
We have a motion in a second. Again, any additional comments? All right, your votes, please. And that passes with 6 ayes. Thank you very much. All right, item 16.3 was our third public hearing scheduled. That has been continued to the March 17th regular meeting. So going back on the agenda, Mr. McGlynn.
Item 15.2, report, accessory dwelling unit urgency ordinance. Amy Nicholson, senior planner, presenting.
And again, for confirmation, Mr. McGlynn, that was the item formerly known as 15.2. It's technically our third report item.
Technically, it's 15.23, something in there.
There we go.
All right, good evening, Mayor Swedhelm and members of the council. My name is Amy Lyle. Just to introduce myself, I'm the new advanced planning supervisor, and tonight's item is an urgency item related to accessory dwelling units. And so I'll be introducing Amy Nicholson, our senior planner, who will be doing the presentation. But just to briefly discuss the item, as you may remember, in 2019, there was a host of legislation related to housing, and there were a series of bills that related to accessory dwelling units. And as part of that, they really went forward to help streamline accessory dwelling units throughout the state, and what was eventually made into law avoided our local ordinance. And so it's being brought forward to you today to urgently put in an ordinance back into place to keep the local flavor and to keep the streamlining that the state put forward, but to really give deference to our historic neighborhoods, to the hillside areas, and to also add some clarity because the bills that were adopted were very intricate and in some situations actually conflicted with each other. Amy and I should do a shout out to our city attorney, Ashley Crocker, who both did a great job of really deciphering those bills and trying to make sure that there was clarity on the areas that needed to be clarified. So with that, I'll hand it over to Amy to do a brief presentation on the ordinance.
Thank you, Amy. Good evening, Mayor Schwedhelm, members of the council. The item before you is an accessory dwelling unit urgency ordinance. An accessory dwelling unit, or ADU, is defined as a residential dwelling unit that provides independent living facilities. So it includes cooking, sanitation, and living and sleeping areas. And they are on lots with either proposed or existing primary residences. Junior accessory dwelling units, or JADUs, are a type of ADU. They are limited to 500 square feet in floor area and must be contained entirely within a single family residence. As Amy mentioned, and as the council and members of the public know, housing has been a tier 1 priority for the city of Santa Rosa. In August of 2019, the state legislature adopted a number of accessory dwelling unit bills, and these were signed by the governor in October. January 1st of this year, each of these ADU bills became effective, and our local ADU ordinance was voided. So this slide shows the 4 state bills referenced throughout the staff report, and really only the top 2, AB 881 and AB 68, actually impact the city code and are included in the ordinance before you this evening. Senate Bill 13 relates to the enforcement of unpermitted ADUs, and Assembly Bill 678 relates to CCNRs by HOAs and essentially prohibits those from precluding ADUs. So I'm just going to briefly walk through the required changes for accessory dwelling units pursuant to these new bills. One of the largest changes is a maximum setback. So the new state bills state that no more than 4 feet can be required as a setback for side or rear property lines, and so this is a pretty big change from what the city's previous ordinance had. In addition, cities are prohibited from requiring an owner occupancy deed restriction for ADUs, and the review time has been reduced from 120 days down to 60 days. Another big change is that accessory dwelling units are now allowed on properties that are developed with multifamily units, and the number of ADUs that can be constructed are directly tied to the number of existing units, and also a minimum of 2 detached ADUs are allowed. There is a correction to the ordinance that's before you, and so I'd just like to read that language. It is an existing line, but it's been clarified, and so I thought I could just read into the record what the proposed change is, and then the ordinance can be moved as amended. And so this relates to multifamily ADUs. It's under section 2042-130, section E9C, and it should read, no more than 2 detached ADUs subject to a 16-foot height limit and 4-foot rear and side setbacks are permitted on any multifamily lot developed with an existing or proposed multifamily dwelling. And that is consistent with state law. There were a few changes related to parking in the new state bills. One is that if a garage or carport is demolished to construct an ADU, that a city cannot require any replacement parking. This applies to single and multifamily properties. And then there was a clarification related to what 1/2 mile of distance to public transit means, and the state bill states that that's walking distance specifically. And why that's important is because units within that location are not required to provide any parking. Requirements for junior accessory dwelling units have been relaxed as well under state law. They are now allowed within walls of an existing single-family residence, when before they had to be kind of taking over the place of an existing bedroom, so there's more flexibility there. State bills also allow for an optional interior entrance into the primary dwelling unit. So the ordinance before you actually proposes removing that interior entrance or connection entirely to provide additional flexibility. And then just for clarification, the owner occupancy deed restriction does still apply to junior accessory dwelling units as required by state law. So as Amy mentioned, we do have a number of local amendments in the ordinance before you. These kind of already exist in some capacity in our zoning code, and they existed in the previous ordinance, but have been drafted in a way that is more objective and more protective, or responds to some of the new state requirements related to setbacks. So one of the local amendments limits size and height in our hillside and creekside areas. Another specifies how architectural compatibility can be demonstrated in both our historic preservation districts and in neighborhoods generally. And then we've also carried forward some of the clarity on fire protection measures. There are a number of amendments in the ordinance before you that relate to public improvements or public right-of-way. One is that there's a requirement, and it's actually Title 18 of the City Code, that relates to public improvements and when those must be installed. The ordinance before you proposes an actual exemption for ADUs so that they are not having to go through a waiver process with the city engineering division, and instead are automatically exempt if they meet specific requirements, and this really reduces cost and increases predictability. In addition, there is a section added to the setback section of the ADU ordinance, which just specifies that front setbacks or side setbacks that might impact roads are actually measured from planned roads as shown in our general plan and our specific plan, so that those improvements can actually be implemented. And then also the clarification that a requirement for necessary right-of-way dedication, that's really clear as a part of an accessory dwelling unit project, that would need to be provided when needed for circulation, as again specified in our general or specific plans. So this table here compares state law and then what the ordinance before you proposes. And as you can see, in almost all of the categories, the city proposal is more permissive than what the state law requires. And that's for floor size, floor area, also location and parking. There are also some more relaxed provisions related to junior accessory dwelling units. And the one category where the proposal is consistent with state law is related to fees, and that is actually because the fee structure established by the ordinance adopted by the council back in 2017 was actually used as a model to eliminate fees for ADUs under 750 square feet. And then of course, the hillside, creek, and historic area provisions are more restrictive than what's in the state bill because it doesn't address any kind of local resources. So as you know, this is an urgency ordinance, which means if adopted, it would become effective immediately. And the reason for this is for us to have local protection and clarification because we are in this interim period where only state laws are in effect. Urgency ordinances are allowed by the California Government Code and also by the city charter, and can be allowed when there is a current or immediate threat to public peace, health, or safety. The ordinance before you is statutorily exempt under the California Environmental Quality Act. And with that, the Planning and Economic Development Department recommend that the council by motion adopt an urgency ordinance amending City Code sections 18-12-015, 20-30-040, 20-32-050, 20-42-130, and 20-70-020 to allow ADUs and junior ADUs in compliance with state law and in support of the city's housing plan. And I should mention, adopt an urgency ordinance as amended, as explained in the presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Great, thanks, Amy. Bring it back to council. Any questions? Mr. Dowd.
I'm a little confused by this because earlier in one of your charts, and you're repeating it again, that we have to do this to be in conformance with existing California state law. And yet then on that one chart, it says our rules are going to be more permissive than the state. And the concern that I have is that if people throughout our community start converting their garages to ADUs, then we can't force them to use transit or the smart train or whatever else. They still may have cars, and they're going to be just like we've listened to in the last item, where people are parking all over the streets and there's no place to park. So, I mean, if we have to do it, we have to do it, but is there, am I pointing out things that could be a problem in the future?
So just to ensure that I'm understanding your question or concern, so you're talking about how on this chart it says parking and then it says city proposal is more permissive. So to clarify, most of the parking section of the proposed ordinance is in line with state law, but there is a section that's carried forward from our previous ordinance, which is now void, which says that if a unit is less than 750 square feet in area, that no parking would be required. So there's nothing proposed before you this evening that is different than what was in our previous ordinance or what state law requires.
Any other questions? All right, we have a couple cards on this item. First up, Alima Silverman, followed by Colleen Fernald. Let's see, Alima here. Colleen, followed by Lindsay Wood.
Stayed up late. I am literally starving because I'm not at all funded. But I'm here to offer you food for thought. And that is, you have an urgency to advance your planning ordinance much farther than this. And what I'm proposing is, you got your junior ADUs, how about the mini ADUs? A new type of mobile home to offer up, one that's actually mobile. So where there is a place to have something such as the size of an RV, 300 square feet, let them have wheels. This is in addition to what you have. I'm talking about something even smaller. I'm talking about green, tiny homes as your ADUs. Why? Because for some of us that would like to own a home, maybe just having the unit that's not a toxic RV would be a place to go. That's mine, that no one can take it away. Renting, trying to own this little home, and I'm just gonna rent where it goes for a little while in someone's yard or on a tiny farm. Eventually leasing to own, eventually owning a little slice of land. So these baby steps for affordable home ownership that help out a property owner to make their property taxes or whatever for a while, so they've got that income, but maybe it gets crowded. There's no place to put the cars. Eventually, that home can go somewhere else. So I'm asking you to create a third model, because not everyone that needs affordable housing wants to rent forever. Not everyone wants to be in total urban density. So it's not choosing between one or the other, it's creating all models So this is a good start, but you are going to have some consequences, and there's environmental consequences to be considered as well here. So, but not everyone's going to just abandon their cars. And if we could have these as a new farm worker type of housing, can you create little mini farms? Can you get some people from growing indoors all the time? And what else can we grow? In these tiny farms, you have these tiny little houses come up and do some work. Even within your city here, it could be done. So we need a green tiny home building guild, create them safely, fire safe and all the rest. This little tiny footprint, and just think of it, when there's a disaster, you don't have to wait for FEMA to give you a toxic trailer. Maybe you can leave the disaster if we have a good evacuation plan and plenty of notice. So please consider working this out somehow or another for the rest of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Lindsay Wood? Not here. All right, bring it back to council. Mr. Rogers, you have this item.
All right, I will make a motion to adopt an urgency ordinance as amended by staff, amending city code sections 18-12.015, 20-30.040, 20-32.050, 20-42.130, and 20-70.020 to allow accessory dwelling units and junior accessory dwelling units in compliance with state law and in support of the city housing action plan while preserving the visual character of the city, and waive further reading of the text.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any additional comments? Seeing none, your votes, please. And that passes with 5 ayes, 1 no being from Mr. Dowd. Thank you. Mr. McGlynn, item 15.3.
Item 15.3 as it is on the original agenda. Report professional service agreement with Placeworks Incorporated for preparation of the Santa Rosa 2050 General Plan Environmental Impact Report. David Guin, Assistant City Manager, present.
Actually, tonight we have Andy Gustafson, Senior Planner, presenting.
Thank you, Mayor Schwedhelm and members of the council. Tonight I'm presenting a request that the the council approve a public professional service agreement for the preparation of the Santa Rosa 2050 General Plan Update and Environmental Impact Report. One second. As you recall, this matter has been before the council on a number of occasions. Last fall, we came forward with a scope of work, and then in September and October, we reached out to the consultant community and commenced a competitive bidding process. In December, we met with or interviewed 2 consultant teams and selected selected the most qualified team in Placeworks, who demonstrated that they have the capacity to help us go through this 3-year general plan update process. We worked with them during January and completed and refined the scope of services that is presented today in your packet. The need for the general plan, just to review that quickly, we do have a statutory obligation to keep the plan up to date. In particular, we
Mayor, can you take a brief recess? Yeah. Okay, Mayor, we're ready to go.
All righty, where were you, Andy?
Before the rise of the monitor. So the general plan update project, there's a number of reasons we're commencing on this 3-year effort, and I was listing the significant events here in the community, and fire, homelessness, housing shortage are all topics of great concern that are going to be the subject of the general plan. In addition, we've had the annexation of the Roseland community, and we've also had designation of disadvantaged communities within the city that we need to address for helping to deal with social and environmental equity issues. Also, an important aspect of our general plan update is to refresh our CEQA document that will really help to streamline all development within the city in the future, including residential development that's so much needed. The general plan update, public service agreement before you that's being recommended, the total cost of that will be $2.5 million. The county or the city's advanced planning budget has already allocated $1.6 million approximately to that effort. That advanced plan fund accrues money, and as of the end of 2019, it was $1,605,000 that had built up. We are requesting tonight that that amount be allocated or appropriated towards the general plan update. Of that, $1,393,394 would be for the balance that we would need for that $2.5 million consultant contract, and then the other approximately $12,000 would be for additional staff costs that will be incurred during the course of this general plan update. Just to give you an indication of next steps in our project with the consultant team on board, we will hold our kickoff meeting. We will be continuing our outreach for community partnerships. Earlier this evening, you saw a great example of some of the what we've been able to produce as a Kaiser grant partnership to get healthy city policies integrated with our general plan, as well as our opportunity to be able to collaborate with Latino service providers with the youth community. We will continue to work to seek additional funding. There's quite likely a great opportunity for us through state funding to get the climate action plan integrated into our general plan update in some form, get money to do so. So those are things that we are continuing to work on now. As I mentioned, we will be, with the consultant team on board, preparing a community involvement program, which will be brought to your body for consideration. We'll be working on that in late March and probably be coming to council late March and April timeframe to do that. In the meantime, we will also be convening various groups within the city, including and the committees, including the Community Advisory Committee and the Technical Advisory Committee to help us go through the general plan update process. So we're at the very exciting beginning part, and with the council's action on staff's recommendation this evening, we're to request that the council appropriate from our advanced plan fund monies that would allow us by resolution approve a professional service agreement with PlaceWorks for public engagement planning and environmental review services for a 3-year period to prepare the Santa Rosa 2050 general plan update and environmental impact report for that not to exceed amount of $2.5 million, of which $1,393,394 would be to fund the balance of that agreement, and $211,920 for related staff costs. And I'm available for any questions.
Great, thanks, Andy. Any questions of staff? Seeing none, when we have no cards for this item. Mr. Tibbetts, you have this item.
Come on, Tibbetts. I know, sorry guys.
We just had a break.
And in the moment that I have here, I just want to point out, we do have Charles Knox with PlaceWorks and also his collaborator on the project, Dan Ameson with MIG in the audience here with us.
Oh, it's right here. That's what confused me. Okay, I'm ready. Resolution of the council I move a resolution of the council of the city of Santa Rosa approving a professional services agreement with PlaceWorks Incorporated for preparation of the Santa Rosa 2050 general plan update, an environmental impact report, an appropriation of $1,605,300 and it says 3124. I think that's a typo, but about $1.6 million from the general fund reserves, and waive further reading of the text.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Madam City Attorney,
Yes, there is an extra digit in there. We'll correct it. We'll do the addition and correct it. I believe it's the extra 2 should not be in there.
Is 1.6-ish million, is that an acceptable?
That's a very technical
the rest
term.
is spending authority for Sean. So.
Done.
Do you want me to read that appropriately?
That would be great.
That would be great.
I just need to know the amount. It's 1,605,000, and you said 314?
314.
Oh, 314, right. Okay, so.
314.
So continuing, appropriation of $1,605,314 from the general fund reserves, and waive further reading of the text.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any comment or additions? Is that good with what you heard?
Very good.
All righty, we have a motion and a second. Your votes, please. And that gets 6 ayes. Is there another motion on this item, or is that it? On this, that's it?
That's it, thank you.
Great, thank you for your presentation. Okay, we have no public hearings. Written communications, we have none. We do have one public comment card. Mr. Crone, are you here anywhere? Mr. Groen, would you like to address us at all? No speaking role tonight. All right, with that, meeting is adjourned. Thank you.